Uliniahidi maisha yaliyo na raha, na ukaniahidi maisha bila mashaka. Ni nini ilitendeka baada ya ndoa? Ni nini ilitendeka baada ya kupowewana? Kila siku mimi nilimuomba Mwenyezi anipe mume atakaye nienzi. Ikawaje vigumu kunipa lako penzi, when you promised that I would be your one and only lady. Aheriga, amanyiga, agombiga. Aheri, 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 Aheri. Oh. Sheri, na mimi nikakuahidi mapenzi wenye faraja na dhiki. Ni vipi sasa sikuelewi? Shida sio masikini dadi, mapenzi pilipili tena kageuka shubiri. Lakini bado nakupenda, sitawahi kuacha, tufurahie pamoja, hata kama kwa boda boda. Bado nakupenda, sitawahi kuacha, tufurahie pamoja, hata kama kwa boda boda. Ninakuenzi mpenzi, ninakuenzi my baby. Stay with me and our family. Oh, I love you, my baby. I love you, my love.
Sunrise on the edge of the ocean. Is that where you get your magic potion? So sweet it quenched all my desires. desire. Light me up and ignite my fire. So out of touch. Just one touch, I've got this rush. You're too much. Pray you let me loose. Pray you let me go. Pray you keep me in your clutches. Let me know if it feels right. 'Cause it feels right. Don't stop. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. I never lose my focus. I'm looking out. Oh, you know what I like. I'm restless and I'm hopeless and there's no doubt. Caught up in your wave of life. Just one touch and I'm breathing underwater. I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting. Oh, pray you let me go. Pray you keep me in your clutches. Let me know if it feels right. 'Cause it feels right. Don't stop. Oh, oh, oh. Don't stop. Keep me floating on the ocean, the ocean, the ocean, the ocean, the ocean. Pray you let me loose. Pray you let me go. Pray you keep me in your clutches. Let me know if it feels right. 'Cause it feels right. No, pray you let me loose. Pray you let me go. Pray you keep me in your clutches. Let me know if it feels right. 'Cause it feels right. Don't stop. Oh, oh, oh.
It's been a really long time, tangu nikuvutie. I only called today, but I think about you every day. Najua nilichoma, yeah. I take the blame. Juu tangu iyo day, I've never been the same. Find me at B&D of late kila weekendi. Nimekosana na wengi, lakini sisi I'm regretting. I know you know me well, usikate juu niko mlevi. Please don't hang up on me, niache niseme ukweli. I've been upset cause no one loves me better. Hata wanipende aje, na wapenda shingo upande. I know you're upset cause no one loves you better. Hata wakupende aje, utahepa someday. I'm not stalking you, niliona umepost pictures are cost. Your new man doing the most. You seem happy, you seem so happy. Called to let you know I'm taken but available for you. Bestie, bestie, we nirudishie phone. Cause you don't understand what the hell is going on. Kilimani reminds me I'm alone. Oh, I need to call her now. She needs to know what what's in my heart. Oh, oh. I've been upset cause no one loves me better. Hata wanipende aje, na wapenda shingo pande. I know you're upset cause no one loves you better. Hata wakupende aje, utahepa someday. I've been upset cause no one loves me better. Hata wanipende aje, na wapenda shingo pande. I know you're upset cause no one loves you better. Hata wakupende aje, utahepa someday.
Reminds me I'm alone. Oh, I need to call her now. She needs to know what's in my heart. Oh, reminds me I'm alone. Oh, I need to call her now. Needs to know what's in my heart.
You see, I don't know, but I know it's you that I came for. I'm going with you. And I'm going with nice clothes, nice car. I wanna kiss you in the back of your I'm going with you. Now when I sit on my knees, but what do they know? I think it's funny, you're the one they wanna roll with on the low. You're the one they wanna roll with on the low. The one they wanna roll with on the low. So I'm going with nice clothes, nice car, nice watch, chocolate dripping and your skin so smooth. You move so different, yeah, you look so cool. See, I've been escaping all these things I've been facing. Oh boy, I can't get you off of my mind. And don't you know this time I've been wasting? Oh boy, you're so exhilarating, and I'm into you. What you do, how you do, ooh, star. When I saw you across the room, standing 6'2" with your fancy shoes, moyo wangu ukadunda we wandipa juu, ni lazima we ni tabu, juu vile nina hisia. I don't know, but I know it's you that I came for. And if you say you want me for the rest of the night, all my life, baby, it's whatever you like. 'Cause you're so good, so good. Don't know where you're from, but I'm going with you. Baby, let me put this bounce on you. Are you sure that you can handle all this bounce on you? 'Cause you're smooth like a Cadillac 62, and you move like a Mustang with a 302. And I can tell you want some trouble, boy, I like that too. Baby, can I roll with you? See, I've been escaping all these feelings I'm facing. Oh boy, I can't get you off of my mind. Don't you know this time I've been wasting? Oh, you're so exhilarating, and I'm into you. What you do, how you do, ooh. I'm going with your nice clothes, nice car. I said I'm going with your nice clothes, nice car. I said I'm going with your nice clothes, nice car. I'm going with your nice clothes, nice car. The way that I know that you're there when you're over there, the way you wear your hair up like that, the way that you boss looking like a boss. What's a girl got to do to have a man like that? The way that your ice cream get over here, but your body's moving like you don't know that I'm going with you. You know I'm going with you. got you morning in the morning, living in the moment. It's all about the small things. You're my secret lover, secret lover. I know when you're calling, it's about enjoyment. I enjoy it more when you're my secret lover, secret lover. Middle of the night, I hear you calling, heat rising and I can't ignore it. Body on mine, I'm fantasizing. What you have done, what have you done to me? Craving your body like I never ever. Just open diamonds, I'm shining for ya. Riding the wave like I'm riding on that. Tell me what you can do, what you do to me. Tell me how you like it, let me control your hands on my waist, just follow the leader. Can be a secret, tell me you can keep it. I promise if you stay. I got you morning in the morning, living in the moment. It's all about the small things. You're my secret lover, secret lover. I know when you're calling, it's about enjoyment. I enjoy it more when you're my secret lover, secret lover.
Link a link, wink a wink. So many things between you and me. No feelings, no strings. More chillin', more dreams. The more I drink, the more I sip. So much going on in the screen. Getting kinky, getting freaky. Got me loving you up on the sink. You're so sweet and tender. Sote tuko na agenda. Sunajua vile naipendanga. I got you
Morning in the morning, living in the moment. It's all about the small things. You're my secret lover, secret lover. I know when you're calling, it's about enjoyment. I enjoy it more when you're my secret lover, secret lover.
so sweet and tender. Kuna agenda. Na ninapenda.
So sweet and tender, on the agenda. That's what he said to me. Rudi nyumbani, doesn't matter what you did. Shoka Moshe, that's what he said to me. Rudi nyumbani, doesn't matter what you did.
You did.
nakupenda. Nikwendete, nikwendete, rudi nyumbani, rudi nyumbani. Shoka moshe, oh. Mina kupenda, mina kupenda. Nikwendete, nikwendete, mono, 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 mono. Yeah, oh, Rushes on the beat.
Another day, another crisis. Keyboard warrior still typing. Mini lava siku hizi spendi fighting. Na maheta hawawezi ntoa timing. Na hata wakinita guide, I know my baby will be by me. Na wakiniseti kwa IG, dawa ya watiaji huwanga silence. Niko sherehe mina vibe, nanyi munani analyze. Who I wonder why, me I'm just tryna catch a wine. We shughulika na your life. Niko sherehe mina vibe, nanyi munani analyze. Who I wonder why, I'm just tryna catch a wine. We shughulika na your life. Cheki zangu zimenai. Don't you disrespect my lover. Sina noma my guy. Tonight I don't want no drama. Sina noma my guy. Chaber dongingero anahero kasianda. Sina noma my guy. Leo ni party hadi mchana. Sina noma my guy. Sherehe na piganga na kikosi. Kwa mfuko pesa haikosi. Mademu wananitanga kiongozi. Vile mimi hutesanga Nairobi. Sele zimeripoti. Chini tuko kwa magoti. Aki wewe usinirekodi. Kesho nipate mmesha niposti. Niko sherehe mina vibe. Nanyi munani analyze. Who I wonder why, me I'm just tryna catch a wine. We shughulika na your life. Niko sherehe mina vibe. Nanyi munani analyze. Ooh, I wonder why, I'm just tryna catch a wine. We shughulika na your life. Cheki zangu zime nice. Don't you disrespect my lover. Sina noma my guy. Tonight I don't want no drama. Sina noma my guy. Chaber dongingero anahero kasianda. Sina noma my guy. Leo ni party hadi mchana. Sina noma my guy. Sina noma. Sina noma my guy. Sina noma. Sina noma my guy. Sina noma my guy. Chaber dongingero anahero kasianda. Sina noma my guy.
Nekakana weni, nekakana weni, nekakana weni. Oh, neni, nekakana weni, nekakana weni, nekakana weni.
waving hands up high, telling me you saw me with some guy. Na hili penzi bila penzi, kama najiseti. It's okay, I get it. You won't stay with me, na mimi sitalia daily. I won't have your babies, don't you try to chase me. First you have to tell me. Niambie, ni nani? Niambie, ni nani? Niambie, ni nani? Niambie, ni nani? Niambie, tell me what you tell me now. Niambie, tell me what you tell me now. Niambie, tell me what you tell me now. Niambie, who is she now? Who is she? Nashanga, it's been a long time, ni kama you're moving on fine. Nataka well kuje home sometime, we sip some wine, and if it's fine after, I'll make you sing a love song. I promise you will sing it with me all night long. I know you know I feel away. I wanna say maybe nah. Ukitaka feature haya shika simu niko. I've been waiting, ni kweli. I think about you on the daily. Ni kama nilizama nikashikwa tu na tamaa. Ay baby, ni kweli. I think about you on the daily. Story nimesikia, tulikuwa fun times na Lydia. I know your lies, so I don't mind a compromise. Ni wewe niko after, rasta master, OG gangster. Nivutie faster, nirudie tafadhali. Each day is the same, I call your name, so ukitaka feature haya shika. I've been waiting, ni kweli. I think about you on the daily. Ni kama nilizama nikashikwa tu na tamaa. Ay baby, ni kweli. I think about you on the daily. Think about you on the daily. I think about you on the daily. Lay your roots beneath these evergreens. Lay your roots beneath these evergreens. Darling, tell the truth. Beneath these evergreens, we'll see our babies bloom. Beneath these evergreens, daughter,
want you to wither and turn sour, but your roots are built like towers beneath you. Lay your roots beside this baobab tree. Lay your roots in ancient fertile trees. Lay your roots, your motherland will sing, sing, sing. Lay your roots, one day they'll name you queen. Oh, I will have to prove my worth. I've had the Skinner name since birth. Will my roots thrive in this earth beneath you?
Yes, I big up the man called Lion Ayrosh. New track blazing the fire, my Aheri. What you know?
Karasina bisa, yeah.
Passionate man, peaceful mind, and wonder-filled eye. You never knew love was forever till I met you. Now it's for keeps. Need you to know and remember that I've got you and you me. Now it's you and me. Let's get lost in the wonder of what could be. Let's get tempered to weather the storm and come out better. Just you and me. Let's grow old together. Now it's for keeps. Need you to know and remember that I've got you and me. 'Cause for me things really aren't the same. 'Cause when I'm with you it feels like I'm breathing again. And like the wind carries wings and the bird needs to sing. You're my home. Let's grow old, yeah. I never knew it was true. I never knew. I never knew. I never knew till you. I never knew it was true, yeah. I never knew till with you. Never knew love. It's forever. Oh, it's for keeps. Oh, I need you to know. Now it's for you and me. Yeah. Oh, I never knew love was forever. Yeah. Now it's for you and me. Just remember. No, I never knew. Now, it's for keeps. It's for keeps. Now it's for keeps. It's for keeps. It's for keeps.
Wipe my tears dry. With your smile convince my broken heart I will be okay someday. To do whatever it takes to do. I don't mind, I don't care, as long as I end up with you. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, ni mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, ni mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Take my wings and fly. Don't be scared to try and touch the sky. If you fall, I will be there to do whatever it takes to do. I believe in you. ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe, mimi na wewe tu. Masiwa.
Situation nice and fitty. Roll one up, yeah. Things can get tricky. Napenda kumedi na mziki. Kama ni mapenzi then baby, ulinifanyia nini? Cause I really wanna get time, You gotta know ya, like any time flies. Ntaku treat like I'm supposed to. If you just let me show ya, ntakupa rest on my chest and my shoulders. I must have on my tele. I think him and I fell in love overnight there. Loving him since then. I must have on my tele. I think him and I fell in love overnight there. Loving him since then.
Without you by my side, I swear I'm not able to face this thing called life. I feel I'm not stable. So you are my lifeline, my only power cable. Oh, my amiable. Look at the stars, shining so bright to get your attention. But we're so in love, so magical. I'll never love again. Believe it's planning a future now. And when we make love, you taking all the pain away. Otina timranade, universal love me ani chango atonde nate. Pokna yudo machalo kodi ale moni ani bende. Abide Luanda ni Luanda migeno. Okana go pain, okana podi. I must have fun my tele. I think she and I fell in love overnight. Wanted her since then. I must have fun my tele. I think she and I fell in love overnight. Wanted her since then. Without you by my side, I swear I'm not able to face this thing called life. I feel I'm not stable. So you are my lifeline, my only power cable. Oh, my amiable. Without you by my side, I swear I'm not able to face this thing called life. I feel I'm not stable. So you are my lifeline, my only power cable. Oh, my amiable.
Was so scared to fall in love again, but your touch is everything. Niseni, siseme, when you're my everything. Scared to fall in love again, cause your touch is everything. Niseni, siseme, when you're my everything. When you're my everything. When you're my everything. When you're my everything. Oh, was so scared to fall in love again, cause your touch is everything. Niseni, siseme, when you're my everything.
Anpenda kuzilika, anpenda chicks, anpenda thigh gaps, anpenda hizo hip six sexes kiwa bamba. Anpenda hii, anpenda that slow but ende chap chap. Anpenda hii, anpenda that slow but ende chap chap. Ay, kudade, ay, ina dude da. Ay, ay, mina kana mwa, anamba na la. Ay, ay, kudade, ay, ina dude da. Ay, ay, mina kana mwa, anamba na la.
Cheki mina we, tuna do the math. Surrender take over, jo angusha mabida. Baby si ubendova kwanza venye inafaa. Si ati nachocha mina penda hikifa. Ukidigida pale tu kwenye machuo. Mina sikia ni kama niko mandom. Sahi niko zone, mamizinga ni za chrome. Manzi unanibamba mahari, nitachukua loan na kulamba tu pahali pale sehemu flani yani. Na utamwaga misi jui Johnny majigani. Nikimaliza utasema Johnny nani daddy. Hari Grace ule boyo mashinani.
Anpenda kuzilika, kuzilika, npenda chicks, npenda thigh gaps, npenda hizo hip six sexes kiwa bamba. Npenda hii, npenda that, slow but ende chap chap. Npenda hii, npenda that, slow but ende chap chap. Kudade, ina dudeda, nina gana mwa, anamba na la. Kudade, ina dudeda, nina gana mwa, anamba na la.
Sinapenda kuzienda, tena vateni mijikenda. Mzabibu ndo agenda, figa ni nane si utapenda. Chora saba, sita enda. Nakupenda, nitakupenda, maraka tano dhani nitenda. For you lecha mavela, for you lecha pamela, for you lecha makwelo, skinkomboka itaya hela. Vitu mitatu, suskize msela. Kuna ndovu, kuna matope, zikipatana ninatela.
Npenda kuzilika, npenda chicks, npenda thigh gaps, npenda hizo hip six sexes kiwa bamba. Npenda hii, npenda that, slow but ende chap chap. Npenda hii, npenda that, slow but ende chap chap. Kudade, ina dudeda, nina gana mwa, anamba na la. Kudade, ina dudeda, nina gana mwa, anamba na la.
Anapenda bima yangu juu ya venye nakitoka. Niko hapa Kaloleni tukomboka. Dem kamejibeba independent na na focus. Nafikiria twende wapi miteo deres basi real don dada. Wada na wadada wezi ni compare na ma MC mafala. Kila flow na seti vitu deadly na sibala. Kitokea na kapengwa na shanga aga ajab. Twende basi wapi nuku nimekladi. Sana kona nani hizo nza bunuasi. Basi nipe nafasi nkona horsepower farasi. Nataka twende wapi haya anzisha safari.
Npenda kuzilika, npenda chicks, npenda thigh gaps, npenda hizo hip six sexes kiwa bamba. Npenda hii, npenda that, slow but ende chap chap. Npenda hii, npenda that, slow but ende chap chap. Kudade, ina dudeda, nina gana mwa, anamba na la. Kudade, ina dudeda, nina gana mwa, anamba na la.
time it ain't hard. Take it slow and don't rush. All those nights I was there for you, but now I'm giving too much patience. Yeah, can't stop, won't stop, I got patience. Yeah, too much love, this shit get dangerous. Done accepting all your changes. But now, baby girl, I ain't got no patience. I feel my heart racing. I'm trying to be patient, but I just can't take it, can't take it.
wanna let it flow. Take it somewhere no one knows. I just wanna let it flow.
I remember when I was young, I wished to fly up in the sky, see how it feels to be a bird. Guess my wish came true. When I see your face, I know that my dreams are valid. I can't explain the way you carry me off the earth. Hey, kana kaukamba, I don't know what you're up to. Please tell me now, I don't have no parachute. Kimwana chaukamba, neke acholokete, about to crash any minute now. Girl with the dark brown eyes, please tell me what your name is. My heart's falling out my body, I can't hold it anymore. And if I should fall, I don't want nobody catch me. I want to feel it when I land. I hope that you'll be there. Dark brown eyes, dark brown eyes. Medo makumendilika nyambua, ondo yo kano tanu. Wana na osisi ya ungeiwa yeya, yani finished completely nye. Nililikana maembe makitui, ondo moka no tanu. Lakini maundo ahonde, there is none that compares to you. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, the truth is I am scared. I'm not sure you feel the same, so I'll just leave it there. If you don't understand what I'm saying, the truth is I am scared. This world has shown me pain, I can't bear to see you leave. So girl with the dark brown eyes, please tell me what your name is. My heart's falling out my body, I can't hold it anymore. And if I should fall, I don't want nobody catch me. I want to feel it when I land. I hope that you'll be there. Girl with the dark brown eyes, please tell me what your name is. My heart's falling out my body, I can't hold it anymore. If I should fall, I don't want nobody catch me. I want to feel it when I land. I hope that you'll be there. Oh, beautiful dark brown eyes. Should fall, don't want nobody catch me. I want to feel it when I land. Don't want nobody catch me. If I should fall, don't want nobody catch me. I'm falling for you, falling for you. Don't want nobody catch me. yondo wanataka. Turn the lights on, let them see. All over the seas I go. I roll on a different flow now. Zidi kuwapa mo, my hustle we never slow down. When in Mali, they can put a price on you. Bey kali utazidi kubaki juu. Na manyani watabonganganga na haka zao hawaoni. Ndo wakutupishe radadada, wakutowe kwa mbisho. Usipokula nyama utakonda mbaya, na ukikula nyama utanona mbaya. Na binadamu watakujudge vibaya, ishi maisha yako bila haya. Uwe ni fire, fire. Uwe ni mbaya, mbaya. Uwe ni fire, fire. Uwe ni mbaya. Oya shisa na shisa wafisa. Oya shisa twasafisha maisha. Oya shisa wafisa. Oya shisa twasafisha maisha, baby.
This is my life and I live it how I want. It's up to you, can't tell me now. Everything's so bright, you know we wanna back. We don't care about excuses now. Please for my matter, you don't gotta lose, you just gotta live right. I'm living life and you gotta live life. See now it's my time only. God know me back, I'm moving free. There can be no other, I am godly. Together, it'll be so nice if we together. I heard they count my blessings. Live my life.
Usipokula nyama utakonda mbaya, na ukikula nyama utanona mbaya. Na binadamu watakujudge vibaya, ishi maisha yako bila haya. Uwe ni fire, fire. Uwe ni mbaya, mbaya. Uwe ni fire, fire. Uwe ni mbaya. Usipokula nyama utakonda mbaya, na ukikula nyama utanona mbaya. Na binadamu watakujudge vibaya, ishi maisha yako bila haya. Uwe ni fire, fire. Uwe ni mbaya, mbaya. Uwe ni fire, fire. Uwe ni mbaya. Oya shisa wafisa. Oya shisa tusafisha maisha, tusafisha maisha, maisha. Oya shisa wafisa. Oya shisa tusafisha maisha, wafisa. Oya shisa tusafisha maisha. Oya shisa wafisa. Oya shisa tusafisha maisha.
Watasema lakini watachoka, watuonea kijicho lakini watakoma. Wazee watachoma wakizidi tukubonga. Watasema watalala, watasema watalala. Silence is golden. Nashindwa vile nitakupa hizi zote. Mashida mingi lakini usikonde. I'm working on it. Ni hivi usisonge, even though I'm dreaming. Wasikuchoche, it's always been so close yet so far away. Don't you ever feel some type of way? Hey, yeah. Shauri yao wanaobonga mbaya, shauri yao wenye wivu wajinyonge, shauri yao. Shauri yao, shauri yao. Watasema lakini watachoka, watuonea kijicho lakini watakoma. Wazee watachoma wakizidi tukubonga. Watasema watalala, watasema, watalala. Watasema. Them go toko, me I do the walk. And I keep it loco like I'm Octo. Hayawi mimi huyo top spot. Na sitafadhali mi hapana joke. Oh my hand, nakupenda, na sitowaienda. Oh my hand, nakupenda, na sitowaienda. Shauri yao, wanaobonga mbaya shauri yao. Wenye wivu wajinyonge shauri yao. Shauri yao. Watasema, lakini watachuka. Watuonea kijicho, lakini watakoma. Wazee watachoma, wakizidi tukubonga. Watasema, watalala. Watasema, watalala. Watasema, lakini watachuka. Watuonea kijicho, lakini watakoma. Wazee watachoma, wakizidi tukubonga. Watasema, watalala. Watasema, watalala.
Oh Lord, am I moving too fast or too slow? Can we fall till we fall? Take down all of these walls. I like it when you call my name. Can we do it again? Kesho pia tuonane, kesho pia tukutane. Cause I really like what I see.
I really like it.
And I really want what I see.
I want it.
I'ma need to get you closer. I'ma need to get you closer. I really like what I see.
I really like it. Wanna take you home, wanna hear your tone, wanna hear you moan. Oh. Wanna make you climax, wanna ride it like that, wanna take you high. Time to make your knees go weak, yeah. This feels just like ecstasy, yeah. We're the perfect recipe, yeah. So serve it up for me, serve it up for me. Mimi nawe tunapendana, labda ikiwezekana, njoo tujaze hiyo kibaba, kibaba bila haya. Mimi nawe tunapendana, labda ikiwezekana, njoo tujaze hiyo kibaba, kibaba bila haya. I really like what I see. I really like it. And I really want what I see. So I'ma need to get you closer, and I'ma need to get your clothes off. Cause I really like what I see, what I see. Mimi nawe tunapendana, labda ikiwezekana, njoo tujaze hiyo kibaba, kibaba bila haya.
Mimi nawe tunapendana, labda ikiwezekana,
kuja tuvunje hii kitanda, kitanda bila haya.
Have I been on your mind like you've been mine? 'Cause I feel like I'm spending days going back through time. Yeah, I find myself looking back at the days we shared love. And you said I've been in a daze, didn't know how much I still care for you. Oh, I've been reminiscing, it's only you. I've been reminiscing, it's only you. I wouldn't be the same, no, 'cause I wouldn't play the same game, 'cause I know, yeah. I wouldn't be the same girl, 'cause I can't go through the same pain, 'cause I know where your heart lies when you cry, where your eyes go when you lie. Boy, I know you, yeah. Tell your mother I said I never got to say goodbye. I need closure, yeah. I've been, yeah. I've been reminiscing, it's only you. I've been reminiscing, it's only you. Only you. I've been reminiscing, it's only you. I've been reminiscing, it's only you. Oh, it's only you. Oh, yeah. Walk with me far above the horizon. Lay with me, we can put the stars to bed. Watching me till the morning sun rises. Wait with me, just wait with me till then. Walk with me far above the horizon. Lay with me, we can put the stars to bed. Watch with me till the morning sun rises. Wait with me, just wait with me till then. Run with me, we can turn the wind golden. Dance with me with the clouds beneath our feet. Love me still, love me, leave me breathless. Stay with me, stay and let us be. Run with me, we can turn the wind golden. Dance with me with the clouds beneath our feet. Love me still, love me, leave me breathless. Stay with me, 'cause we could be fire, we could be rain. Just wash me in color, and I'll set you ablaze. We could be oceans, we can rage with the tide. Over the mountain, where lovers collide. Stay with me, stay with me.
Just stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. We could be fire. We could be rain. Just wash me in color, and I'll set you ablaze. We could be oceans. We can rage with the tide. Over the mountain where lovers collide. Stay with me.
Change. My love for you will forever stay the same. Nikiwa kando yako, I'm miles away. We'll be okay, and I promise that soon I'll be here to stay. We'll break down, 'cause it'll be some time before tushikane mikono. And I won't see you often, na siyokupenda kwangu ni mipango ya Mungu. But I promise that soon I'll be here to stay. If it's your love, I'm prepared to wait. Nitangoja, na sitachoka. No matter where you are, nitangoja. No matter where you are, nitangoja, na sitachoka. No matter where you are, nitangoja, na sitachoka. No matter where you are, nitangoja, na sitachoka. Sitachoka mama, sitachoka. Nitakungoja wewe. Oh, sitachoka mama. No matter where you are, nitangoja, na sitachoka.
I don't know, no, why you're wasting time. I know you're wasting time. I don't know, no, why you're wasting
Malkia, kukuwa this fine inakuwa unfair. And you already know, yeah, you already know. Malkia, nimekutuma text mingi kama 100. Hivi ndio umeni show, yani umeni ghost. Me, yule mu sexy, nini yule mu deadly. Yupenda kwa na pedi, wa mama na walevi. Me, yule mu sexy, hauwezi niseti. Na kauna GT, Kauko na main character energy. Ukighostiwa, ghostika. Tough time never last, only tough people. Yeah, na ukiblokiwa, blokika. You're a 10 out of 10 time yako inafika. Ghostika. I don't know, no, why you wasting time. I know you're wasting time. I don't know, no, why you wasting. Ghostika. Bro, shika story. Kumbuka yule dem nilimnogi. Sio njogi. Yule tulipata na gatoi. Uyo shori. So jana nilipata na mbogi. Tuka link na mayengs, mimi nikaingia dance nikempata na Pascal Tokodi. Ngoja mengine, tulia kwanza nikuambie. Masaa nilikat time alitoa clutch ati anashika simu za utile. Huyu dem atanirarua, kila siku nasikia ruma. Hata hajui jina yangu Buda, anashinda akiniita Nick Mutuma. Ukighostiwa, ghostika. Tough time never last, only tough people. Yeah, na ukiblokiwa, blokika. You're a 10 out of 10 time yako inafika. Ukighostiwa, ghostika. Tough time never last, only tough people. Yeah, na ukiblokiwa, blokika. You're a 10 out of 10 time yako inafika. So ghostika. Ukighostiwa, ghostika. Tough time never last, only tough people. Yeah, na ukiblokiwa, blokika. You're a 10 out of 10 time yako inafika. Ghostika. I don't know, no, why you wasting time. I know you're wasting time. I don't know, no, why you wasting. Ghostika.
Niko na visa, niko kwa simu na nasikia bashi meshika. Je, kuna madem, kuna maniga, maodine wamekuja kuchachisha. Ninajificha, sitaki picha kubabae, sitaki vita. Nashikisha na mavela mabichwa, na tukishikwa jo mapel Mona Lisa. Tutoke BND, twende BNB, niko DND. Usijam, I will be RB, I will be RB.
Mihadarati zishaanza kunidanganya hadi najishuku sana. Zimelipu, zimenichanganya napenda vitu si ufanya vile inafaa. Erobog na matin. Eyo naka. Erobog na matin. Abiro kikomando, kiritala jumi niko na mado. Wenye vipindi na musonge kando, esima tu sama poso chopo. Chololo, chololo. Nobody can party like we do. Wamoke girumba kokwarawe blues Kinena kalinki kipani ya sim Meditation yaka bed ni soya design wololo Anebo chepololo So please no Okadwa jo machendo oh wololo Anebo chepololo So please no Okadwa jo machendo oh Mihadara decisions kunidanganya hadi najishuku sana Zimelipu zimenichanganya napenda vitu si ufanya
miadarati zishaanza kunidanganya hadi najishuku sana Zimelimbu Maximus
Ogna Martin
hey na Hodong yeah Hodong Niko DND
Mutoto ya Pamela
I'll be right back Tell him I'll be woo
Been afraid of falling. So many times I found my calling. Nimewaza sana, nimeogopa kukufuata. Mnyonge wa mapenzi mie, nawaza zama zile. Natamani siturudie, natamani mvua na jua, natamani sisi kuruka. I wanna feel your tender loving, call me baby when we're fighting. That's what I really want, something that will really last for real, for real. Once so many times I've loved, I found no one like you. I felt no one like you. Once so many times I've loved, I found no one like you. I felt no one like you till I found you. Till I found you.
You make me happy, you make me smile. Like you are lie, you make me mushy. So many times I die inside. How can I run from such a feeling? I'd be crazy leaving. You're such a blessing, you give me so much light. A gift that keeps on giving, I can't deny. How can I run from such a feeling? I'd be crazy leaving. Natamani jua na mvua, natamani sisi kuruka. I wanna feel your tender love and call me baby when we're fighting. That's what I really want, something that will really last for real, for real. Once so many times I've loved, I found no one like you. found you. Till I found.
Hey, excuse me, you two gentlemen, come here.
Excuse me, hi, kuna venye umeniroga. And when you smile, good God, niko NOMA. Otherwise, you're just my type. Perfect height, smell so nice, right on time, perfect timing. See the way that I'm rhyming, you got me always smiling. Shine so bright, almost blinding. Both our souls are aligning, yeah. Say something. You look me in my eyes and then you say nothing. You caught me by surprise, oh baby, say something. Just let me in. Just say something. Oh, you get your 96 too. On the trapeze vibes, that real smooth on my love of my life. I'm ready to say I do and say it twice. Oh my, how are you on mine? Smart and so divine, thinking God really took his time on you. You like soul food, writing on my mood. Now it's me and you, so won't you say something? You look me in my eyes and then you say nothing. You caught me by surprise, oh baby, say something. Just let me in. Just say something.
It's just you and I, and we're stuck in time. Sugar, how you get so fly? The clouds is where you reside. And I know it's kinda crazy how we stuck like glue, but it never gets messy. Make no keep it deadly. Now you walk, yeah, I smoke you something true. It's magic every time we rendezvous. Too many girls at the party, check it that body, niggas all over you. Now stuck you could overdo, now stuck you could overdo. Sema kweli wako ni usikie. Kauna ishu yoyote ni adresie. Tukingia kejani babe ni andresie. I can take you there. Let me take you there. Say something.
You look me in my eyes and then you say nothing. You caught me by surprise, oh baby, say something. Just let me in. Just say something.
In the past, the environment of Earth collapsed completely, with extreme cold glaciers and terrifying heat descending one after another, pushing human civilization to the brink of extinction. Just when all countries were at a loss, a game called National Fate and Natural Disaster Survival suddenly descended. The game will randomly select one player from each of the more than 200 countries around the world and forcibly send them into a folded space, Death Wilderness, to embark on a brutal survival challenge. The water, food, minerals, and special resources that players obtain in the Death Wilderness will be manifested in the real world in tens of thousands of times their original quantity, directly descending upon the territory of their respective countries. However, similarly, once a player dies in the game, their country will immediately suffer top-level natural disasters such as a magnitude 10 earthquake, a 100-meter tsunami, or an extreme cold storm. The country selected Smith, a former Navy SEAL and a top wilderness survival expert. The Sakura Kingdom drew Hattori Hanzo, a top-tier assassin ninja of the IGA school. The representatives sent by other countries were almost all top-notch individuals with rich experience and formidable strength. But when it was Huaxia's turn, everyone was stunned. The contestant Huaxia drew was none other than Su Ruan, the delicate and soft-hearted heiress who had just been kicked out of her home and ridiculed by the entire internet. The news plunged the entire nation into despair. It's over. China is truly doomed this time. She can't even open a bottle cap. How could she possibly survive in the desolate wilderness? In fact, less than half a year after Su Ruan was brought back to the Su family, she was betrayed by her family and outsiders. In order to buy Su Cha-Cha, the fake heiress hiding in the safe house, a minute to escape, they actually pushed Su Ruan into the zombie horde, where she was torn apart and devoured by countless zombies. But when Su Ruan opened her eyes again, she found herself reborn back to the very moment the National Destiny and Natural Disaster Survival game had just begun. Not only that, she was also bound to the legendary God-level Shinong system. With the system, she can accurately perceive the hidden attributes of all plants and animals within a 100-mile radius. Whether it's planting, gathering, or processing resources, there's a chance to trigger a 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold critical hit, which is then directly returned to the real world of China. At the same time, the system also granted her a max-level, godlike cold resistance physique, as well as a master-level environmental perception ability that can be continuously upgraded. At that moment, Su Ruan irritably pulled open the collar of her trench coat, revealing her snow-white collarbone, and raised her hand to fan herself. Fisk, why is it suddenly so hot? Is the heavens trying to set off a firestorm? The global live stream went completely silent for a full 5 seconds, the frantically scrolling comments halting. A viewer in Japan spat out a mouthful of red wine onto the screen, and Su Cha-Cha's fake smile froze completely. In the Chinese conference room, the old general plucked a handful of his beard. After a brief silence, the Chinese live stream exploded. Minus 20 degrees Celsius, and she's wearing pajamas and complaining of being hot, even unbuttoning them to let in some air. Could this be late-stage hypothermia? Before dying, one feels hot and will even take off their clothes. Su Cha-Cha immediately chimed in, crying as she said that this was indeed the final stage of hypothermia, where the patient undresses. Su Ruan was about to pass away, and everyone should observe a moment of silence. But Su Ruan lowered her head, looking at the broken wood-chopping knife in the snow, the one everyone mocked. She flexed her wrist, a cold smile slowly curving her lips. So delicate, huh? Can't lift a knife, huh? In a live stream, trolls and online trolls continued their frenzied shouting, convinced that Su Ruan's complaints of heat were just a sign of hypothermia and that they wished she would die so as not to delay others from taking refuge in air raid shelters. Su Ruan didn't even glance at the camera, silently chanting in her mind, "System, activate master-level environmental perception." The moment the system activated, the deathly gray and desolate frigid forest transformed into a holographic data network. Nearby dead trees, poisonous snakes, and ice and snow were all marked with dangerous attributes, rendering everything unusable. Her gaze finally settled on a black, withered tree 100 meters away, as thick as 3 people could hug, covered in frost. In the system's view, the tree was radiating a blinding golden red light. Century-old premium smokeless wood, calorific value 100 times that of ordinary wood, smokeless and non-toxic. A single branch can burn for 12 hours and provides a constant temperature range of 30 degrees Celsius. Su Ruan's eyes lit up. She bent down to pick up the rusty wood-chopping knife from the snow and, wearing her windproof sandals, quickly walked towards the ancient tree. After merging with the divine-level cold resistance physique, the snow felt like cotton under her feet and the biting wind had no effect. She walked more and more steadily, even faster than on flat ground. The livestream audience was stunned. How could someone on the verge of hypothermia pass away so easily? Everyone could only console themselves that it was a final burst of energy before her death. In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha covered her mouth, feigning concern, saying that Su Ruan usually couldn't even peel an apple properly, and now she was using a broken machete to chop down such a giant tree. She would definitely hurt herself. The internet was abuzz with ridicule. Some said even Smith, with a chainsaw, struggled to cut through the frozen wood, yet Su Wanwan dared to try and chop it down with a rusty piece of iron. It was utterly humiliating. Amidst the online spectacle, Su Wanwan stood before the century-old smokeless wood. She looked up at the tree, then glanced down at the broken machete in her hand, clicking her tongue in disdain. The next second, she threw the machete into the snow 5 meters away. The live chat exploded, everyone thinking she had finally given up and was ready to die. But before the taunts could finish, Su Wanwan lowered her body and took a half step back with her right leg. The system not only enhanced her cold resistance, but also her bone and muscle density and explosive power, which were already beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Chopping down trees is too troublesome. Su Wanwan suddenly exerted force in her waist, and the snow under her feet exploded with a roar. Her long leg, wrapped in silk pajamas, swept out like a heavy cannon with a piercing sound. Bang! The deafening roar shook the wilderness, even punctuating the recording equipment with a sharp static. The shockwave spread from where she landed, tearing apart the snow and wind within a 10-meter radius. The giant tree, frozen solid by the extreme cold and requiring 3 adult men to encircle it, was kicked open with a huge gash just 1 meter above the ground. Crack! Crack! A series of snapping sounds rang out. The centuries-old tree, weighing several tons, finally broke in two, crashing backward with a deafening roar, causing the snow-covered ground to tremble violently. Su Wanwan simply patted her pajama bottoms and commented indifferently, "It's all right, barely enough to be used as firewood." The Su family in Jiangcheng, whose parents had just been clamoring to blacklist her, now stood there, mouths agape in terror. In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, was completely frozen in place. For a full minute, not a single comment appeared in the live stream with its 2 billion viewers. It wasn't until Su Wanwan dragged the hundreds of pounds weight tree trunk back to the starting camp like a chick that the comments exploded like a tsunami. Everyone was questioning their eyes. A single kick snapped a massive ironwood tree, as thick as 3 people. This was no delicate heiress, but a monster in human skin. Those who had mocked her apologized, while online trolls accused China of using special effects to cheat. But no matter their denials, the broken tree in the live stream was undeniable. Inside the high-level Chinese meeting room, the old general slammed his fist on the table and shouted excitedly, "Withdraw the disaster prevention plan. China is saved." Su Wanwan paid no attention to the madness outside. She broke off 2 smokeless wood branches, rubbed them together a few times, and an orange-red flame rose in the snow. The flame produced no black smoke, and the snow within a 30-meter radius melted rapidly, raising the temperature to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. While other athletes were still enduring the bitter cold, she was already sitting by the fire to warm herself. "We have a fire now, but I'm hungry." Su Wanwan activated her environmental perception again. The system cursor pierced through half a meter of frozen soil and locked onto a sphere, emitting an alluring halo. Mutant premium snow sweet potato discovered, weighing 5 pounds, rich in top-grade carbohydrates and trace amounts of spiritual energy. Consuming it can restore stamina and enhance physical constitution. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. On the polluted planet Water Blue, even ordinary potatoes were incredibly expensive. This 5-pound, all-natural, mutated sweet potato was an absolute post-apocalyptic treasure. She dug through the hard frozen soil with her bare hands, easily unearthing a purplish-red sweet potato larger than an adult's head. In a live stream, countless viewers stared at it, swallowing hard. Su Wanwan skewered the sweet potatoes onto wooden sticks and placed them in a smokeless fire to roast. 10 minutes later, the skin was crispy and charred. She gently broke one open, and golden honey immediately flowed out in strands. The rich aroma of caramelization and sweetness seemed to waft through the screen, making countless hungry viewers' eyes light up. Su Wanwan blew on the hot potato and took a big bite. The soft, sweet, and warm liquid slid into her stomach, making her squint her eyes in comfort. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Detected that the host has collected and consumed a mutated premium snow sweet potato for the first time. Triggered the 10,000X return mechanism. 100,000X critical hit confirmed. The next second, a cold, resounding voice boomed in the minds of 1.4 billion Chinese people. Global broadcast. Chinese contestant Su Ruan has successfully obtained and consumed 5 kilograms of top-grade snow sweet potatoes, triggering a 10,000-fold manifestation mechanism. 250,000 tons of top-grade mutated hot sweet potatoes are about to descend upon Tiananmen Square, the capital of China. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. In Tiananmen Square, refugees were kept behind the security line by armed police, everyone staring at the central area displaying national supplies. After Su Ruan was selected, no one held out hope. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a funeral, and some had even begun writing their wills. But just then, a beam of golden light suddenly split open in the red sky. The crack rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant teleportation portal with a diameter of over 300 meters, for which a rich aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted, permeating the entire capital city. The next second, countless giant purplish-red sweet potatoes, bathed in golden light, cascaded down like a waterfall onto the square. Each one was the size of a head, steaming hot, and bursting open to release golden nectar, so sweet it left everyone stunned. The statistics officer stared at the screen, his voice trembling. Report. Total material quantity, 250,000 tons, top-grade mutated hot sweet potatoes. Constant temperature, 65 degrees Celsius. All nutritional indicators are SSS level. The old general paused for 3 seconds, then sternly ordered, notify all troops nationwide to immediately organize transportation. Within 48 hours, deliver this batch of food to every refugee resettlement site, leaving no one out. The square erupted in jubilation. The refugees, starving for days, stood frozen in place until a middle-aged man knelt down, grabbed a smashed sweet potato, and stuffed it into his mouth. The long-lost sweet taste of the food instantly brought tears to his eyes. There's food. There really is food. Cries rang out, but it was no longer despair. The young mother carefully broke off a sweet potato and fed it to the baby in her arms. The child babbled contentedly. She looked up at the sky and whispered her thanks. Thank you, Su Ruan. The live stream chat in China completely shifted. Those who were just questioning Su Ruan were now flooding the screen with apologies. 250,000 tons of sweet potatoes were enough to save countless people on the verge of starvation. In the commentary booth, Su Chacha's face was extremely pale. Upon hearing the figure of 250,000 tons, she went from astonishment to horror, and finally to a distorted, stiff expression. When the host asked her if she had anything to say, she could only force a smile. I always believed that my sister could do it. The comments section immediately exposed her. Just 3 minutes ago, didn't you ask everyone to mourn for her? Su Chacha's fake smile instantly crumbled, and with the screen filled with long-live goddess Su, no one looked at her anymore. On the other side of the world, Smith and the Beacon of Light was still gnawing on dry branches, having found no supplies. The audience, gazing at the mountain of sweet potatoes in China, fell silent, finally uttering only a complex sigh. She only ate one sweet potato. Hattori Hanzo from the Sakura Kingdom entered the cave, but only found bat guano and pebbles. The guide was about to boast about his long-term strategy when he turned around and saw Su Ruan sitting by the campfire, happily eating half a roasted sweet potato, and he was speechless. Inside the Su family villa, Mr. and Mrs. Su's expressions shifted constantly. Su Ruan had predicted the apocalypse and told them to stock up on coffins, and now it had all come true. Yet, they had personally driven this daughter, chosen by the nation's destiny, out of their home. The shattered live-streaming equipment on the ground was still replaying the scene of Su Ruan kicking down a century-old tree. Su's mother stared at it for a long time, finally asking in a trembling voice, do we do something wrong? Mr. Su didn't answer, but instead pulled out Su Ruan's number. His thumb hovered over the dial button, unable to press it. He remembered Su Ruan's eyes when she left. No anger, no resentment, only a coldness as if she were looking at a dead person. Day 1, Hour 4 in the dead wilderness. In this frigid environment, to survive, one must find fire before body heat depletes, find water before dehydration, and find food before hunger wears off. Any misstep leads to certain death. Smith, a retired soldier from the United States, understood this principle well. In a sub-zero blizzard, He managed to build a makeshift shelter of tree branches and light a small fire within 3 hours, using only a waterproof jacket and a titanium alloy military knife. But he couldn't find any food. The frigid forest seemed devoid of life. The frozen ground was as hard as iron, leaving only white marks when a military knife struck it. He searched the surroundings, but found nothing but dead trees and frozen snake carcasses. The fire was also about to die. The thick smoke from the mixed wood was choking, and the heat was low. The flames seemed ready to go out at any moment. Smith had no choice but to take off his gloves and grab handfuls of snow to stuff into his mouth. The snow and ice made his tongue numb. He knew that eating snow would draw heat from his body, but without water, dehydration would kill him even faster. A somber atmosphere filled the American livestream chat, with viewers offering only prayers. Someone, about to mock the Chinese player, was completely stunned when they switched to split-screen mode. Su Ruan, the delicate young lady whom netizens worldwide believe wouldn't last 3 minutes, was lazily leaning against a piece of smokeless wood, her legs stretched out in front of the campfire, warming herself. In her hand was a second sweet potato she had dug out of the snow. The first one had long since been eaten, leaving only the skin. The smokeless would burn steadily and warmly, melting the snow within a 30-meter radius into warm mud. She even took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the ground. The thermometer showed that the area was a whopping 27 degrees Celsius. Chinese viewers couldn't help but wonder, was she here for wilderness survival or for a winter vacation? After roasting the sweet potatoes, Su Ruan scanned her surroundings with the system, her gaze landing on a clump of snow-covered bushes. The system immediately labeled it Extreme Cold Frost Leaf Tea, made from a cold-resistant mutant tea tree. The tea leaves are naturally fermented, mellow and sweet, with a stimulating effect 50 times that of ordinary tea. Long-term consumption can also enhance mental strength. Su Ruan raised an eyebrow, walked over, and grabbed a handful of frozen leaves. She piled the snow on a heated stone, letting the melted snow flow into the stone's hollow. After boiling it, she sprinkled in the crushed tea leaves. Moments later, a cool, slightly sweet aroma of tea wafted through the wilderness. She scooped a bowl of tea from hollowed-out tree bark, blew on it to cool it, took a sip, and simply commented, "Not bad." The global live stream automatically pushed the image onto the main screen. The contrast seen by viewers from different countries was brutal. Smith crouched beside a dying fire, gnawing on snow, his lips pale, gripping his military knife to protect himself from wild animals. Hattori Hanzo of the Sakura Kingdom is meditating in a cave, having not eaten for 2 days. Ivan, the fighting champion of the Bear Kingdom, finds the frozen river, but spends 20 minutes smashing the ice with his bare hands, his knuckles covered in blood. In the split-screen view of China, Su Ruan was huddled around a warm campfire, eating roasted sweet potatoes and drinking wild tea, swinging around barefoot. The scene resembled a winter camping trip more than a struggle for survival. American netizens were the first to break down, questioning whether China had access to a special map, as Su Ruan seemed to have everything. Chinese netizens immediately countered, arguing that this wasn't luck, but rather that Su Ruan could see things others couldn't. The replay showed that Smith had passed by a dead tree resembling smokeless wood 3 times, but only considered it ordinary fuel. He didn't know that the wood was smokeless and burned for a long time, with a single branch capable of burning for 12 hours. Ironically, he also had mutated sweet potatoes buried beneath his feet, but gave up after digging twice because the frozen soil was too hard. He didn't have Su Ruan's ability to easily dig through frozen soil. Retired biology professor Lao Wang summarized it accurately. Other contestants relied on experience and physical strength, while Su Ruan relied on overwhelming information. Experience has its limits, but her comprehensive knowledge gave her an irreplaceable advantage. This comment quickly rose to the top of the trending list. Su Cha was still sitting in the commentary booth, but for the past half hour, she had practically become invisible. The audience was busy cheering for Su Ruan, and no one paid any attention to her anymore. She stared at the face on the screen, reddened by the firelight, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Why did that country bumpkin who had spent 18 years in the countryside take everything that should have been hers? In the past, Su Cha was always the chosen heroine adored by everyone. She thought Su Ruan could only ever be her stepping stone. But now, Su Wanwan sits by the campfire, sipping wild tea, and is revered as a goddess by 1.4 billion people. The host asked her how she would rate Su Wanwan. Su Cha-Cha quickly put on a gentle smile, praising her sister's abilities and admitting that she hadn't known her sister before. The host, however, interrupted her directly. "All right, stop acting. Let's switch back to the wilderness scene." Su Cha-Cha's smile froze on her face. For the first time, she felt a chilling coldness, not from being hated, but from being completely ignored. This feeling was more maddening than the pain of having her leg broken by a foot. On the first day in the dead wilderness, night fell. Su Wanwan added 2 more smokeless logs to the fire, instantly making the flames burn brighter and warming the camp. Now, in this wilderness, her camp was arguably the most luxurious human settlement. Su Wanwan leaned against a tree stump, closing her eyes to rest, casually twirling a broken wood-chopping knife in her hand. It wasn't good for cutting trees, but it was passable for peeling sweet potatoes. The number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 3 billion, but the chat had slowed down. It wasn't that there were fewer viewers, but rather that everyone was waiting to see how she would survive her first night in the wilderness. During a break, Su Wanwan asked the system if there was a limit to the number of times the 10,000x return could be used. The system told her that as long as she acquired and used new types of resources, she could trigger a critical return, ranging from a minimum of 1,000x to a maximum of 100,000x, with no upper limit. In other words, the more she eats in the wilderness and the more diverse the things she finds, the more resources China will gain. Su Wanwan immediately smiled, saving the world by eating and drinking. This job is really worthwhile. As she was planning to expand her exploration area tomorrow, her master-level environmental perception suddenly flashed a blinding red light. The system warned that a large mutated creature was approaching at high speed. The approaching creature was an extreme cold mutated snow wolf, elite level, danger level B+. It stood 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder, over 3 meters long, weighed approximately 450 kilograms, and its claws and fangs were powerful enough to tear through alloy steel plates. It possesses an extremely keen sense of smell, capable of detecting food scents from 3 kilometers away, and is adept at silently stealthing across the snow. At this moment, it is 820 meters from the camp and is expected to arrive in 4 minutes. Su Wanwan suddenly opened her eyes, instantly switching from rest to combat mode. She knew that what attracted the snow wolves was the smell of roasted sweet potatoes. In the deadly, cold forest, the campfire, the warmth, and the aroma of food were like an irresistible invitation to the hungry, mutated beasts. "Bring it on." Su Wanwan stood up and gripped the wood-chopping knife. Thanks to the system's enhancement, her explosive power, reaction time, and bone strength far surpassed those of ordinary people, making her actual combat strength comparable to that of top Special Forces soldiers. But the snow wolf could tear through steel plates, so she dared not underestimate it. At the same time, a red warning popped up on the live stream. A large mutated creature was approaching the Chinese contestant. The global live stream chat instantly erupted. Some urged her to run. Others explained that even a regular gray wolf's bite force was astonishing, but this mutated snow wolf could easily tear a person in two. Inside the high-level conference room of China, the old general slammed his teacup heavily on the table. At the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha, upon hearing the words mutant snow wolf, couldn't suppress a flicker of excitement in her eyes. She deliberately looked down at the documents, and after a moment, she put on a worried expression. "Sister is indeed very strong, but a snow wolf is not a tree. It's a B+ grade, mutated beast. Even a regular army would have to send a platoon to hunt it down. After all, she's only one person." On the surface, it was concern, but in reality, it was a reminder to everyone that no matter how strong Su Wanwan was, she was still facing a ferocious beast that could pounce and dodge. The comments section indeed began to waver, with many worried that no one would treat her if she were injured. The international community was even less forgiving. Some people feigned prayers for China, while also mentioning the potential zombie virus that might appear after the players' deaths. Japan even opened betting odds on whether Su Wanwan could survive the first night. Su Wanwan was completely unaware of any of this, nor did she care. Her entire focus was on the approaching danger signal in the darkness. 300 meters later, The snow wolf didn't charge straight at the camp. Instead, it circled the perimeter of the firelight, searching for an angle to attack like an experienced hunter. Suruwanawan's expression gradually grew serious. A beast with brains was far more difficult to deal with than one with brute force alone. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. She breathed softly, gripped the wood-chopping knife in her right hand with the back of the blade against her forearm, and lowered her body slightly to make sure she wouldn't slip. The firelight illuminated at most 30 meters. Outside, it was all thick, impenetrable darkness. The wind and snow had stopped some time earlier. The forest was eerily quiet, and even the 3 billion viewers unconsciously held their breath. The next second, 2 eerie green lights suddenly shone in the darkness. Less than 20 meters from Suruwanawan, the snow wolf silently slipped through the outer perimeter and reached the edge of the camp. It emerged from the shadows, its massive body fully exposed to the firelight, its silver gray mane standing on end like steel needles, its muscles bulging beneath its fur. Its head was terrifyingly broad, its fangs gleaming white, and saliva dripping constantly. Its cold green eyes first fixed on the sweet potato peels beside the fire, then locked on his Suruwanawan. Compared to those scraps, this warm, vibrant human was clearly a more suitable prey. The snow wolf growled, and a terrifying mental pressure spread with the howl, sending chills down the spines of many spectators. Suchacha gripped the wheelchair armrests tightly, her eyes showing no fear, only anticipation. But facing a monster capable of crushing ordinary people, Suruwanawan didn't retreat. Instead, she took a step forward. She turned the wood-chopping knife into a more upright grip, the firelight illuminating her fair face, but a dangerous glint burned in her eyes. Perfect. We've eaten the sweet potatoes and drunk the tea. All that's missing is a main dish. The snow wolf's green eyes narrowed sharply, as if it understood her provocation. The next instant, its hind legs suddenly burst forth, and its massive silver body became a blur, hurtling towards Suruwanawan's throat with the force of tearing through the air. The hearts of 3 billion people worldwide skipped a beat simultaneously. A gigantic, silvery gray shadow instantly filled the live broadcast screen, the wind pressure tilting the campfire and scattering sparks everywhere. 3 billion viewers held their breath, expecting Suruwanawan to dodge. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she took a step forward to face the giant wolf, her right hand flashing a broken wood-chopping knife, her body lowered, power coursing through her entire body from her feet. In a mere 0.3 seconds, she twisted her waist and swung her arm, the blade slicing upwards at an angle. Instead of cleaving the wolf's head, she precisely cut into the jawbone, slicing along the most vulnerable part of the skull. Thud! The broken wood-chopping knife, ridiculed online for being unable to even cut tofu, was in her hands like a hot knife through butter. The blade pierced flesh and bone, cutting straight through the skull. The snow wolf's massive body grazed past Suruwanawan, its limbs still pouncing, but its head had been cleaved in two from the jaw to the top. Blood splattered across the snow, and the corpse crashed 5 meters away, leaving a trail of blood. It twitched twice and then went still. From takeoff to death, it was only 2 seconds. Suruwanawan shook the blood off her knife, glanced at the wolf carcass, then looked down at the bloodstains on her robe sleeve, wrinkling her nose in disgust. It's dirty. Her first reaction after killing a B+ grade mutated beast was simply that her clothes were dirty. The live stream automatically switched to slow motion. Only then could everyone see clearly that the angle at which she dodged the wolf's claws was precise to the millimeter, and her strike was an arc aided by the snow wolf's momentum. This wasn't brute force, but terrifyingly skillful technique. The live stream chat was silent for 8 seconds, then the comments exploded. 1 slash, and she's done it. She really chopped the wolf in half with 1 slash. What kind of female college student uses a machete to open a wolf's skull? Is this what you call an unemployed bum? She even calculated the skeletal structure, and she actually complained that her clothes were dirty. The betting odds on foreign websites collapsed instantly. In Japan, the odds for whether the Chinese player could survive the first night plummeted from 1 minute and 3.5 seconds to 1 minute and 0.01 seconds. No one dared to bet on Suruwanawan's death anymore. Viewers from the United States also flooded into the Chinese live stream, the screen filled with chaotic exclamations. Some even remarked that she was faster than the Terminator. Inside the high-level meeting room of China, the old general picked up a half-splash cup of cold tea, drank it all in one gulp, and ordered in a deep voice, "Investigate all her files. Her birth, her upbringing, and what she went through in those 18 years. Find out everything for me." The staff officer quickly pulled out the documents, his expression growing increasingly strange. Public information showed that Su Wanruan was 18 years old and had only returned to Jiangxing from a remote rural area 3 months prior. Her household registration indicated she was unemployed, had dropped out of junior high school, and had no record of combat training. The village's assessment was even more telling: withdrawn, frail, and unable to perform even basic farm work. A few seconds of silence fell over the conference room. The old general stared at the loop of the 1/ to slay the wolf video on the screen, then at the frail and sickly file, his expression incredibly complex. "Are you sure this is the same person?" In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha's expression was also on the verge of collapse. She still wore a worried smile for her sister, but her eyes were fixed on the screen as if something was crumbling in her mind. The host didn't dare call on her, but the comment section was anything but polite. Just 3 minutes ago, everyone was observing a moment of silence. But now it seems the wolves should be the ones observing a moment of silence, right? Sister Cha-Cha said her sister can't open a water bottle cap. No problem. She can open a wolf skull. Su Cha-Cha's hands, hidden under the blanket, had her nails already digging into her palms. In the wilderness, Su Wanruan had already begun processing the wolf carcass. The snow wolf was enormous. Its silver-gray fur stained with blood, yet its quality was still evident. She reached out and touched it, and a system tag immediately popped up. B+ grade, mutated snow wolf hide, a top-quality material. It can withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius, has a hardness comparable to grade 6 alloy steel, and weighs only 1/3 of ordinary leather. Initial processing may trigger a system reset. Su Wanruan wiped her machete clean and began skinning the wolf. Her cuts were swift and precise, slicing open the abdomen and separating the skin and flesh along the fascia. Her movements were so fast they were chilling. The entire wolf pelt was removed intact, the inside clean and smooth, without a single knife mark. In a live stream, a butcher who claimed to have slaughtered pigs for 30 years could only marvel at her knife skills, saying they surpassed even his masters. The wolf pelt was laid out to bake by the fire, its silvery fur gleaming softly in the firelight. Su Wanruan then cut the wolf meat into chunks, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire to roast slowly. The fat sizzled, and the aroma of meat mingled with the scent of wood wafted through the air. While the other contestants were still desperately trying to survive, she was already enjoying roasted meat in the snow, making the audience drool with envy. Su Wanruan tore off a piece of crispy wolf meat and took a bite. The meat was a bit gamey, but firm enough to stave off hunger. As she ate, she pondered her plans for tomorrow. Her system senses told her that deep within the frigid forest lay things 10 times more dangerous than snow wolves, and also resources 100 times more precious than sweet potatoes. To obtain those items, she needed to venture deeper. But before setting off, she needed a stable base. Su Wanruan gnawed on wolf meat, gazing at the cliff face faintly visible in the darkness. There, the system tag was flashing a faint golden light. Tomorrow, I'll build a house first. The nights in the desolate wilderness were quieter than the days. Su Wanruan, draped in a dried, mutated wolf pelt, dozed for 4 hours against the embers of smokeless wood, her environmental awareness constantly scanning at a low frequency. The system would issue a warning if any living creature approached within a 300-meter radius. Fortunately, the lingering scent of the snow wolf's blood deterred other wild beasts, and she safely endured until dawn. Upon waking, Su Wanruan immediately began processing the wolf pelt. The system notification indicated that only after completing the initial processing and wearing the pelt could the return be triggered. The initial processing simply involved shaping the wolf pelt into a basic wearable form. The system would then complete the quality adjustments. She laid the wolf pelt on the ground, cut it with a machete, whittled thin twigs of smokeless wood into needles, and extracted wolf tendons to make thread. Accustomed to sewing and mending in her previous life, she moved nimbly and finished sewing a long wolf pelt coat in 15 minutes. The silver-gray wolf fur faced outwards with leather lining. The collar, cuffs, and hem were all neatly gathered, leaving ample room for movement at the shoulders and elbows. Although made to adult men's sizes, it was ridiculously large on her, yet surprisingly warm. The moment she put on the coat, the -20-degree wind seemed to vanish completely. A system notification immediately sounded. She had completed the processing and wearing of the B+ grade mutated snow wool fur coat. The 10,000-fold return mechanism had been officially triggered. This batch of supplies is top-tier cold-weather strategic material, with a critical hit multiplier of 80,000. The next second, a mechanical voice exploded in the minds of over 1 billion Chinese people. 80,000 B+ grade extreme cold wolfskin coats are about to descend upon 6 northern provinces of China. At this time, the 6 northern provinces were shrouded in an extreme cold storm that had lasted for 13 days. Temperatures plummeted to -47 degrees Celsius. Heating had long been paralyzed, and electricity and gas were intermittently cut off. Countless people were struggling to survive on scrap wood and tattered quilts. At a temporary resettlement site in Yongning City, North China Province, more than 300 elderly, infirm, and disabled people were crammed into a drafty factory building. An old woman held her 8-year-old granddaughter, whose face was purple from the cold. The child whispered that she was so cold, and the old woman could only tell her to bear it a little longer. Suddenly, golden light shone above the factory. A teleportation rift tore open the sky, and rows of silver-gray coats fell from the sky, neatly covering the open ground. The coats were sturdy, and the material itself radiated warmth. The armed police squad leader picked up a piece of clothing and put it on. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, even easing his chilblains. With red eyes, he shouted, "One for everyone, priority for the elderly and children. Everyone line up. No fighting allowed." The little girl dragged a coat back for her grandmother, and the two draped it over each other. The fur collar covered their heads, and the warmth dispelled the bruises on their faces. The girl happily said how warm it was, and the old woman hugged her granddaughter tightly, tears falling silently. The live stream fell into an unusual silence. The screen was devoid of celebration, only a dense barrage of comments. Some said Yongning had received it, others said Grandma was finally smiling, and still others simply typed 2 words, "Thank you." All the thanks were directed at Su Ruan. Su Cha-Cha in the commentary booth froze completely. No one paid attention to her anymore. Everyone was staring at the girl in the wilderness wearing a large wolfskin coat. The host announced that distribution has begun in 6 northern provinces, with 80,000 coats sufficient to cover key vulnerable groups, and the freezing death rate is expected to drop to a historic low tonight. In less than 12 hours after entering the wilderness, Su Ruan has brought 250,000 tons of sweet potatoes and 80,000 top-quality cold-weather coats to China. This achievement puts him at the top of the rankings in over 200 countries worldwide. Smith, the second-ranked player from the United States, has yet to trigger a refund. The international community has shifted from ridicule to silence. Countless people want to know why this elite soldier would lose to an 18-year-old girl. Inside the Su family villa, the television repeatedly played images of elderly people putting on their coats and shedding tears. Su's mother clutched the remote control, muttering to herself, unable to understand when Su Ruan had learned to sew. Su's father silently put down his phone, ultimately not dialing the number. He suddenly realized that even if the call connected, he had no right to say, "Come back." The television screen cut back to the wilderness. Su Ruan sat by the campfire, her chin resting on her hand, gazing absently at the dark cliff in the distance. Su's father watched for a long time, finally turning off his phone, sinking into the sofa, and remaining silent. On the morning of the second day in the desolate wilderness, Su Ruan finished the last piece of roasted wolf meat, rubbed her hands with snow, and prepared to build a house. Her past life's experiences had taught her that fire and food could only keep her alive temporarily. To survive long-term in the extreme cold wilderness, she needed a sturdy shelter. Open-air campsites pose too many risks. Blizzards can extinguish fires. The smell of food will attract strange beasts, and supplies piled up in the snow are more easily stolen. She needs a proper shelter first. Su Ruan circled the cliff to examine it. The system scan showed that the 12-meter-high, metamorphic granite cliff face was structurally stable, facing southeast and perfectly avoiding the prevailing wind direction. At the bottom of the cliff, there is a natural recess 4 meters deep, 6 meters wide, and 3 meters high, which can directly serve as the back wall and half of the roof. The location is good. The remaining problem is the materials. The hardness of snow wolf bones exceeds that of grade as stainless steel. The large bones can be used as beams and columns. The small bones can be used as tenons and mortises, and the ribs can support the roof. As for the century-old smokeless, which she kicked and broke, its tough texture was perfect for wall and ceiling panels. With all the materials readily available, Su Ruan closed her eyes and called out to the system. Any suitable building plans? Ding. Optimal solution matched. An improved version of a mortise and tenon structure shelter for extreme cold environments. Zero metal, zero glue, load-bearing structure achieved through the interlocking of wood and frame. Wind-resistant to level 12, insulation rating S, and reconfigurable. The complete blueprints instantly flashed in her mind, the dimensions and angles of every beam, column, and tenon precise to the millimeter. Su Ruan opened her eyes and immediately began work. She started by processing the wolf bones. Splitting the bones with a machete, shaping the tenons, and smoothing them were all done in one go. The wolf leg bones were cut into 4 pillars. The vertebrae were made into connectors, and the ribs were trimmed into roof load-bearing strips. Next, she processed the smokeless wood. The sturdy trunks were treated like ordinary timber in her hands, quickly split into boards of uniform thickness, and then mortise and tenon joints were carved out according to the drawings. Mortise and tenon structures cannot tolerate errors. A deviation of 1 millimeter will cause them to loosen, and a deviation of 2 millimeters may cause them to collapse. But those hands, which Su Cha-Cha had once mocked for not being able to even open a bottle cap, were now surprisingly steady. Dovetail tenons, mortise and tenon joints, wedge tenons, and shoulder tenons were all replicated by her with a rusty woodcutter's knife. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, and the Chinese architectural community was in an uproar. That's a standard dovetail tenon. The angle is 73 degrees, textbook level. She added a reverse wedge at the end. That's the lost dovetail tenon technique, which has been around for nearly 200 years. I'm an ancient building restorer, and I've been doing this for 26 years. The precision of her tenon joints is something even CNC machine tools might not be able to achieve. Zhou, a 78-year-old professor at the Academy of Building Research, was pulled in front of the TV by his grandson and stared at Su Ruan's movements for a full 5 minutes. Then he slammed his hand on the coffee table, his voice trembling. Great. Pure mortise and tenon joints. No nails. No glue. A composite of bone and wood for load-bearing. I can't find a single weak point. Is she using a living finite element analysis software in her head? No one could answer. In the wilderness, Su Ruan had entered a state of focused concentration. 4 wolf bone pillars were wedged into the rock grooves. The crossbeams were secured with the spine, and the ribs were evenly laid on top. Thick, smokeless wooden planks were embedded into the frame one by one, and with crisp clicks, all the joints were perfectly sealed. Finally, she attached the ribs to the arched main roof and secured it completely with tenons and mortise locks. The slightly sloping arch allowed the snow to slide off on its own, preventing the roof from collapsing. Crack! The last mortise lock fell, and the shelter was fully completed. The 3-meter-high, 6-meter-wide, and 4-meter-deep bone and wood hut clings to the cliff face. Natural rock supports the back wall and half of the roof, while the rest of the structure is made entirely of wolf bones and smokeless wood. There are no nails, no glue. The entire hut is held together solely by mortise and tenon joints. Su Ruan went inside to test it. The seal was excellent, and no cold air could get in. She lit a smokeless wood fire in the corner, and 3 minutes later, the room temperature rose to over 20 degrees Celsius. She then used leftover materials to piece together a bedboard, laid out a wolf skin on it, sat on it, and swayed it. It was perfectly stable. All right, that's enough. After a few seconds of silence in the live stream, Zhou's grandson posted a long article. My grandfather cried after watching Su Ruan build a house, and then he said he had wasted the last 50 years of his life. Within 40 minutes, the post was shared over 8 million times. Chinese netizens were absolutely thrilled. 2 hours from dismantling the bones to moving in. While other countries' athletes are still living in drafty shacks, Sushin already has a fire pit and a cliffside mansion with a bed. Meanwhile, the international community was in a state of agitation. On a U.S. military forum, someone left a helpless comment. I had just accepted that Smith was inferior to her, but then I woke up to find that she had built a house out of bones and planks that was more sophisticated than my garage. A Japanese architecture professor admitted, such precision is impossible to achieve with bare hands unless her hands themselves are precision instruments. Chinese viewers immediately responded, "Thank you for your and less." Yes, she is. In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha stared blankly at the screen. She had always thought Su Wan was weak and insignificant, someone she could trample on. But the girl wearing a wolf's skin, sitting by the fire in the hut she had built herself, was anything but weak. Someone asked her in the live chat, "Sister Cha-Cha, didn't you say that Su Shan couldn't even open a mineral water bottle cap?" Su Cha-Cha's lips moved, and finally she smiled gently and sweetly. "Sister is really amazing. I'm proud of her." She lowered her eyes and pinched herself hard under the blanket. The pain was worse than the broken leg. Unaware of this, Su Wan, in the wilderness, leaned against the fire and began planning her route for the third day. The system has detected large areas of mutated plants in the valleys below the snow line, and there are also mineral reactions emitting a blue glow deep within the frozen lake. Resources are plentiful, but dangers are even greater. Su Wan clenched her fist, feeling the abundant power within, and whispered, "Take it slow." The firelight reflected in her eyes, and her tone was calm and unhurried. "I'll dig up and eat the good things in this wilderness one by one. I can feed the mouths of 1.4 billion people in China." The efficiency of China's relief supplies distribution was astonishing. After 250,000 tons of premium sweet potatoes and 80,000 wolfskin winter coats were delivered, high-level officials held an emergency meeting overnight and finalized a plan in just 40 minutes. Priority was given to elderly people living alone, the disabled, breastfeeding women, and children under 6, followed by low-income workers and frontline disaster relief personnel, and the remaining citizens were placed in waiting lists according to their regions. The announcement was met with widespread approval online. People who had been starving for days in resettlement centers finally had hot meals. But the Su family was far from happy. In the Su family villa in Jiangsheng, the refrigerator was already empty. Supplies had been scarce even before the apocalypse. Money didn't guarantee you could buy anything. The compressed biscuits they'd stockpiled a few days ago had been half thrown away by Su Cha-Cha because she thought they tasted terrible. The heating system was also broken, and the radiators were as cold as iron. Su Cha-Cha sat in her wheelchair wrapped in 2 blankets, her right leg in a cast trembling slightly, her nose red from the cold, and said aggrievedly that she was cold. Mrs. Su hurriedly found a mink coat, but Mr. Su stared at the resource allocation notice, his face grim. Their Su family was listed in the 3rd tier, meaning they could only wait in line. The dignified, richest family in Jiangsheng was relegated to the very bottom. Su's father made several phone calls, tried to use his connections to get supplies ahead of time, but was repeatedly turned down. Finally, someone reminded him that Su Wan was in the wilderness trying to secure supplies for the whole country. And if the Su family tried to use their privileges to cut in line, they would be severely criticized online. The phone call ended, and Su's father's fingers were trembling. The heating had also been completely turned off. Su Cha-Cha stared at the news footage. The old lady and her granddaughter were wrapped in wolfskin coats. Workers were squatting by the roadside, eating roasted sweet potatoes, and the caption read that the first batch of supplies had covered 40 million people. She clutched the blanket tightly and whispered that she was hungry too. Her mother pulled out the last half-pack of compressed biscuits, broke off a piece, and handed it to her. Su Cha-Cha took a bite. It was so hard it made her choke, and her eyes immediately reddened. Everyone outside is eating roasted sweet potatoes. Those are dug up by my sister. How come our family doesn't get a single one? In the past, Su's mother would have comforted her with heartache, but now, her gaze fell on the entrance hall. A few hours ago, Su Wan was kicked out of the house penniless, wearing only a bathrobe and a thin trench coat and slippers. Su's mother couldn't utter a single word of comfort. Su's father silently told Su Cha-Cha to make do with the food, and when he saw that she still wanted to complain, he unusually raised his voice. Su Cha-Cha could only lower her head and take another bite of the dry, hard biscuit. In a live stream, netizens had already uncovered the Su family's predicament. News of Su's father being refused entry to the queue, the heating being cut off, and Su Cha-Cha eating compressed biscuits drew applause from countless viewers. Some even joked that the Sioux family was the least deserving of Sioux Wannerwan sweet potatoes. A new host was brought to the commentary booth, and Sue Cha-Cha ended the broadcast citing a leg injury. But everyone knew she simply couldn't stay any longer. Night fell in the desolate wilderness, and the temperature plummeted once more. Outside the cliffs, wind and snow howled. But inside Sue Wannerwan's hut, smokeless wood burned, keeping the temperature stable at 23 degrees Celsius. She laid out the edges of a wolf pelt as a mattress, then covered herself with the complete, soft belly pelt. On her first day in the wilderness, she took a broken wood-chopping knife, chopped down trees, killed wolves, built houses, fed 1.4 billion people 2 meals a day, and sent 80,000 winter clothes to 6 northern provinces. Satisfied, Sue Wannerwan pulled up her wolfskin blanket and closed her eyes. The excruciating pain of being pushed into a zombie horde by the Sioux family in her past life and being torn apart and devoured seemed as distant as a dream. She activated her low, power cruise sensing, waking up at the slightest movement within 300 meters, and then fell into a peaceful sleep. Over 3 billion people worldwide watched the girl curled up in the wolf skin on their screens, and the comments gradually quieted down. After a long while, someone softly typed, "Sleep well. Sue Shun, you have to go to work tomorrow." On behalf of 1.4 billion people, good night. Good night messages flooded the screen. No one cursed Sue Wannerwan anymore, not a single one. On the second day in the dead wilderness, dawn broke. Just as the sky began to lighten with a pale, fish-like glow, the temperature plummeted to a new freezing point. On the global livestream's main screen, the blood-red reading pierced the hearts of countless viewers. Current ambient temperature, minus 30 degrees Celsius. American meteorologists exclaimed in alarm that exposed skin would necrotize within 5 minutes at these temperatures, and breathing would feel like swallowing shards of glass. Panic spread rapidly, and everyone immediately switched to a Chinese split-screen view. In the footage, Sue Wannerwan's wooden cabin is covered in frost, with half-meter-long icicles hanging from the eaves, resembling a snow mound buried beneath a cliff. Viewers felt that the cabin couldn't keep out the cold wind, and that she had probably frozen to death inside. Survival experts also looked grave. The cabin's ceiling was limited. If the temperature couldn't be maintained above 10 degrees Celsius, bodily functions would quickly fail, and they could only hope for a miracle. Sue Cha-Cha, meanwhile, had started her personal live stream early. Sitting in her wheelchair wrapped in a blanket, her eyes red and choked with sobs, she said she hadn't slept all night, worried that her sister wouldn't survive the extreme cold. Her remaining loyal fans offered her comfort. Just when the 3 billion viewers thought devastating news was about to strike, the wooden door suddenly creaked open from the inside. Sue Wannerwan walked out, yawning. She was still wearing a faded white silk nightgown, with a loose wolfskin coat draped over her shoulders. Her cheeks were fair with a rosy glow, clearly showing that she had just woken up from a warm bed. She stretched lazily at the doorway, her joints cracking. Then she scooped up snow and rubbed it on her face, broke off a smokeless wood twig, bit off one end, dipped it in the snow water, and slowly brushed her teeth. In the desolate, minus 30-degree wilderness, she managed to make it feel like her own backyard. The livestream room fell silent instantly. Then the chat exploded. Some people were just worried she'd freeze to death, but then they saw her washing her face with snow to refresh herself. Others noticed the snow melted instantly on her face and couldn't help but call her a human heater. Sue Cha-Cha's livestream was also flooded with "Go watch Sue Shun." Her sad expression frozen on her face looked particularly ridiculous. After washing up, Sue Wannerwan returned to the cabin. Once the drone followed her inside, everyone discovered that the cracks in the walls had been sealed tightly with wolf pelt scraps and white moss, and the smokeless wood in the hearth burned steadily, making the cabin warm and dry. The wooden bed in the corner was covered with thick wolf pelts, more luxurious than a down comforter in a 5-star hotel. Sue Wannerwan dragged out the skeleton of the mutated snow wolf left over from last night, picked up a broken wood-chopping knife, and chopped it into even pieces with a few snips. The experts who had previously questioned her fell silent. She then took out the stone pot she had casually carved the night before, threw in the wolf bones, and shoveled a pot of snow over the fire. Bone broth alone isn't quite enough. Sue Wannerwan closed her eyes, her master-level environmental perception instantly activating. Her vision pierced through the wooden house, snow, and frozen ground, finally locking onto the roots of a withered tree 20 meters below the cliff. Extreme cold black truffle, a rare, mutated species. It can enhance the flavor of food, remove the gamey smell of meat, and long-term consumption can nourish the spirit and improve perception. Suruwanawan's eyes lit up. She grabbed her machete and went outside. After finding a dead tree, she dug through 1/2 meter of frozen soil. A black fungus, the size of a baby's fist, quickly emerged from the ground. Its surface had strange patterns and emitted a peculiar fragrance. The audience initially mistook it for a lump of mud, but the Chinese commentary team urgently brought in a top gourmet. The old man stared at the mushroom block, his voice trembling with excitement. It was a truffle, and a mutated black truffle far surpassing any top-grade white truffle. Before the apocalypse, a single gram could buy an apartment in the capital. Now, it was priceless. Suruwanawan didn't care at all. She simply rinsed the bones with snow water and sliced them thinly with a wood-chopping knife. At this moment, the wolf bone soup in the stone pot was already bubbling away, and the milky white broth was emitting a rich aroma of bones. The aroma changed instantly as the truffle slices fell into the pot. The rich flavor of wolf bone intertwined and exploded with the exotic aroma of truffles, filling the small house with an overpowering and fresh fragrance that seemed to penetrate everyone's nostrils even through the live broadcast signal. The sounds of swallowing echoed both on and off screen. Suruwanawan scooped up a spoonful of thick soup, blew on it to cool it, and put it in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The warm flow of wolf bone soup slid into her stomach, the aroma of truffles blooming on her tongue, soothing her entire body. She nodded, offering only 2 words. Not bad. The live stream chat went completely crazy. Some people were munching on compressed biscuits, feeling like what they were eating was worse than pig slop. Many more were pleading through the screen, just wanting a sip of soup. Just as Suruwanawan was about to enjoy her breakfast, the voice of Hattori Hanzo, a player from the Japanese country, suddenly came through the public channel. He mocked the wooden houses as mere ornate coffins, claiming that only primitive caves held the true truth of survival, and that fools obsessed with building toys wouldn't live past the 3rd day. The main screen then split into 2. On one side, Suruwanawan sat in a warm wooden house, holding a fragrant wolf bone and truffle soup. On the other side, Hattori Hanzo huddled in a dark, damp cave, his face ashen, clutching a cold stone. This comparison was practically a public execution, yet the Japanese commentator was still raving about it, claiming that Hattori Hanzo was warning Suruwanawan that her good days were over. Suruwanawan listened to the system's retelling without even frowning, simply scooping up another spoonful of soup and uttering 2 words indifferently. Noisy. Then, she looked at the bed covered with wolf skins and the surrounding walls, seemingly still feeling it wasn't warm enough. It's time to add some insulation. This soup is a bit hot. I'll go outside and cool off. With that, she put down the stone pot, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped back into the vast snowfield, braving the -30-degree wind. In the Japanese live stream room, the previously exuberant chatter instantly froze, and the commentator's smile vanished. Hattori Hanzo was clearly trying to warn her, yet she complained about the noise. Japanese viewers angrily berated her for being ungrateful, convinced she was just lucky and would regret it sooner or later when the cabin froze and cracked. Suchacha immediately pretended to be worried in front of the camera, saying that the Japanese contestant meant well, but her sister was too proud and would definitely suffer in the wilderness. It would be troublesome if the house collapsed. The live stream on Huaxia, however, presented a completely different picture. Viewers joked that it was absurd for someone who hid in caves and ate rocks to teach Suruwanawan, who lived in a luxurious wooden house and drank truffle soup, how to survive. Everyone quickly noticed that Suruwanawan, wearing a wolfskin coat, walked out of the wooden house. She trudged through the knee-deep snow with unhurried steps, and with her master-level environmental perception activated, all the surrounding dangers became apparent in her field of vision. She effortlessly avoided the frozen, mutated earthworms, the radiation-contaminated ice, and the dormant nests of extreme cold-resistant horsehair worms. Military experts were astonished. She precisely evaded the underground threats with every step, as if strolling in her own backyard. Suruwanawan was certainly not just wandering around. 5 minutes later, she stopped on a sheltered, gentle slope where the snow was thinner. She crouched down and dug into the frozen ground, and the global audience immediately held their breath. knowing that what she was digging up was anything but ordinary. Soon, she picked out several small, shriveled, black seeds, each the size of a fingernail, resembling old rat droppings. While everyone was still speculating about their uses, the system tag had already appeared. Mutant spirit cotton seeds, possessing properties of temperature control, antibacterial properties, and moisture resistance. However, these seeds have extremely low activity, with a germination rate of less than 1 in 10,000 under normal conditions. They must be watered with a large amount of pure water and spiritual energy to awaken. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. This was exactly what she needed. She placed the seeds on the cleared snow, untied the wolf stomach water pouch filled with snow water, and poured it directly onto the ground. The Japanese commentator was overjoyed at the sight, mocking her for planting plants at minus 30 degrees Celsius, wasting the life-saving water. Before he could finish speaking, the black seed's surface glowed white. The system immediately notified him that planting activity had been detected, and the Shinnong system's core ability, primary life catalysis, had been activated, beginning to consume the trace amounts of spiritual energy within Su Wanwan's body. The next second, the seed rapidly swelled and burst open. A tender sprout broke through the soil, and branches and twigs grew wildly, with pale yellow flowers blooming in the blink of an eye. In less than 5 seconds, the flowers withered, and small blue cotton bolls formed. The cotton bolls continued to swell, growing from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball, and eventually into enormous cotton bolls the size of pumpkins. With a few popping sounds, the cotton bolls split open, revealing snow-white, fluffy, and steaming top-quality cotton. In the midst of the freezing snow, a cotton tree, taller than a person and laden with giant, heat-generating cotton, appeared out of nowhere. The entire world fell silent. The commentator from Japan, Mouth Agape, couldn't utter a single word. Su Cha-Cha's worried expression froze completely. Botanists and agricultural experts around the world were equally speechless. Some suspected it was hydroponics, others suspected it was off-season growth, but a retired professor in China typed out 2 words with trembling hands: creation. Ignoring the shock around her, Su Wanwan walked over and picked a cotton ball bigger than her head. The cotton was soft and fluffy, with a stable warmth of nearly 40 degrees Celsius. She nodded in satisfaction. With these spirit cotton balls, she had enough stuffing for her bed and walls, much more comfortable than wolfskin. Clutching the cotton balls, she turned to return to the abandoned wooden hut that had been mocked. Just then, a chilling notification sound exploded in her mind and in the minds of all Chinese people. Ding! Detected the host's first collection of a mutated top-grade item. Constant temperature spirit cotton. Shinnong's All Things Critical Strike system has triggered a 10,000X return mechanism. This product is a rare-grade strategic life resource, with a critical strike multiplier locked at 100,000X. 100,000X. Su Wanwan paused, raising an eyebrow with interest. This multiplier is pretty good. The words had barely left her lips when a global broadcast resounded throughout the land. Global broadcast. Chinese contestant Su Wanwan has successfully planted and harvested mutated, top-grade, constant-temperature, spiritual cotton. Trigger à 100,000X manifestation mécanisme. 10 million tons of SSS-grade, top-grade, constant-temperature spiritual cotton are about to descend upon the extremely cold disaster areas across China. The figure of 10 million tons bombarded the minds of all Chinese people. The country was initially silent, but then erupted into a frenzy of celebration. On the northwestern border, in a snow-covered outpost where the temperature felt like minus 50 degrees Celsius, Soldier Xiao Li lay prone at the observation post, his eyelashes covered in frost. Even wearing specially provided cold-weather gear, he was still frozen stiff, his fingers almost numb. He had just finished reporting on the level 9 gale and visibility of less than 5 meters in Area 3 when the old squad leader suddenly grabbed him, pointing tremblingly to the sky. Countless golden cracks appeared in the gray sky, and golden light poured down. What fell wasn't food, but a blanket of cotton like snow. The snow-white cotton balls, each the size of a wash basin, drifted lightly onto the sentry post, helmet, and gun barrel. Shaoli caught one. The warm, dry heat instantly flowed into his palm, and his frozen fingers quickly regained feeling. It's Su Shan's supplies. The old squad leader was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He grabbed some cotton and stuffed it into his winter coat. Quick, collect it. With this, the brothers won't have to worry about frostbite and amputation anymore. The same warm snow covered more than a dozen provinces in China, most severely affected by the cold wave. People burning their last pieces of furniture in the cities, villagers in drafty shacks in the countryside, and all those in the red alert zones for extreme cold all welcomed this life-saving cotton rain. 10 million tons of Ghanaian cotton was enough to provide each of the cold-stricken citizens with dozens of kilograms of self-heating thermal insulation supplies. Countless people rushed out of their homes, grabbed bags to collect the cotton, stuffed it into blankets, wrapped it around their children's feet, and wept with joy. The women immediately took out needles and thread and sewed fluffy cotton into their old clothes, creating cotton winter coats that were far warmer than down jackets. A nationwide winter coat sewing campaign quickly swept across the country. Inside the command center of the Chinese government headquarters, everyone watched the footage from various locations and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 48 hours, SERRO had single-handedly solved the three major survival problems of food, winter clothing, and thermal insulation. Following this, the National Security Cyber Department, in conjunction with the platform, cleaned up accounts spreading rumors about SERRO and maliciously stirring up trouble, permanently banning more than 30,000 accounts. Among them, the verified account Chacha's #1 Iron Fan had its IP address pointed directly to the Su family villa in Jiangcheng, and the registered owner was indeed Su Cha-Cha. The announcement was made public across the internet, and public opinion instantly reversed. Everyone then realized that the online trolls who were defaming SERRO were actually being manipulated by Su Cha-Cha behind the scenes. Sitting in her live stream room, Su Cha-Cha stared at the screen filled with angry insults and the bright red official ban notice, her blood running cold. Her carefully cultivated image of kindness, built over 18 years, was utterly shattered, and she was even labeled by the authorities as maliciously slandering a national athlete. She tried to shut down the live stream, only to find her access had already been locked. She could only watch helplessly as the entire internet hurled at her, publicly humiliated and condemned. In a desolate wilderness, SERRO returned to the wooden house carrying several large clumps of spirit cotton. She stuffed the spirit cotton into the cracks in the walls and roof, then laid a thick layer on the wooden bed, and finally covered it with a huge wolf skin. The cliffside cabin instantly transformed into a warm and cozy post-apocalyptic mansion. SERRO nestled into the cotton and fur, letting out a comfortable sigh. The wolf bone and truffle soup, though delicious, wasn't very filling. She rubbed her empty stomach, her gaze drifting to the deep blue area outside the cabin. Environmental perception revealed a large underground river, with the surface covered by a layer of permafrost over 3 meters thick and large, high-energy life forms active beneath the ice. Fish! SERRO's eyes lit up with a hunting glint. She picked up her broken woodcutter's knife and stepped back into the snowstorm. In the global live stream, a Russian glaciologist, upon seeing the survey data, immediately asserted that the 3-meter-thick permafrost was as hard as a C-grade alloy. Forget a broken hatchet. Even with an industrial diamond drill bit, without heavy machinery, you couldn't drill a hole. Amidst widespread online skepticism, SERRO had already arrived at the frozen riverbed gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Russian glaciologist Ivanov excitedly asserted that this was not ordinary ice, but a permafrost layer formed by extreme cold and high pressure over many years, with a strength more than 50 times that of ordinary ice, and even high explosives could only blast a shallow crater. These words immediately reversed public opinion. Viewers worldwide felt that no matter how strong SERRO was, she shouldn't defy the laws of physics. Even Chinese viewers began advising her to give up, arguing that there was still wolf jerky available and no need to risk everything for a few fish. Unable to hear the outside chatter, SERRO had already reached the center of the frozen river. The deep blue ice beneath her feet was as smooth as a mirror, and through the tens of meters thick ice, she could vaguely see a huge black shadow moving about. She crouched down and tapped the ice. The dull echo proved the ice was extremely solid. Then, she raised her broken machete and chopped down with all her might, sparks flying, leaving only a shallow white mark on the ice, while the nick of the machete grew even larger. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Ivanov grinned smugly, convinced she would finally understand that brute force is utterly insignificant in the face of natural adversity. Su Cha-Cha quickly squeezed out tears, feigning concern for her sister. Su Ruan glanced at the wood-chopping knife with disdain, casually took off her B-plus grade mutated snow wolf fur coat, and threw it into the snow. At minus 30 degrees Celsius, she was only wearing a thin bathrobe, yet her skin emitted a faint white vapor. The audience was stunned, thinking she had gone mad. But Su Ruan in the footage showed no sign of coldness. Instead, she appeared focused, even somewhat excited. She moved her wrists and neck, her bones cracking crisply. She mentally inquired whether the 100-fold physical enhancement included muscles, bones, nerve responses, and explosive power. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she took a deep breath of the frigid air and fully activated her divine-level physique. A fiery and violent power erupted within her, her heart pounding like a war drum. Beneath her slender right arm, the muscles bulged slightly, concealing a terrifying explosive force. Su Ruan made no fancy moves, simply lowering her body, her back arching into a full bow, and aimed a pure, unadulterated punch at the 3-meter-thick layer of permafrost beneath her feet. Open. A pale fist tore through the air, crashing down like a meteorite. With a deafening roar, the permafrost, supposedly capable of withstanding high explosives, was instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The cracks spread wildly, covering an area of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The sickening cracking sounds echoed throughout. The next second, under the watchful eyes of more than 3 billion viewers worldwide, the entire ice sheet collapsed with a deafening roar. Tens of thousands of tons of blue ice were lifted dozens of meters into the air by the giant waves of the river, and then crashed down like hail, sending water, mist soaring into the sky. With a single punch, Su Ruan actually blasted a hole in the ice more than 50 meters in diameter. She lightly leaped back, landing on the edge of the remaining ice layer, her clothes still dry. She shook her unharmed fist. Not bad. Not as hard as I imagined. The entire internet fell silent. In the expert panel, glaciologist Ivanov stared in disbelief, his pen falling to the floor. Su Cha-Cha's face turned deathly pale. Her earlier smugness had completely vanished into terror. What? Completely powerless? What? Unable to open a bottle cap? This was clearly a monster capable of punching through an aircraft carrier. A full minute later, the chat in the Chinese live stream exploded. Countless people exclaimed that the 3-meter-thick permafrost had been punched through with a single blow, apologized for their earlier concerns, and immediately began calling her goddess Su. Just as everyone was celebrating, a huge silver figure was blasted out of the water by the shockwave. It was a mutated giant fish, more than 2 meters long and weighing over 100 kilograms, tumbling and leaping into the air. Su Ruan is gazes sharpant. She lightly touched the ice with her toes, instantly leaping over 10 meters and intercepting the giant fish mid-air. She pinched its gills and slapped its head, knocking the fish unconscious instantly. She landed back on the ice, carrying the fat fish that was taller than herself, and casually tossed it to the ground. Looking at the fish and the bubbling ice hole, she was still somewhat dissatisfied. Only one. The words had barely left her lips when a cold, resonant mechanical voice echoed across the blue star. Global broadcast. Chinese contestant Su Ruan has captured a 128 kilograms mutated top-grade abyssal silver cod, triggering a 10,000X manifestation mechanism, locking in a 100,000X critical hit. 12.8 million tons of SSS-grade top-grade abyssal silver cod are about to descend upon China's 3 major state-owned reservoirs. The figure of 12.8 million tons instantly ignited the entire nation of China. The Dongfeng Reservoir in central China, once the largest freshwater aquaculture base, had completely dried up due to years of extreme drought. The resettlement sites next to the reservoir were equally lifeless. Although supplies could fill their stomachs, the long-term lack of protein left the elderly and children emaciated and pale. The young soldier in charge of distributing sweet potatoes sighed as he looked at the crowd, saying that the elderly and children needed meat and protein, when suddenly the ground shook violently. The crowd, thinking it was an earthquake, screamed and scattered in all directions. The young soldier stared intently at the center of the dried-up reservoir. The cracked riverbed was torn open by fissures, and what gushed forth was not lava, but clear, cool water. Countless jets of water shot into the sky, and the Dongfeng Reservoir, which had been dry for years, visibly revived. In just 10 minutes, the water level filled the entire reservoir again, restoring its former vastness. But the miracle wasn't over. The water exploded with a deafening roar as countless giant silver fish, each over 2 meters long, leaped into the air like torpedoes, streaking through the air before crashing back down. The reservoir was teeming with these fish, their fins and tails thrashing about, making the entire surface resemble a boiling, silvery soup. A rich, savory aroma mingled with the steam wafted towards the resettlement site, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. The young soldier who had been complaining about the lack of protein was completely dumbfounded, and the sweet potato spoon in his hand clattered to the ground. Gazing at the school of fish leaping into the air, he murmured, "Is this the Dragon King appearing?" In the crowd, an elderly woman knelt down excitedly and kowtowed to the sky. What Dragon King? This is the manifestation of God Su. God Su is a living bodhisattva. We have fish to eat. We have meat to eat. The entire resettlement site instantly erupted in cheers, and the Chinese people were also filled with ecstasy. In the desolate wilderness, Su Wanwan was completely unaware of the tremors outside. Staring at the over 100-kilogram silver cod before her, she began to worry about how to bring it back to the cabin 2 kilometers away. Carrying the whole fish back would be too strenuous, and dragging it would damage its skin. She only thought for 2 seconds before wielding her machete and swiftly chopping down the fish. With a flash of knife, ice shards and fish scales flew everywhere. In just 5 minutes, the giant silver cod had been neatly dissected, with a head, tail, succulent belly, and fillets all cut into perfect pieces. She picked out 20 pounds of fish belly and then picked up the fish head. The remaining fish meat was buried in an ice pit and sealed with ice and snow. In the desolate wilderness at minus 30 degrees Celsius, it instantly became a natural refrigerator. "That's it," Su Wanwan said, carrying the fish meat back to the hut, even humming a little tune. The viewers in the live stream were losing their minds. While others were struggling to survive in the desolate wilderness, she seemed to be out shopping at the market, carrying fish home to cook. Back in her cabin, Su Wanwan first added firewood to the hearth to make the fire blaze, then started thinking about lunch. It would be a waste to grill the premium fish. She remembered the old man in the countryside who used a stone stove and iron pot to stew vegetables. Lacking an iron pot, she used stones instead. Several pieces of metamorphic granite left over from building the house were trimmed with a machete and quickly stacked into a sturdy stone stove. As for the pot, she chose a recessed stone slab that she usually used as a water basin. The slab was placed on the stove, and the gaps were sealed with gravel and damp moss, and a rustic stone slab pot was ready. The plump fish belly was cut into large chunks and put into the pot along with the fish head. Su Wanwan poured in snow water. The flames rose, and the pot quickly began to bubble. The milky white fish soup boiled, and its fresh aroma quickly filled the wooden house. She then cut off the leftover ultra-cold black truffles from the morning, and thin slices fell into the pot. The exotic aroma of the truffles collided with the fresh taste of the fish soup. The irresistible aroma seemed to pierce through the screen, making viewers around the world salivate. Some lamented that they never wanted to eat moldy bread again, while others were even willing to trade their entire fortune for a spoonful of fish soup. Su Wanwan, still feeling the fire wasn't strong enough, took out a few more spirit cotton branches and threw them into the stove. The branches contained a faint fire element, and the flames instantly turned a bright orange red. The fish soup boiled even more violently, the broth thickening into an enticing milky white. The fish meat floated in the pot, already stewed until the meat and bones separated, melting at the slightest touch. Su Wanwan scooped up a spoonful of fish soup, blew on it to cool it, and then put it in her mouth. The fish meat was tender and smooth. The fish bones were rich and flavorful, and the unique aroma of truffles blended perfectly, making her eyes squint with delight at the deliciousness. She then picked up a piece of tender fish belly, which melted on her tongue with almost no chewing, leaving her mouth full of oil. Delicious! This was the most satisfying meal she had had since her rebirth. Just as she was engrossed in eating, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The host's overall performance has triggered a massive global reaction. the faith value and support rate of the Chinese people have soared. Congratulations, host. Global reputation value has surpassed 100,000 for the first time. Hidden module unlocked. Su Wanwan paused in her munching on the fish head and looked up. Congratulations, host. Unlocked Shinong System Auxiliary Module. Basic Forging. Obtained the Divine Level Blueprint. 100 Refinements of Mortal Weapons Basic Scroll. Obtained Basic Metal Detection Function. Range 5 kilometers. A bronze book appeared before her eyes, its pages turning automatically. The first page revealed a 3D forging diagram of the extreme cold iron charcoal stove. Su Wanwan glanced at the diagram, then at the newly built stone stove, a slight smile playing on her lips. A blacksmith shop? Perfect. This broken woodcutter's knife needs an upgrade. But where's the iron or nearby? As soon as Su Wanwan finished speaking, the system interface in her mind immediately responded. Basic metal detection function activated. Scanning surface and shallow metal mineral distribution within a 5-kilometer radius. The environmental map in front of her instantly appeared with countless gray-brown spots, representing different metallic minerals. Su Wanwan scanned the less valuable mineral sites, and her gaze quickly settled on a dark gray area 300 meters northeast of the wooden house. High-quality surface hematite discovered. Purity over 65%. Reserves approximately 1.5 tons. Easy to mine and smelt. 300 meters, not far. After finishing a pot of stewed fish, Su Wanwan was full of energy. She picked up her wood-chopping knife, put on her thin bathrobe, and went out, completely ignoring the bitter cold outside. At this moment, scarlet alerts flashed frantically in the global live stream. A new wave of strong cold air has arrived. Current average temperature, minus 40 degrees Celsius. This temperature is enough to cause rapid necrosis of exposed skin, plunging global viewers into panic. Countless people switched to the live stream in the United States, where they saw the wilderness warrior Smith huddled in a drafty shack, shivering violently. His fire had long since gone out, and his legs below the knees were swollen and blackish purple. Medical experts solemnly announced that he had suffered third-degree frostbite with complete tissue necrosis. Without immediate amputation and antibiotics, sepsis would be fatal. Smith rummaged through his first aid kit for the last few military antibiotics, grabbed a handful of snow, and swallowed them with difficulty. He leaned against the cold tree trunk, panting, his eyes filled with despair. The American livestream room fell into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Huaxiao livestream room was completely different. Su Wanwan carried a hematite boulder half her height back to the wooden house. The boulder weighed at least 200 or 300 pounds, but it felt as light as cotton on her shoulders. She casually tossed the boulder into a corner. Inside, the stewed fish was still steaming, warm as springtime. Because it was so hot, she even opened the door a crack to let in a cool breeze. Next, she prepared to forge an iron charcoal stove. The blueprints from the basic scroll of 100 refinements of mortal weapons were already etched into her mind. Every step was crystal clear. She first used a machete to chop the hematite into small pieces, then threw them directly into the burning smokeless wood fire pit. With a sizzling sound, they were quickly softened in the high temperature. Impurities turned into blue smoke, and orange-red molten iron slowly flowed out. Metallurgical experts in the real world were dumbfounded. Melting iron ore with firewood alone, without any blower or combustion aid, defied all common sense. They could only attribute the cause to that mysterious, smokeless wood. Once the ore had melted completely, Su Wanwan picked up the stone slab used for cooking fish, poured out the remaining broth, and then poured the molten iron into the groove of the slab, thus creating a simple cast iron mold. Lacking a hammer, she whittled a section of a century-old smokeless tree trunk to make a mallet. After the molten iron solidified into an ingot, she placed it on a rock and swung the mallet down heavily. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew continuously. Her strength was astonishing, yet her strikes were incredibly precise. The iron ingots stretched and folded with repeated hammering, and the furnace body, furnace door, chimney, and charcoal pan, among other parts, were formed one by one according to the blueprints. An hour later, a set of tin charcoal stove parts were neatly laid out on the ground. Su Wanwan assembled them using a riveting method, and soon, a half-person high, simple and practical tin charcoal stove stood in the center of the wooden house. She brought over a few pieces of burning smokeless wood and extended the chimney over the wall. The fire instantly blazed up, becoming more stable and intense than the original hearth fire. Within minutes, the temperature inside the room rose to 30 degrees Celsius, making it unbearably hot. Surwan nodded in satisfaction. With this stove, even if the outside temperature dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius, she could stay indoors in her pajamas. Seeing that most of the silver cod meat was left, she simply sliced it into thin pieces, skewered them on wooden sticks, and hung them on the stove wall. Sizzle. The fish meat dried out, golden fish oil seeped out, and the aroma of caramelized saltiness filled the wooden house once again. Smith was holding his necrotic legs, waiting to die, while Surwan was warming herself by grilling dried fish slices. The two scenes formed the cruelest contrast. After a brief silence, the global online comments exploded. Some lamented that one side was hell on earth while the other was a paradise vacation. Others joked that Smith was prolonging his life with antibiotics, while Surwan was enjoying life with grilled fish slices. Just as the entire internet was celebrating, a chilling system notification sounded again. Extreme cold alert upgraded. A 12-hour extreme ice storm will arrive in 3 hours, with surface temperatures dropping to minus 45 degrees Celsius. The minus 45 degrees Celsius temperature brought the cheers to an abrupt halt. Viewers in the United States groaned in despair, and even Hattori Hanzo, hiding in a cave, turned blue from the cold. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream room, Surwan listened to the increasingly sharp wind outside, stood by the charcoal stove feeling the heat, and tore off a piece of crispy dried fish and put it in her mouth, crunching it with gusto. She glanced at the blizzard that was about to sweep across the world outside the window, but instead of being worried, she squinted her eyes with interest. It's so cold, perfect for testing the new furnace's limits. I just wonder how those people outside are going to get through tonight. Surwan's casual remark reached the ears of viewers worldwide, instantly eliciting groans of despair. It was a blatant Versailles, yet no one could refute it. While other contestants shivered and despaired in the minus 45 degrees Celsius polar storm, she leisurely ate dried grilled fish by her homemade tin stove. The contrast was heartbreaking. In the real world, in the Su family villa in Jiangcheng, a bone china teacup was smashed to pieces by Su Cha-Cha. She sat in a wheelchair, her face contorted with cold and jealousy. After the authorities banned her online troll accounts, her reputation was completely ruined. Those who once fawned over her turned against her, and as the apocalypse deepened, the Su family's aura of wealth and power quickly faded. Supplies were cut off, power was unstable, and heating in the villa area was completely shut down today. The temperature inside the house had dropped to minus 5 degrees Celsius, and Mr. and Mrs. Su were wrapped in thick quilts, their lips turning purple from the cold. On the screen, Surwan's little wooden cabin was warm and cozy, so warm that the door needed to be open for ventilation. Looking at her own damp, cold-down comforter, Su Cha-Cha completely broke down. Mom and Dad, did you see that? She's doing better than us in the wilderness. She's warming herself by the fire and eating fish, while we can only eat moldy biscuits. It's not fair. Sue's father wanted to scold her, but the cold wind choked him, rendering him speechless. Su Cha-Cha's hatred intensified. Then she remembered she had one last card to play: live streaming. Her main account was banned, so she registered a new one, focusing the camera on her pale face and leg in a cast, tears welling up instantly. She cried about the end of the world, implied that Surwan was monopolizing resources and breaking the rules of the game, and even spread rumors that the United States and Japan were protesting against China and would join forces against it. Her pitiful background and aggrieved performance actually fooled a number of casual viewers. Public opinion, which had just stabilized, began to waver again. Just when Su Cha-Cha thought she was about to succeed, an accident happened in the wilderness livestream room. Surwan was eating dried fish when she suddenly frowned. The tin stove burned efficiently, but it also consumed a lot of wood. She needed to stock up on more smokeless wood to survive the 12-hour storm. She donned a large wolfskin coat, picked up a wood-chopping knife, and stepped into the snowstorm. At that moment, a fierce wind whipped up large snowflakes, ravaging the mountains and forests, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Passing a patch of low bushes, she suddenly stopped. On her master-level environmental perception map, a faint golden dot representing life was flashing. Su Wan brushed aside the snow, revealing a small, fluffy white creature curled up in a snowdrift, almost blending into the snow. It was a newborn snow leopard cub, pure white except for a faint silver-gray tinge to its ear tips and tail. Its eyes were closed, its body was frozen stiff, and its belly was only slightly rising and falling. Clearly, its mother had likely met with misfortune, leaving the cub abandoned alone on the snowy plains, on the verge of death. The audience was immediately heartbroken and pleaded with Su Wan to save it. But Su Wan didn't immediately pick up the cub. She simply poked its stiff body and stroked its fur. System scanned this species. The system quickly provided the results. Mutant silver moon snow leopard cub, A-grade bloodline, with enormous potential, and may awaken extreme speed, shadow stealth, and frost breath in the future. More importantly, its fur has a natural temperature-regulating effect, allowing it to withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius when it becomes an adult. Su Wan's eyes lit up as she stared at the snow leopard cub's fur for a moment, then pinched its round body. It's too small, it doesn't have much meat on it. The live stream chat instantly filled with question marks. Viewers were giving her strange looks, assuming she wanted to use the snow leopard cub as gloves or a snack. But the next second, Su Wan scooped the frozen snow leopard cub into her arms like a kitten. Fine, since your fur is nice, I'll take you home as a hand warmer. The audience was completely stunned. While others rescue small animals out of kindness, she adopted a dying class of ferocious beast cub simply because its fur was nice and could warm her hands. Back in the cabin, Su Wan placed the snow leopard cub next to the scorching charcoal stove to let it thaw on its own. Meanwhile, Su Cha-Cha's live stream exploded. You say Su Shun is selfish? She just rescued a snow leopard cub that was about to freeze to death in a blizzard. She brought so many supplies to China, and you turn around and accuse her? You're such an ingrate. The negative public opinion that had just been stirred up was instantly swept away by this hardcore adoption. Su Cha-Cha looked at the screen, full of insults, her face turning ashen. She couldn't understand why. Despite all her scheming, Su Wan always managed to easily defuse her plans in the most outrageous ways. In the wilderness, Su Wan didn't take the matter to heart at all. She had enough firewood, enough food, and even a hand warmer. Lying on her wolfskin bed, listening to the howling wind and snow, the crackling of the embers, and the contented purring of the snow cub, she yawned comfortably. I'll take a nap first. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the little snow leopard suddenly stood up, stumbled to the bedside, grabbed the hem of her robe, and desperately dragged her towards a door. Su Wan opened her eyes impatiently. Hungry? The dried fish is over there. Go eat it yourself. The little snow leopard remained unmoved, its newly opened sapphire eyes fixed on the darkness outside the door, a low warning growling from its throat. Su Wan frowned and abruptly sat up. Something was wrong. Where are you taking me? Su Wan looked down at the little snow leopard clinging to her clothes. The little guy was still nursing, but he was desperately pulling towards the side and back of the wooden house, his sapphire-like eyes filled with anxiety. The system map showed no danger there, but Su Wan knew that mutated creatures' intuition was sometimes sharper than scanning. She got up and followed, and the little snow leopard immediately ran to the corner and braced its head against a wall panel. Su Wan removed the wall panel that was fixed with mortise and tenon joints, revealing a hole that a person could crawl through. The outside was connected to the cliff, and the wind and snow were much less intense than in the direction of the main entrance. The little snow leopard crawled out first and turned back to urge her to follow. The extreme cold storm had reached its peak. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and a fierce wind whipped up snowflakes that stung the face like knives. Without a godlike resistance to the cold, an ordinary person would freeze to death in less than half a minute. The two, one human and one beast, braved the storm for over 10 minutes before arriving at a secluded mountain hollow. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, this hollow blocked most of the wind and snow, and the snowpack was much thinner than outside. The little snow leopard ran to the base of the rock face, frantically digging at the snow with its front paws, constantly calling out to Su Wan. Su Wan activated her master-level environmental perception, her vision piercing through the ground, her pupils immediately contracting. Beneath the mountain valley lies a vast vein of minerals, gleaming with an obsidian-like luster. Ding! discovered ultra-high quality, micro-sized extreme cold anthracite coal vein. Mutant crystallized anthracite, a top-tier energy source formed through extreme cold and high-pressure mutation, with a calorific value 120 times that of ordinary coal. Burns without smoke, odor, or residue. The ash can also be used as highly efficient fertilizer. Estimated total reserves, approximately 120 tons. Oduor-Noah's heart raced. A fist-sized lump of this coal would be enough to keep an average family warm for a week. In the apocalypse, energy was even more important than food. Although China had solved its basic food and shelter needs thanks to it, industry, transportation, and scientific research were still severely hampered by energy shortages. Without electricity, factories couldn't operate. Without fuel, vehicles couldn't move. This mineral vein before them was the key to breaking the deadlock. Oduor-Noah scooped up the little snow leopard and kissed it on the forehead. "You're not just a hand warmer, you're a treasure trove." The little snow leopard was stunned by the kiss, then purred contentedly and nuzzled her chin. Oduor-Noah placed it on a safe rock, picked up her worn-out wood-chopping knife, and said, "Get to work." With her god-level physique, her strength and stamina were almost limitless. The rusty wood-chopping knife landed on the coal seam, and the hard or cracked like tofu. Clang, clang, clang. Large chunks of shiny black coal were continuously dug out, quickly piling up into small mountains in the open space. The viewers in the live stream had watched her work part-time in food, construction, and forging before finally getting to mining, and were completely numb to it all. Oduor-Noah was completely absorbed in her work, chopping, digging, and carrying coal without stopping for a moment. A full day and night passed, the extreme ice storm subsided, and the morning light finally shone into the mountain valley. When she straightened up, the coal mountain behind her had already reached a height of over 10 meters. She had single-handedly mined out all 120 tons of top-grade anthracite coal in 24 hours using only a machete. Finally done. Oduor-Noah looked at her work and nodded in satisfaction. Just as the last piece of coal touched her palm, a system notification sounded. Ding! Detected the host's first mining of a strategic-grade energy resource. Mutated crystallized anthracite. Shinong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers 10.000X return mechanism. This product is an SS plus level top-tier strategic energy, currently locking in the highest critical strike multiplier. Oduor-Noah held her breath. Critical strike multiplier locked. 100,000X. 100,000 times 120 tons is 12 million tons. Her heart skipped a beat, and then the globally shocking broadcast came crashing down. Global news. Chinese contestant Oduor-Noah has successfully mined a top-tier strategic energy source, mutated crystallized anthracite, triggered à 100,000-fold manifestation mécanisme. 12 million tons of SSS-grade high-combustion anthracite are about to materialize and arrive at major energy reserve centers across China. China erupted in jubilation, while world leaders felt a chill run down their spines. Food sustains life. Clothing protects against the cold, but energy is the spark that ignites civilization. While other nations struggle in the face of impending doom, China has already secured its ticket to the next era. And the one who brought all this to light was that delicate girl who had once been mocked for wearing pajamas. At this moment, the leaders of all the countries had the same thought. Oduor-Noah is no longer an ordinary contestant. She's a goddess. 12 million tons of SSS-grade high-combustion anthracite are about to arrive at major energy reserve centers across China. After the global broadcast, the command center of China's top leadership was deathly silent for half a minute. The white-haired old general, staring at the mountain of coal piled on the screen, was moved to tears and abruptly issued an order. All energy, power, transportation, and logistics departments nationwide canceled their holidays and received and allocated coal at the highest level of combat readiness. Heating in key cities was restarted within 24 hours, and within 48 hours, the radiators in homes across the country were scorching hot. 12 million tons of anthracite coal were precisely distributed to storage centers across the country. After testing, engineers found it to be completely calorific. Its calorific value is 120 times that of ordinary grade A coal. Its combustion efficiency is close to 100%, and it is smokeless, dust-free, and pollution-free. The transport convoy set off overnight. heading to heating stations and power plants across the country. In just one night, a miracle swept across China, and once cold and desolate cities regained warmth and light. In the icy city of the north, the heating pipes, which had been idle for years, finally ignited. A mother placed her child's icy little hand on them, and the child smiled in a long-lost smile. Factories in the west roared back to life, and the neon lights along the eastern coast were lit up once more. Online, countless photos of people posing with scorching hot radiators flooded social media. Some wept with joy, while others, dressed in short sleeves, marveled at how sudden their happiness had arrived. The entire nation was immersed in long-awaited warmth and celebration. While some rejoiced, others despaired. In the Su family villa in Jiangsheng, Su Cha-Cha, wrapped in 2 damp, tattered blankets, shivered in her wheelchair. Watching the live broadcast of heating being restored across the country, her face was paler than the snow outside. The ultra-wealthy neighborhood where the Su family lived had become a forgotten corner. In the early days of the apocalypse, Su's father, in an attempt to show off his foresight, hoarded inferior charcoal and coal briquettes at exorbitant prices, and even forced the entire villa area to switch to his fuel. Those fuels have low calorific value and release toxic gases. They even caused a fatality a couple of days ago. When the government allocated coal, this self-sufficient, wealthy area was placed last in the allocation list. Ordinary people live in heated rooms, while the wealthy are freezing in their mansions. Dad, Mom, I've got an idea. Su Cha-Cha suddenly crawled to the fireplace and threw in the last box of compressed biscuits, trying to light it for warmth. But the biscuits wouldn't burn at all, only emitting acrid black smoke. Su's parents coughed from the fumes and angrily cursed her for being crazy. Su Cha-Cha suddenly turned around, her eyes bloodshot. Yes, I am crazy. It was you. It was Su Ruan who drove me crazy. The television on the wall was playing 2 images. One showed Chinese people celebrating the restoration of heating, and the other showed Su Ruan in the desolate wilderness. The charcoal stove in her log cabin was burning brightly, so hot that she took off her wolfskin coat and wore only a silk nightgown. Su Ruan, barefoot on the warm floor, made a bowl of sweet potato shaved ice with clean snow and half a mutated sweet potato. While the wilderness outside was frozen solid at minus 40 degrees Celsius, she was sweating inside, leisurely enjoying her dessert. This scene pierced Su Cha-Cha's eyes like a knife. She was consumed by jealousy. Why was that country bumpkin a god revered by all? Why did she, the pride of heaven, have to suffer from hunger and cold? Ah, Su Cha-Cha screamed as she grabbed the bronze ornament and smashed it against the living room mirror. With a bang, the mirror shattered into pieces, the fragments reflecting her twisted and crazed face, and also her completely shattered world. In a cabin in the desolate wilderness, Su Ruan finished her shaved ice and was about to take a nap. Suddenly, the snow leopard cub, which had been dozing by the charcoal stove, stood up abruptly, its fur bristling, and let out a low growl at the closed wooden door. Su Ruan instantly snapped to attention, her gaze turning coldly to the doorway. The environmental perception map showed no danger markers, and only the sound of wind could be heard outside, but she trusted the intuition of an A-level mutated beast. Someone, or something, was approaching. A bloodthirsty smirk crept across Su Ruan's face as she whispered, "Finally, a guest has arrived?" Su Ruan sat up from the warm wolfskin bed, her clear eyes calmly gazing at the wooden door. The little snow leopard growled incessantly, its white fur bristling, its 4 paws scratching restlessly at the floor, its eyes fixed intently on the doorway. "Be good, don't make a sound." Su Ruan gently tapped its forehead. The little snow leopard immediately quieted down, but its body remained tense. She extinguished the fire in the stove and listened intently. Apart from the howling of the polar storm outside, there was no other sound. Even on the map with master-level environmental perception, there were no signs of life. Someone approached, yet they were immune to conventional detection. Su Ruan, instead of being surprised, smiled, like a hunter who had spotted interesting prey and was preparing to welcome its guest. At that moment, an encrypted conversation was suddenly released on the global channel. Fujiwara Shin, a player from Japan, confirmed that Su Ruan's camp was located below the cliff, and their invisibility scrolls could still be maintained for 15 minutes. Park Sung-ho from South Korea was beaming with excitement, declaring that after seizing the supplies, The tin stove would be his, and the meat and furs would go to Fujiwara Shin. Fujiwara Shin sneered. A Chinese woman who survived by sheer luck didn't deserve these supplies. Park Sung-ho revealed his trump card. He had coated his crossbow bolts with his family's secret poison. If the bolts pierced the wooden wall and even grazed Su Ruanarwan's skin, she would be paralyzed within 3 seconds, leaving her completely at their mercy. The news caused an uproar in the Chinese live stream. Viewers angrily condemned the two for their despicable actions, including a coordinated attack and the use of poison. Some viewers frantically shouted for Su Ruanarwan to wake up, unaware that she had already sensed the danger. Su Ruanarwan didn't reinforce the wooden wall, nor did she intend to fight head-on. She dragged a branch covered with mutated vines from the corner of the wall, cut off the branches, leaving only the vines that remained incredibly flexible even in the extreme cold. She wedged one end of the vine into the top of the door frame, then walked 5 meters outside the door and forcibly bent a birch tree as thick as a bowl, firmly tying the other end to the treetop, forming a giant bough full of power. Then, she used a sharpened stick as a trigger to hide the middle section of the vine in the snow in front of the door. As soon as someone stepped on the snow, the birch tree would spring back instantly, throwing that person upside down into the air. But that wasn't enough. Su Ruanarwan cut off several sharp pieces of ice from the edge of the ice cave, stuck them upside down directly below the tripwire, leaving only the tips of the ice spikes exposed, and then covered them perfectly with snow. The person thrown from the air would land headfirst on the ice spikes. This wasn't an ordinary trap. It was a deadly trap. Having done all this, Su Ruanarwan brushed the snow off her hands and casually returned inside. She lay back down on the wolfskin bed, tucked the snow leopard cub into her arms, covered herself with the blanket, and said softly, "All right, go to sleep." Soon, her breathing became steady and long again. The more than 3 billion viewers were completely stunned. Those who were worried about her just moments ago now realized that Su Ruanarwan didn't take the two attackers seriously at all. They were just prey who had willingly walked into the trap. In the wind and snow, Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho approached the cabin under the cover of darkness. Park Sung-ho stared at the dark window and chuckled greedily. "The lights aren't even on. That woman must be fast asleep." Fujiwara Shin drew his poison dagger, reminding him not to damage the wolf pelt. The two men crept towards the wooden door from either side, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Park Sung-ho sprinted ahead, his right foot slamming into the snow. Click! A faint sound came, and just as Park Sung-ho sensed something was wrong, a terrifying force wrapped around his ankle. With a whoosh, he was instantly pulled off the ground, flying backwards into the night sky, his scream piercing the snowy night. Fujiwara Shin's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could even understand what was happening, another muffled thud and an even more terrified scream came from midair. "Fujiwara-kun, help me. We're stuck together." Park Sung-ho's agonizing scream tore through the sub-zero night. Fujiwara Shin looked up abruptly and saw that the birch tree had straightened up again, its mutated vines stretched into a deadly rope. At the end of the vine, Park Sung-ho hung upside down in midair, his limbs kicking frantically. Above him, Fujiwara Shin, dressed in black, was also dangling. Fujiwara Shin was completely dumbfounded. He only remembered that when Park Sung-ho triggered the trap, he instinctively reached out to pull him up, only to be flung into the sky by the terrifying force of the birch tree's rebound. Unfortunately, when they reached the highest point, the buckle on his backpack got tangled in the metal buckle on Park Sung-ho's boots. So, 2 unlucky souls ended up hanging from a vine, becoming upside-down popsicles for the entire internet to watch. The Chinese livestream chat erupted in laughter, with the chat flooded with comments. Some said Su Ruanarwan's trap was a buy-one-get-one free deal, while others joked that they looked like 2 strings of sausages hanging at the door. Other countries, however, remained silent. Viewers in the United States, remembering the soldier waiting for his amputation in his shack, felt incredibly conflicted. Meanwhile, the live streams in Japan and South Korea resembled funerals. The commentators from both countries were still stubbornly trying to justify their claims. One said Fujiwara Shin was a jonin skilled in traps and couldn't possibly have made a mistake. The other claimed Park Sung-ho only wanted a friendly exchange of supplies. But the scene before them had already slapped them in the face. In the cold wind, the 2 upside-down figures grew increasingly miserable. Blood rushed to their heads. Their faces turned purplish red, Their eyeballs bulged, and their bodies stiffened at a visible speed. Puivorokun. I can't feel my hands. Park Sung-ho pleaded desperately. Fujiwara Shin was in even worse shape. His head had just hit a tree trunk, leaving him barely conscious, only trembling instinctively. Their concealment scrolls had long since failed, and their weapons, coated with deadly poison, were now useless decorations. Just as the two were about to freeze solid, the cabin door finally opened. Wrapped in a large, silver-gray wolfskin coat, Su Ruan yawned as she stepped out of the warm wooden house, as if she had just been awakened by the commotion outside. Park Sung-ho immediately saw a lifeline and begged desperately for mercy, offering to hand over all his supplies. Fujiwara Shinya spoke hoarsely, promising that the Sakura Kingdom would remember her kindness. Global audiences were speculating whether Su Ruan would release the two men or take the opportunity to demand compensation. But she merely glanced at them, her gaze as calm as if she were looking at two troublesome stones. Then, she walked to the tree and gently kicked their dangling backpacks. Several compressed biscuits fell from Park Sung-ho's tattered backpack into the snow. Su Ruan's eyes lit up immediately. She wasn't interested in the two of them. All she cared about were the supplies. The next second, she raised her broken machete, but instead of cutting the vines, she slashed twice at the straps connecting their backpacks. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh! Asterisk, the two backpacks detached from her body in an instant, crashing heavily onto the snow. Su Ruan squatted down, emptied their contents, and began skillfully cleaning up the battlefield. Fujiwara Shin's bag contained military biscuits, a high-grade windproof lighter, medical bandages, smoke grenades, and shuriken. Park Sung-ho's bag was even more meager, containing only biscuits, a compass, and a knocked poison crossbow. Su Ruan stuffed the biscuits, lighter, bandages, and compass into her bosom. She dismissively tossed aside the smoke bombs, shuriken, and poison crossbow, clearly not wanting them. Park Sung-ho cried out that it was their last food, but Su Ruan didn't react. She then casually untied the leather water bottle from Fujiwara Shin's waist. She opened the container, smelled it to confirm it contained clean water, and hung it contentedly around her waist. The entire looting process was swift and efficient, without a single wasted word. Having collected her spoils, Su Ruan clapped her hands and turned to go back inside. Throughout the entire ordeal, she didn't glance at the two intruders who were nearly frozen to death. This utter disregard is more infuriating than mockery or beatings. Stop! Fujiwara Shin roared, on the verge of collapse. The National Fortune game forbids the cruelty and killing of players. You will be punished by the system, and you will implicate the entire nation of China. Su Ruan stopped and slowly turned around. In the wind and snow, she tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the audience in Japan and South Korea. Then, she spoke calmly. Oh, torture. She pointed to the vines dangling them, then to the two of them. You two ran into this yourselves? What does it have to do with me? Then, her gaze fell on their thick, high-quality cold-weather combat suits, and a chilling smile curled at the corner of her lips. I'm just taking my own spoils. You too. Aren't you still wearing your clothes? Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho's minds went blank. Before they could even understand what was happening, Su Ruan had already raised her broken wood-chopping knife, revealing an innocent smile. But you did remind me, she said. Aren't you hot wearing such thick clothes in this cold weather? Su Ruan asked lightly. Aren't you hot? She had an innocent smile on her face, but she was holding the woodcutter's knife that had just shown its sharpness in her hand, which instantly shattered Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho's last psychological defenses. It's not hot. It's not hot at all. Park Sung-ho was so frightened that he was incoherent, tears and snot freezing on his face as he desperately begged for mercy. They knew very well that being stripped naked in minus 40 degrees Celsius was no different from waiting to die. Fujiwara Shinya completely lost his dignity, repeatedly apologizing in broken Chinese, calling himself a pig and a dog, only begging Su Ruan to let them go. The two A-level contestants who were just moments ago so arrogant and domineering were now wagging their tails and begging for mercy like dogs. The livestream chat room in China erupted in excitement. Viewers were thoroughly enjoying themselves, especially Su Ruan's question, "Isn't it hot?" which became the most scathing interrogation. Su-Ruan weighed the wood-chopping knife in her hand, but ultimately didn't use it, not out of soft-heartedness, but simply because she found it dirty. She muttered, noisy, turned, and went back to her cozy little wooden house, slamming the door shut. Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho were left hanging in the cold wind, like two strings of despairing sausages. The game prohibits intentional killing, but the system will not intervene if someone dies from stepping into a trap and being unable to escape. Back inside, Su-Ruan tossed her spoils onto the table. 3 packs of compressed biscuits, bandages, a compass, a water bottle, and a high-quality windproof lighter. Though ordinary, they were free supplies. She pressed the lighter, and a steady blue flame appeared. Much easier than starting a fire by friction, she happily put it in her pocket. Just then, a system notification sounded. The system detected that she outmaneuvered 2 A-level intruders without sustaining any damage, causing a global sensation. The Chinese people's faith in her reached fanatical levels, while other countries' awe and fear of her also surged dramatically. Her global reputation surpassed 500,000, officially unlocking the advanced module. A dazzling golden light converged on the system interface, finally transforming into an ancient jade scroll that slowly unfurled. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Shinong system's advanced construction module, Ecological Constant Temperature Greenhouse. Obtained a divine-level blueprint. Springtime, all-year-round spirit plant ecological cyclic greenhouse, beginner. This greenhouse can simulate ecological cycles, ignoring extreme external environments and autonomously regulating temperature and humidity. It can cultivate both non-mutated and low-level mutant plants, shortening their growth cycle by 80%, doubling their yield, and potentially even inducing benign mutations. The required materials include the skeleton of a large mutated creature, highly translucent crystals, soil rich in spiritual energy, and a stable heat source. Su-Ruan's breathing quickened slightly. The value of this item far exceeded all the resources she had previously obtained. Food, clothing, and energy can only keep people alive, but a greenhouse means a continuous supply of food and true self-sufficiency. She could absolutely build her own safe home in this desolate wasteland. Su-Ruan's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed out of the wooden house, ignoring the 2 popsicles still struggling in the wind, and began to survey the terrain. The greenhouse needed a location that was sheltered from the wind, sunny, and close to a water source, and the area next to the wooden house perfectly met those requirements. The cliff could serve as a natural wall. The southeast-facing orientation ensured ample sunlight, and there was an ice hole she had carved out just a few dozen meters away, so water was plentiful. She immediately decided to build the greenhouse there. Su-Ruan pulled a glowing branch from the fire pit, and, starting from the side wall of the wooden house, drew a semicircle in the snow. 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, a full 200 square meters, she was not building a vegetable shed, but a giant indoor farm. The audience was stunned. She'd barely hung the intruder up before starting to plan farmland. No one could keep up with Su-Ruan's pace. But many more were already anticipating what kind of miracle she would create this time. The foundation and heat source are in place. The soil can be a mixture of coal, ash, and mud, and the roof can be made of the blue glowing permafrost from the ice cave. Now, the most important thing is the large mutated biological skeleton that can support the dome. She needed strong enough bones with natural curves to support her. As she pondered this, the little snow leopard nuzzled her trouser leg, looked up at the snow-covered, deep, and dangerous forest, and let out a soft cry. Su-Ruan immediately understood what it meant. She rubbed the little guy's head, her eyes sharpening. You're right. If you want the best materials, you have to go to the most dangerous places to find them. She took a deep breath of the frigid air, her gaze seemingly piercing through the dense forest, locking onto the lurking behemoths. Then, she gave the little snow leopard command. Come on, baby, lead the way. We're gonna hunt some big guys to build a house. Come on, baby, lead the way. Let's hunt some big guys to build a house. Su-Ruan gave the order, and the little snow leopard cried out excitedly, turning into a white lightning bolt and rushing into the dense forest. Although the cub was small, its instincts as an A-level mutated beast had already awakened, and it moved through the forest with astonishing speed, becoming her most reliable guide. Su-Ruan followed behind, carrying her broken wood-chopping knife at a leisurely pace. She was still wearing a thin silk nightgown, a wolf pelt casually draped over her shoulder. The steam rising from her fair skin kept out the sub-zero temperatures of over 30 degrees below zero. The viewers in the live stream had mixed feelings. 1 second, she was a pastoral farm owner. The next, she was leading a snow leopard into the forest to hunt, even personally sourcing building materials from the wilderness. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding smokeless forest gradually disappeared, giving way to a mutated iron birch forest, its trees entirely black and covered in sharp thorns. The snow was thicker, and the wind echoed through the forest, carrying an eerie chill. On the environmental perception map, the red danger dots grew increasingly dense. Hibernating ice, silkworm nests, corrosive mutated moss. Everywhere were potentially deadly traps. But Su-Wan-Wan, led by the snow leopard, always stayed on the safest path, as if she were already familiar with this death forest. Half an hour later, the snow leopard cub suddenly stopped, arched its back, and let out a low growl. Su-Wan-Wan looked up and saw 3 enormous creatures feeding around the remains of their prey in an open area 50 meters away. Those were 3 mutated ice bears. Each one was over 3 meters tall at the shoulder, covered in translucent, white, icy fur, and its muscles bulged like rocks. The cold air they exhaled condensed into white frost the moment it hit the ground. A system notification immediately sounded. Mutant frostbone giant bear, a B+ rank mutated beast, capable of manipulating small areas of frost. Its skeleton's hardness is comparable to B rank alloy. With 3 appearing simultaneously, the danger level has increased to a rank. Immediate avoidance is advised. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. It didn't look like a bear at all. It looked more like 3 heavy tanks draped in animal skins. The experts also looked grave, concluding that Su-Wan-Wan had finally encountered an insurmountable foe. Su-Wan-Wan didn't back down. Instead, she frowned. She had come out specifically to find large, hard-boned creatures to use as building materials for her cabin. Now, with her prey right in front of her, the 3 ice bears were only focused on eating and showed no intention of attacking. She clicked her tongue in disdain, bent down, grabbed a snowball, and threw it at the largest leading ice bear. Thud! The snowball struck the back of the ice bear's head precisely, shattering into a shower of snowflakes. The lead ice bear froze, slowly turning its massive head, its icy blue, beastly eyes locking onto Su-Wan-Wan. Roar! The roar shook the snow-covered forest, sending snow flying. The other 2 ice bears turned around, their 3 pairs of murderous eyes fixed on her. The audience went completely crazy. No one had expected her to provoke 3 A-level beasts. Facing the enraged bear, Su-Wan-Wan finally smiled. That's more like it. She cracked her knuckles and ankles, her bones making crisp popping sounds. God-level physique, 100% power activated. A scorching and violent power exploded within her. The lead ice bear charged forward, its several-ton body moving like a white blur, its fangs bared as it lunged at her head. Su-Wan-Wan neither dodged nor evaded, but instead took a step forward to meet the giant bear. The ground sank slightly, and her figure suddenly rose into the air, twisting her body as her right leg transformed into a whip-like shadow that tore through the air. Bang! The high-spinning kick landed precisely on the giant bear's prominent spine. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the snowy forest. The charging frostbone giant bear froze abruptly, its fierce light quickly fading. Its massive body slid past Su-Wan-Wan as if it had lost its support, crashing heavily into the snow more than 10 meters away. One blow, and her spine snapped. Su-Wan-Wan landed lightly, not even a strand of her hair disheveled. She shook her right leg, then looked at the other 2 ice bears, frozen in place by their leader's sudden death, a cold smile playing on her lips. Don't just stand there, it's your turn. Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. Su-Wan-Wan's calm words, however, sounded like a death sentence to the remaining 2 frostbone giant bears. Their beastly instincts sent shivers down their spines, and they dared not even think of avenging their leader. They turned and fled in different directions. Trying to run? Su-Wan-Wan's gaze turned cold, and her figure vanished instantly. The 100-fold speed granted by her divine physique erupted, and she transformed into a blur, catching up with the giant bear on her right in the blink of an eye. Just as the giant bear sensed the force of the wind behind it, a pale fist slammed into its back. With a thud, the fist pierced through thick flesh, penetrating directly through its heart, and the massive beast collapsed with a crash. Another instant kill. Su Wanwan lightly touched the ground with her toes and turned to chase after the other bear. The bear was about to rush into the iron birch forest, but she stepped in front of it, completely cutting off its escape route. In despair, the giant bear stood upright, its two massive paws lashing down with a fierce wind, enough to flatten an armored vehicle. Su Wanwan's expression didn't even change. She simply raised her old, worn-out woodcutter's knife and flicked it upwards. With a soft thud, the rusty machete sliced through the giant bear's arms cleanly, as if cutting through tofu. Blood splattered from the paws, and the bear howled as it collapsed to its knees. Su Wanwan gave it no chance to breathe, flashing to its side and precisely slicing through its carotid artery with the machete. Blood gushed forth, and the third frostbone giant bear fell to the ground in the snow. From the moment she made her move until all 3 giant bears were dead, less than 30 seconds passed. The more than 3 billion viewers in the live stream watched in stunned silence as the petite figure stood amidst the carnage, her clothes spotless. It wasn't until much later that the comment section erupted. Some finally understood why Su Wanwan complained about only frying 1 fish. Some exclaimed that she was ruthless and powerful, and others lamented that while the U.S.'s elite soldiers were still struggling to survive, Chinese contestants were already using ill-level beasts as building materials. Unaware of the tremors outside, Su Wanwan walked to the bear carcass in the wilderness. The system immediately completed a scan. The bear hide could withstand extreme cold and could be used to make tents and armor. The bear tendons were suitable for making bowstring traps. The bear bones were harder than Grey alloys and were top-grade load-bearing materials. What she cared about most was the frost bear meat. The finest bear meat contained life, energy, and frost essence. Long-term consumption could enhance physical fitness, resist the cold, and even have the chance to awaken a frost affinity constitution. This was no ordinary food. It was a treasure capable of transforming a person completely. Su Wanwan immediately commanded in her mind, "System, trigger return." She wielded her wood-chopping knife, quickly skinning, removing tendons, deboning, and dividing the meat. The complete bear skin, thick bear tendons, and giant bear bones were collected one by one, and the mountain of bear meat transformed into countless golden specks of light when it touched her palm. The next moment, a global broadcast commenced. Chinese contestant Su Wanwan successfully hunted 3B plus grade frostbone giant bears, obtaining top-tier strategic resources, high-energy cold-resistant alien beast meat. Triggered a 10,000X manifestation mechanism, a 100,000X critical hit confirmed. 30,000 tons of SSS-grade top-tier frostbone giant bear meat are about to arrive at cold chain storage centers in major war zones across China. The news of 30,000 tons of bear meat instantly ignited the passion of 1.4 billion Chinese people. While sweet potatoes, cotton, and coal had previously solved survival problems, this discovery of exotic beast meat has set the entire nation on a path of extraordinary evolution. Inside a border post in the far north military region, the veteran sergeant was rubbing his hands, which were covered in chilblains and swollen joints. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and headquarters issued SSS-level special supplies. Everyone immediately went to the mess hall to collect them. In the center of the mess hall, several enormous chunks of meat, like rubies, appeared out of thin air. The cooks stewed the bear meat in a large pot, and the rich aroma of the meat quickly filled the air. Each soldier received a bowl of steaming hot meat soup. After drinking the soup and eating the meat, the old squad leader felt a surge of warmth rush from his stomach to his limbs. His hands, which had been stiff for many years, began to feel numb and hot, and the chilblains and swollen joints subsided at a visible speed. "My hand is healed." The old sergeant was moved to tears. The same miracle was unfolding in hospitals, sanatoriums, and among countless people suffering from the aftereffects of the extreme cold. In just one day, the average physical condition of the Chinese people experienced an epic leap. In the high-level command center, the old general, watching the ever-increasing data, trembled. This isn't about resources. It's about the evolution of the entire nation. Su Wanwan is creating a stronger future for China. In the desolate wilderness, after processing the supplies, Su Wanwan's gaze fell upon the bear bones. She especially admired the dozen or so enormous ribs, each 7 or 8 meters long with a perfect curve, which made her nod in satisfaction. The most important piece of the greenhouse puzzle was finally complete. She used bear tendons to bind the giant bones together, forming a small mountain of building materials. Then, standing in front of the pile, she began to drag it. Under the numb yet shocked gaze of a global audience, the petite Su-Wan-Wan dragged the giant bee skeleton step by step across the snowfield toward the small wooden house. She left a long trail behind her, as if leading directly to a miracle. A white-haired guide from the United States murmured in a daze. She used the bones of a giant beast as material. What kind of miracle is she trying to create? In a live stream, Su-Wan-Wan dragged dozens of giant bee skeletons, as if she were pulling a moving mountain, step by step towards the wooden house across the snowfield. The deep drag marks she left behind seemed to demarcate the boundary between mortals and gods. She dragged the mountain of bones to the semicircular open space next to the cabin and tossed it aside. A deafening roar shook the snow-covered ground, but she didn't even lose her breath. Professor Adams, sitting in a panel of experts, immediately began his analysis. These bones resembled the ribs and spine of a giant bear, with a hardness far exceeding that of natural materials on Earth, even approaching that of military-grade titanium alloys. But no matter how hard the material is, it's still just a material. To assemble an irregular, massive curved skeleton into a dome that can withstand a blizzard, modern architecture relies on modeling, cutting, welding, and collaboration among professional teams. Su-Wan-Wan was all alone, with only a rusty woodcutter's knife. Adams asserted that she had no chance of assembling the bones and would only end up with a pile of scrap. However, Su-Wan-Wan had already reached the pile of bones, casually lifting a huge rib 7 or 8 meters long, as lightly as picking up a stick. She carefully touched the joints at both ends, and the entire structure of the greenhouse blueprints appeared in her eyes. Those intricate details, down to the micrometer level, all transformed into clear lines in her eyes. Su-Wan-Wan softly uttered, "I see," and raised the machete. With a clang, sparks flew. The bare bone, as hard as alloy, was sliced open like cork under a knife. She sliced, chopped, chiseled, and dug, her movements so fast they were almost invisible, yet each cut was terrifyingly precise. In the blink of an eye, a delicate groove was carved into the end of the rib. Then, she shaved out a protrusion at the corresponding position on another bone to fit into it. Professor Adams' eyes widened, his breathing quickened. It was clearly the mortise and tenon structure of ancient Chinese architecture. Even a slight deviation in precision when using mortise and tenon joints on a curved, massive structure could cause the entire dome to collapse. Without measuring tools or blueprints, how could Su-Wan-Wan possibly achieve this level of skill with just her eyes and a machete? The next second, she gave the answer with her actions. She lifted the 2 prepared ribs, aligned the tenons with the mortises, and gently snapped them together. With a crisp click, the 2 giant bones fit together perfectly, without the slightest gap, as if they were meant to be connected that way. Adams jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. This precision, this mechanical structure, was beyond his comprehension. What Su-Wan-Wan held in her hand wasn't a broken woodcutter's knife, but rather a divine weapon that had created miracles. The livestream room in Huaxia instantly erupted in excitement. Countless viewers exclaimed at the incredible wisdom of their ancestors, even saying that Su-Wan-Wan had completely overturned the professor's worldview. But Su-Wan-Wan didn't stop. In the wilderness, the crisp sound of hammering rang out continuously, and bare bones were given new shapes in her hands. Tenons, mortises, dovetail joints. She used all kinds of ancient techniques with effortless skill. 2 hours later, she precisely snapped the last massive vertebra, which served as the central axis of the dome, into the center of the skeleton. A semicircular skeleton, 7 or 8 meters high and spanning over 20 meters, finally rose from the ground. Dozens of snow-white, crystalline animal bones intertwined and interlocked tightly, forming an indestructible dome. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the skeleton, casting dappled shadows on the snow. The skeletal structure was solemn and awe-inspiring, like a divine temple lost in the snowy plains, silencing the entire world. Su-Wan-Wan stood under the skeleton, brushed the bone fragments off her hands and nodded in satisfaction. The skeleton is there, and it's quite sturdy. She looked up at the huge gap between the skeletons, then at the several intact ice crystal bear skins beside her, and said calmly, "Next, it's time to top it off and start farming." Professor Adams tensed up again. Bearskin could block the wind and keep warm, but it couldn't let in light. Without a transparent roof, this greenhouse was ultimately just a magnificent skeleton tent. Just when everyone thought she would be stuck on the lighting problem, Su Ruan turned around and found a few long-forgotten, mutated spirit cotton seeds, casually tossing them into the newly leveled soil in the center of the greenhouse. Then, she took the spiritual spring water drawn from the ice hole and poured it directly onto the seeds without even melting the ice crystals. In a live stream, the white-haired biology professor slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. "I understand. What she really wanted wasn't cotton. What will these seeds grow into?" Chapter 27. Accelerating the Growth of Psychic Tomatoes and Bok Choy. Amidst the excited roar of the Chinese biology professor, all eyes in the world were fixed on the few black seeds in the center of the greenhouse frame. As the spiritual spring water fell, the mutated spirit cotton seeds once again glowed white, and a system notification sounded in Su Ruan's mind. The advanced life catalysis of the Shinong system was officially activated. Because this was a spiritual plant ecological cycle greenhouse, the catalytic efficiency tripled, and the probability of plant mutation also increased accordingly. The spiritual energy within Su Ruan's body began to be rapidly consumed. The next second, the seed swelled and burst open, and tender shoots emerged from the soil at a speed far exceeding that of the snow-covered cotton. But instead of growing upwards, they spread rapidly along the ground towards the massive bare bone framework. The main root plunged into the energy-rich soil, and the emerald green vines, like serpents, climbed and coiled along the snow-white animal bones. In less than half a minute, the 7 or 8 meter high skeletal dome was completely covered by the vines. Then, large heart-shaped green leaves sprouted from among the vines. The leaves intertwined and merged, eventually forming a thick, semi-transparent plant canopy, like a piece of emerald glass covering a dome. Sunlight streamed through the roof, transforming into a warm, soft green halo, turning the interior of the greenhouse into a fairyland. Professor Adams, the architectural luminary of the United States, slumped into his chair, his face filled with disbelief. He stared at the screen in awe, convinced that what Su Ruan had created was not an ordinary roof, but a living structure capable of self-repair and photosynthesis. Meanwhile, global audiences were already numb to the sheer number of things she had accomplished. Su Ruan gazed at the living greenhouse with satisfaction. The frame and roof were in place. Now it was time to plant vegetables. She took 2 paper packets from under the wolfskin rug, containing seeds for high-yield mutant tomatoes and cold-resistant bok choy. These seeds were originally just ordinary varieties from before the apocalypse, but after being nourished by the space, they acquired a trace of spiritual energy. She mixed smokeless coal, ash, and humus to create a patch of incredibly fertile black soil. Then, she bent down to dig holes, buried the seeds one by one in the soil, and watered them with spiritual spring water. The system notification sounded again. The advanced life catalysis was activated for the second time, and an amazing green vitality burst forth in the greenhouse. Within the tomato area, countless tender shoots broke through the soil, growing, flowering, and bearing fruit in one seamless process. The unripe fruits quickly swelled and turned red, transforming in the blink of an eye into fist-sized, crystal-clear, ruby-like psionic tomatoes. On the other side, the bok choy was growing wildly, with tender, emerald green cabbages sprouting from the soil, even plumper than the most vibrant vegetables before the apocalypse. In less than 5 minutes, the empty greenhouse had transformed into a bountiful fruit and vegetable garden. Outside the greenhouse lay a desolate, icy wasteland, but inside, it was filled with red tomatoes and green cabbages, the air thick with the fresh scent of earth and produce. Su Ruan casually picked a tomato, wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite. The sweet and sour juice exploded in her mouth, the long-lost refreshing taste making her squint her eyes. Just as she took her first bite, a grand mechanical voice suddenly resounded through the sky, and all the Chinese people instantly held their breath. The system detected that she had planted and harvested psionic tomatoes and mutated bok choy for the first time in the shelter, triggering the Shinong Myriad Things Critical Strike System's return mechanism. After calculation, the critical strike multiplier was ultimately locked at 100,000 times. The global broadcast then announced that Chinese contestant Su Ruanruan had successfully harvested top-quality, selenium-rich spiritual fruits and vegetables. 50 million tomato and cabbage combo packs would be distributed as a vegetable rain to all survivor settlements in China. The phrase vegetable rain entered the minds of 1.4 billion Chinese people, causing the entire country to erupt in excitement. For more than 2 years after the apocalypse, people had barely survived on tree bark, sweet potatoes, and animal meat. Fresh vegetables had long been a luxury they could only dream of. Long-term deficiencies in vitamins and trace elements have led countless people to suffer from scurvy, night blindness, and skin diseases, pushing their bodies to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in a resettlement site converted from a stadium on the eastern coast, a little girl lies weakly in a hospital bed. She suffered from severe scurvy, causing her gums to ulcerate, making even drinking water painful and bringing tears to her eyes. Her mother sat helplessly by her bedside, when suddenly a deafening scream erupted outside. Some shouted that it was raining, while others realized it wasn't raining at all. The gray sky was torn open by golden cracks, and countless red and green lights fell from the sky. Tomatoes and cabbages, bathed in soft golden light, drifted down like feathers to various parts of the resettlement site, and the fresh aroma of fruits and vegetables instantly dispelled the stuffy, musty smell. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Everyone knew this was a supply sent by Su Shun. The little girl's mother rushed through the rain of vegetables, picked up the biggest, reddest tomato, and ran back to her daughter's bedside to feed it. The little girl took a bite, and the sweet and sour juice moisturized her chapped lips and ulcerated gums. A warm and comforting feeling spread throughout her body, and hope finally shone again in her once dim eyes. The same scene unfolded in every corner of China. This vegetable rain not only ended the 2-year vitamin crisis, but also brought green, a symbol of hope and new life, to all those struggling in this apocalyptic world. Online, countless people shared photos of the amazing fruit and vegetable gift packs they received, turning Chinese social media into a sea of red and green. Some were moved to tears, some ate whole cabbages raw, and others thanked Su Ruanruan for saving their sick relatives. Soon, netizens asked curiously what good food their idol, Su Shun, was eating these days. This question, like a pebble dropped into a lake, instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. But for some, the answer to this question is the sharpest and cruelest knife. Chapter 28. The fake heiress's allergic reaction to rotten vegetable leaves causes facial damage. I really want to know, what delicious food is our God Su eating right now? This happy and curious comment was magnified into gold text by the National Fortune live streaming system and displayed at the top of the Huaxiao live streaming room. However, the camera cut from a nationwide celebration back to the cold villa of the Su family in Jiangxing. The affluent neighborhood hadn't been heated yet, and the room temperature had dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. Mr. and Mrs. Su, wrapped in blankets and curtains, huddled on the sofa, shivering, their former dignity as a wealthy couple long gone. In a corner of the restaurant, Su Cha-Cha lay sprawled on the floor, her hair disheveled, rummaging through a stinking garbage bag for food. Her face, which she had meticulously maintained for 18 years, was now completely ruined. Having eaten moldy food for a long time and suffering from severe malnutrition, her face was covered with red rashes, pustules, and ulcerated patches, with yellow pus flowing down her cheeks and emitting a foul odor. With her festering hands, she dug out a few blackened, rotten vegetable leaves, ignoring the dirt and grime, and stuffed them into her mouth. They were rotten roots and leaves discarded by her neighbors, and the only food the Su family could find these days. The official distribution of supplies was based on contribution and credit rating. The Su family had maliciously slandered athletes in a national competition and were therefore placed in the lowest category, not even qualified to receive sweet potatoes, and could only survive by scavenging garbage. The rotten vegetable leaves were bitter and astringent. Su Cha-Cha had only chewed a couple of bites when she gagged violently, even vomiting bile. She hated Su Ruanruan, and she hated even more this world that had dragged her into the mire. Just then, the holographic television in the living room lit up again. On one side of the screen, countless people were holding tomatoes and cabbages, their faces beaming with happiness. On the other side, Sue Ruanawan's greenhouse was in the desolate wasteland. The greenhouse was warm and cozy. Sue Ruanawan sat on a bearskin rug, her lips still glistening with juice from a tomato she had just finished eating. She wore no makeup, but her skin was fair and radiant. Beside her were tomatoes and bok choy, still glistening with dew. A snow-white leopard cub hugged a tender cabbage, happily munching away. The scene was serene and beautiful, forming a cruel contrast to the cold, foul-smelling villa of the Sue family. As Sue Cha-Cha stared at Sue Ruanawan's flawless face, and then touched her own face covered in festering sores, the last thread of reason in her mind snapped completely. Why? What? She jumped up like a madwoman, grabbed the heavy brass candlestick from the dining table, and smashed it against the television. She wanted nothing more than to smash Sue Ruanawan's face to pieces. With a bang, the $1 million holographic television shattered instantly. Sparks flew a few times, and the screen went completely black. "You're a madman." Mr. Sue stood up in a rage. This television was their only source of information from the outside world, and now Sue Cha-Cha had smashed it. He could no longer tolerate this ugly, troublemaking daughter, and rushed over to slap her hard across the face. A crisp slap rang out, and Sue Cha-Cha was slammed against the wall, collapsing to the ground. The scab pustules on her face burst open, and pus and blood mingled and flowed all over her face. She covered her face, staring at her father in disbelief. The father who had once doted on her and indulged her every whim now only showed disgust and violence in his eyes. "You hit me. I wish I could kill you, you jinx." Sue's father pointed at her and cursed angrily. "If you hadn't provoked Sue Ruanawan, would the Sue family have fallen to this state? Now you've even destroyed our last source of communication. What can you do besides cry, scream, and act crazy?" Sue's mother tried to intervene and break up the fight, but Sue's father shoved her away. "Get out of my way. You've spoiled this good-for-nothing." In the despair of the apocalypse, the Sue couple finally tore off their pretense. They cursed each other, blaming each other for all the mistakes, and also for their worthless daughter lying on the ground. Sue Cha-Cha lay on the cold ground, listening to her parents' vile curses. Her face burned with pain, but her body was frozen stiff. The last bit of affection and illusion she held in her heart shattered completely. She suddenly chuckled softly, her voice eerie and chilling. "Useless stuff." Sue Cha-Cha slowly propped herself up, her horribly festering eyes staring intently at her father. "Dad, don't worry. I won't stay this useless forever. Just wait. I'll be useful soon." Sue's father felt uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. What do you want to do?" Chapter 29: Homemade fruit and vegetable salad with pan-fried bear cutlets. Sue's father's stern, yet cowardly question echoed in the cold villa. Sue Cha-Cha did not answer, but only gave him a deep look with her terrifying eyes, then dragged her crippled leg and limped towards the dark, ice-cold bedroom. That one glance sent a chill down the spines of both Mr. and Mrs. Sue. The collapse of reality had no effect on the idyllic paradise within the desolate wasteland. Unbeknownst to Sue Ruanawan, a casually picked tomato had already ignited a family farce. At that moment, she was happily preparing dinner. As night falls, the emerald roof of the greenhouse loses its sunlight, but the vines emit a soft glow. Outside, the wind and snow howl like a pack of beasts crashing against skeletons. Inside, however, the greenhouse is warm and quiet, like another world. Sue Ruanawan moved the half-person-high iron charcoal stove to the center, where the orange-red flames flickered, maintaining a comfortable temperature in the 200-square-meter space. She then took out the bear oil from the frostbone giant bear, melted it, and used spirit cotton to make wicks, creating more than a dozen bear oil candles. Candles were placed throughout the greenhouse, their warm glow reflecting off the greenery and adding to the cozy atmosphere. Sue Ruanawan clapped her hands in satisfaction. Now came the main event of the evening. She picked fresh Siana tomatoes and tender white cabbage hearts, washed them with snow water, chopped them up, mixed them together, and then poured the remaining wolf bone truffle broth over them. A refreshing post-apocalyptic special fruit and vegetable salad was ready. Then, she dragged a large piece of frost bear hind leg meat from the cabin. This piece of meat, with its perfect balance of fat and lean, was the most prized part of the bear. She washed the huge stone slab that served as a cooking pot and placed it on the scorching charcoal stove to use as a grill plate. Sizzle. A 2-finger-thick bear steak lands on the stone slab, without any seasoning, and its intense aroma immediately fills the air. The surface quickly caramelizes into a golden brown crisp, locking in the juices, while white fat oozes out, sizzling on the stone slab. The viewers in the live stream had just recovered from the shock of the vegetable rain and Su Cha-Cha being beaten when they were driven crazy by this scene. Some people were using boiling water to make the last half packet of nutritional paste. Some were willing to trade 10 years of their life for a bite of bear ribs, and some even suspected that Su Wan was not trying to survive at all, but was filming a bite of the wilderness. Su Wan didn't care at all. She used a sharpened wooden stick to pick up the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside bear chop, placed it on a banana leaf, and first tasted a bite of the salad. The tomatoes were sweet and sour, the cabbage was crisp, and mixed with the umami flavor of the truffle soup. It was refreshing and delicious. Not bad. She cut off another piece of bear steak. The pinkish cut was plump and tempting, with hot juices flowing down the blade. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, her eyes closed comfortably. The crispy skin, the melt-in-your-mouth tender meat, and the burst of scalding juices that erupt when you bite into the fibers. Each layer assaults your taste buds. Fresh, fragrant, tender, smooth. All these descriptions seem inadequate. Tasty. Su Wan ate with a smile on her face, tossing the tendons and scraps to the little snow leopard at her feet. The little guy immediately pounced on it, tearing and biting with great effort, his mouth glistening with oil, making satisfied gurgling sounds. Candlelight, green plants, barbecue, salad, and a fluffy little snow leopard. Outside was a snowstorm of minus 40 degrees Celsius, but inside was an idyllic pastoral life. This scene, broadcast live, was etched into the hearts of countless people. After finishing the last piece of bear steak, Su Wan let out a satisfied burp and was about to get ready for bed when she suddenly stopped. She listened intently, her brows furrowing slightly. Her masterful environmental perception indicated everything was normal, but her animalistic intuition detected a discordant note. Had the wind changed? Or had the air changed? She walked to the greenhouse wall and looked out into the dark, snowy night through the gaps in the vines. Tick-tock. A very soft splash came from above. Su Wan looked up sharply and saw that a small patch of white frost on the huge bare bone on the central axis of the dome had melted, and water droplets were quietly dripping onto the vegetable leaves. She caught the wet leaf and twirled it between her fingertips. It is warm meltwater. Looking at the water stains on her hands, and then at the still howling wind and snow outside, the ease on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. It's still snowing outside. Why is water dripping here? Chapter 30, Celestial Phenomenon and Melting Ice and Snow. Anticipating and building water storage barrels. After noticing the humidity inside the greenhouse, Su Wan immediately ruled out the possibility of a leak in the roof. The greenhouse, made of living plants, has self-healing capabilities, and its sealing performance far surpasses that of ordinary buildings. The only explanation is that the outside temperature is rising. However, the change is so subtle that even the global live streaming system failed to detect it. Only she and the divine greenhouse noticed the anomaly beforehand. She stepped out of the greenhouse, back into the biting wind, picked up her broken wood-chopping knife, and went outside. The audience was filled with curiosity. What had she discovered in the middle of the night? Su Wan squatted on the snow, her fingers probing the frozen ground. The permafrost, which was originally as hard as steel, actually felt slightly damp. Heat from deep within the earth was being abnormally conducted to the surface. Su Wan's face immediately darkened. She had experienced this phenomenon during the apocalypse. Extreme cold may not be followed by spring. More likely, it will be a sudden heat wave and devastating floods. Glaciers can melt within hours, turning the frozen world into a vast ocean. Preparations must be made in advance. When floods come, the most precious things are no longer food and heat sources, but clean, fresh water. Floods can carry radiation, viruses, and pollutants, turning the waters into undrinkable seas of death. Su Wan looked at the smokeless forest and the even thicker mutated iron birch forest in the distance, and decisively activated her divine physique to cut down the giant trees with all her might. In an instant, she became like a tireless logging machine. The incredibly hard, mutated ironwood fell one after another under her hacksaw. In just 1 hour, she felled almost all the giant trees within a 1-kilometer radius that could be cut down. Then, she began making water storage barrels. This is an ancient technique passed down through the Shinong system, requiring no nails or glue. She cuts the tree trunk into curved planks, carves interlocking grooves, and then tightens them with tough bear sinew. Finally, she cut the thickest piece of bear skin to make a waterproof bucket lid. A giant, sealed bucket, 3 meters high, 2 meters in diameter, and capable of holding 10 tons of water, was quickly completed. But this was just the beginning. Su Ruan worked tirelessly, building the second and third in succession, until dawn broke and 20 giant wooden barrels were placed next to the wooden house and greenhouse. The 20 wooden barrels resembled miniature fortresses, with a total water storage capacity exceeding 200 tons. Viewers in the global live stream were completely stunned. No one understood why she had built so many barrels. Meanwhile, global temperatures finally began to change, rising from minus 40 degrees Celsius to minus 35 degrees Celsius. Countless people cheered, feeling that the extreme cold was over and spring was on its way. Smith, the soldier from the United States who lost his leg, discovered that the necrotic tissue in his leg had stopped deteriorating. Even the contestants from Japan and South Korea, who were hung upside down overnight, survived by chance due to the rising temperature. Everyone thought good days had arrived, but the Chinese audience felt uneasy. They knew that Su Ruan would never do these things without a reason. After finishing the wooden barrels, Su Ruan didn't rest. Instead, she picked up a machete and frantically dug around the wooden house and greenhouse. She wasn't digging pits, but ditches. The ditch was about 0.5 meter wide and 1 meter deep, with a slight incline that was barely perceptible to the naked eye. All the water eventually flowed into a bottomless ice cave not far away. She is building a drainage system around the shelter. This move immediately drew ridicule from live streamers around the world. Some ridiculed her for digging ditches in the freezing cold, while others scolded her for wasting her time, thinking it was utterly foolish of her to dig ditches instead of looking for food. Russian glaciologist Ivanov publicly asserted that, according to meteorological models, this warming trend will last for 2 months, be stable and mild, and there is absolutely no possibility of flooding. He even boasted that the ditch Su Ruan dug was of no use other than tripping him up. Laughter echoed across the world via the live stream, and also flooded into the Chinese live stream room. Su Ruan, in the wilderness, was completely unaware of all this. She simply finished digging the last section of the ditch and quietly watched the shelter that had been built overnight. Her master-level environmental perception indicated that air temperature and humidity were soaring at an alarming rate. She looked up at the gray sky and whispered, "It's coming." The words had barely left his lips when a piercing system alarm blared in the ears of everyone around the world. Global red alert. Unknown celestial activity detected, triggering anomalies in Earth's core energy. Global temperatures will surge from minus 30 degrees Celsius to plus 30 degrees Celsius within 2 hours. Warning, this is not a warming trend, but a sudden heat wave disaster. Glaciers worldwide will melt completely within an hour, and devastating floods are imminent. All participants must immediately seek higher ground for shelter. The world fell silent instantly. The smiles on the faces of those who had just been celebrating and laughing froze. Ivanov's coffee cup shattered. He stared intently at the screen, at the petite figure standing calmly by the drain, his face filled with shock and bewilderment. How did she know? Su Ruan glanced at the sky indifferently, then turned around and opened the lids of 20 water storage buckets, preparing to catch the purest first snowmelt rain. Then she called out towards the cabin, "Baby, wake up. We came out to see the sea." Chapter 31. Temperature soars 60 degrees in 2 hours. As soon as Su Ruan's voice was broadcast live, a global blood red alert rang out, like a slap in the face to everyone who had mocked her. Global red alert. Temperatures will rise from minus 30 degrees Celsius to plus 30 degrees Celsius within the next 2 hours. Devastating flooding is imminent. Please seek higher ground immediately. The global internet, which was cheering and dismissing Su Ruan's alarmist concerns just a moment ago, fell silent instantly. Meanwhile, Russian glaciologist Ivanov slumped in his chair, repeatedly muttering, "Unscientific, my model, but disasters never unfold according to models." Just 1 minute after the alarm sounded, the snow and ice in the death wilderness began to melt wildly. The snow turned into meltwater, which formed streams. 10 minutes later, a raging torrent had swept into the forest, and countless shelters for the athletes collapsed on the spot. Just as Smith, the elite soldier from the United States, was relieved that his frostbite was healing, the snowdrift melted into mud. The floodwaters were knee-deep, and he dragged his injured leg, desperately climbing towards a tree in waist-deep water, his eyes filled with despair. As soon as Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho fell from the vines, the ice cave they were hiding in collapsed with a deafening roar. Tons of ice and snowmelt crashed down, and before the two could even scream, the live stream went completely black. The world was filled with lamentations. Those who had just mocked Su Wan could only watch helplessly as their own player was swallowed up by the flood. All eyes ultimately turned to the only calm place on the Chinese live stream. Su Wan's small wooden house and greenhouse were like an isolated island in a vast ocean. Snow melt from all directions. After approaching within 100 meters of the shelter, was all diverted and gathered by the ditches she had dug in advance, flowing towards the same bottomless ice hole. The floodwaters rushed away along the precisely sloping ditches. The water level around the shelter remained perfectly still, and the foundation was as solid as a rock. 20 wooden water storage barrels, already filled with the purest melted snow, stood securely beside the shelter. Su Wan brought out a bearskin lounge chair, held a little snow leopard, and sat at the greenhouse entrance, watching the streams flow into the sea. The system showed that the ambient temperature had reached 25 degrees Celsius, and the humidity was 95%. In less than 2 hours, the temperature difference had reached a full 60 degrees. The Chinese live stream chat exploded. People mocked the scientific models from various countries and ridiculed those who had previously ridiculed Su Wan for digging the ditch. Ivanov stared at the perfect drainage system, seemingly aging 20 years in an instant, and left the live stream dejectedly. Su Wan didn't relax. She stood up and looked at the vast ocean in the distance, her brows furrowing slightly. Something's not right. The little snow leopard growled uneasily. She crouched by the ditch and quickly noticed that the water flow was slowing down. No matter how large the pit was, it couldn't withstand the glacial meltwater from the entire wilderness. Moreover, dark clouds were gathering unusually high in the sky. The air was already saturated with moisture, and an even more terrifying downpour was imminent. Su Wan glanced at the bare bones and the water storage bucket, her eyes flashing slightly. A drainage system alone is not enough. We need a boat. Chapter 32. Melting snow causes massive floods. As soon as Su Wan finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted in the sky, and a blinding flash of lightning tore through the dark clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour of large raindrops. Within seconds, the downpour had become an overwhelming curtain of rain. Global alert. Sudden heat wave triggers superconvection weather. Cataclysmic rainstorms imminent. Expected to last 72 hours. The melting glacier, coupled with torrential rain, caused a rapid flood that engulfed the land. The ditches that Su Wan had dug in advance held up for 2 hours, but were eventually washed away, and the floodwaters rushed straight towards the wooden house and greenhouse. But she didn't panic. She glanced at the water level and immediately activated Plan B. Let's get to work. The little snow leopard quickly brought over a bear tendon to help her build new survival tools. She arranged 20 giant wooden barrels filled with fresh water in pairs to form 10 buoyancy bases. Then, she dragged out the skeleton of the frostbone giant bear and began hacking and piecing it back together with a broken wood chopping knife. Instead of building the ship directly from bare bones, she selected the strongest ribs and vertebrae and used mortise and tenon joints to assemble a grid platform. The massive skeleton, like a keel, firmly held the 20 wooden barrels together as a whole. The remaining bone fragments and 3 giant bear skins were laid on the platform and sewn together with bear sinew to form a waterproof and slip-resistant deck. She then secured the cabin, along with its foundation, to the frame. The plants in the ecological greenhouse are extremely resilient, swaying only slightly under the impact of the flood. Countless vines even actively wrapped around the frame, firmly securing the greenhouse to the ark. Less than half an hour later, just as the floodwaters were about to submerge the roof, the final step was completed. As the water level rose rapidly, this colossal structure, composed of wooden barrels, bare bones, bare skin, a wooden house, and a greenhouse, steadily floated off the ground. From a distance, it looks like a giant aircraft carrier covered in bone armor. Wooden barrels provide buoyancy, bare bones protect against impacts. Wooden houses become cabins, and greenhouses become a backyard garden floating on the flood. The world was stunned. While others were still struggling with floods, Suruan had transformed her home into a mobile fortress, complete with its own ecological cycle and freshwater reserves. It was simply unbeatable. Smith, the elite soldier from the United States, clung to a piece of driftwood, shivering from the cold in the torrent. He stared at the bare-bone ark, which stood as steady as a mountain in the split screen, his eyes filled with awe and envy. Special Forces skills seemed like child's play in comparison. On the ark, Suruan used a bare leg bone as a pole, slowly controlling the direction. The floodwaters surged, but the ark remained perfectly still. The little snow leopard excitedly ran around on the deck, even pulling out a mutated giant fish from the water to present as a treasure. For others, the flood was a catastrophe, but for Suruan, it became an armed patrol and a mobile treasure hunt. With her master-level environmental perception activated, the 100-mile stretch of water instantly transformed into a 3D map in her eyes. Most of the underwater glowing spots were corpses, but there were also red and gold glows from mutated creatures mixed in. Suruan smiled and immediately steered the ark towards the area with the highest concentration of glowing spots. The bare bone pole plunged into the water with lightning speed, and with a sudden flick, a mutated giant crocodile, over 3 meters long and covered in scales, was thrown onto the deck. Before it could even struggle, a broken woodcutter's knife had already pierced its brain through its eye socket. Ding! You have killed a C+ level mutated creature, the ironclad crocodile. Next, Suruan kicked the crocodile carcass into a corner and continued retrieval. The giant python carcass could be skinned. The century-old ironwood was top-grade building material, and the eggs of the mutated iron-beaked bird were not to be missed. In just 1 hour, the bare-bone ark had become a treasure ship laden with supplies. The audience was green with envy. While others didn't even have clean water, she was already complaining about the quality of the loot. Just as Suruan was considering whether to have crocodile meat or snake meat soup for dinner, a golden light suddenly flashed on the surface of the water in the distance. It was a bronze treasure chest, its surface engraved with ancient runes, floating silently in the torrent. Suruan narrowed her eyes slightly. It wasn't shown on the map. She immediately maneuvered the ark closer, about to use the poles to hook the treasure chest over, when a system warning suddenly sounded. Warning: an unknown high-dimensional item has been detected. The ancient lost blind box. Opening it may grant a god-level reward, or it may unleash an ancient calamity. Calamity? Suruan paused, staring at the treasure chest, a playful smile appearing on her lips. Interesting, this game is finally getting a bit exciting. Chapter 33. A blind box reveals cool jadeite. Suruan stared at the bronze treasure chest emanating a dangerous aura in the water. Having lived through 10 years of the apocalypse, she understood better than anyone that high risk often meant high reward. The viewers in a live stream were divided on whether or not to open the chest, but she ignored them. She tapped the box lightly, silently asking the system what kind of calamity the blind box could unleash. The system calculated that the most dangerous thing would be an A+ level void wraith or a spatial plague, which she could handle with a 95% probability given her current strength. That's like giving it away for free. Suruan smiled, gripped the clasp with both hands, and lifted the heavy bronze box onto the bare-bone Arkansas. The box was only 1/2 meter square, with ancient runes slowly flowing on its surface, and only a palm print groove on the top. She pressed her palm down, and the runes instantly burst forth with golden light as data streams poured into the box. Identity verification passed. The blind box was officially bound to Suruan, a contestant for the Chinese national games. With a crisp click, the box lid slowly opened. There were no monsters, nor dazzling golden light. Only a cool, moonlit halo that dispelled the surrounding heat and humidity. Inside the box lay 3 items: a piece of ice jade, a bag of pale golden seeds, and a yellowed animal hide scroll. The system notified her that she had obtained 1 kilogram of the environmental wonder, cool jade marrow, 1 kilogram of water-resistant and high-yield psionic wheat, and a fragment of a divine recipe, the ancient secret scroll for making energy compressed biscuits. Upon seeing the cool chalcedony, Oduor-Noah's eyes lit up. This was precisely the treasure to deal with the extreme heat disaster. As soon as she held the chalcedony, the icy energy instantly flowed through her entire body, like drinking a sip of ice water in the sweltering summer, leaving every pore feeling refreshed. She strung the chalcedony together with bare tendon and hung it around her neck. The sweltering air could no longer affect her. Just then, the belated global broadcast rang out. Oduor-Noah activated an ancient relic and obtained the SS-level strategic artifact, Cool Jade Marrow. The Shinong Myriad Things critical strike system was triggered, providing a 10,000-fold return. Because this item is a national-level natural disaster defense artifact, the critical strike multiplier was directly locked at a god-level conceptual manifestation. Absolute protection. The mighty Tongdi is about to descend upon China. In 3 minutes, all water conservancy and flood control facilities across China will be upgraded to OSS-level Dragon Vein water-suppressing Great Wall. On the eastern coast of China, a dam is teetering on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of floodwaters. Countless soldiers and civilians are desperately holding it up, carrying sandbags, with a city of 3 million people behind them. The commander roars orders for everyone to hold on, but the colossal waves are already crashing in. In a moment of despair, endless golden light suddenly shot out from inside the dam. The reinforced concrete transformed into dark blue-black boulders in the light, and the dam grew wildly, rising from tens of meters to 300 meters in the blink of an eye, like a divine wall stretching across the heavens and the earth. A lifelike dragon relief appeared on the wall, and an ancient dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The raging flood crashed into the great wall that suppressed the waters of the Dragon Vein, but it shattered like water droplets, without even creating a ripple. At the same time, all rivers, reservoirs, and flood control dikes in China were raised to form a great wall to suppress the floods. The floods were completely kept outside the country's borders. Almost the entire planet was submerged, but China became a pristine land untouched by the vast ocean. In the command center, the old general stared at the screen, tears streaming down his face. Oduor-Noah had built an unyielding great wall for China. Meanwhile, Oduor-Noah herself was already engrossed in studying the psionic wheat seeds and the incomplete recipe, calculating how to maximize their value. Suddenly, the snow leopard cub in her arms froze, its snow-white fur standing on end, and it let out a piercing scream towards the water ahead. Oduor-Noah abruptly looked up, and her master-level environmental perception map simultaneously lit up with a blood-red alarm. 300 meters ahead of the bare-bone arc, a colossal creature radiating terrifying A++ level energy was slowly emerging from the murky water. Beneath its immense shadow, the water swirled into a horrifying vortex. There's such a big guy hiding underwater? Oduor-Noah's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. Chapter 34. The mutant water monster overturns the Korean contestants. Oduor-Noah sensed a terrifying aura lurking in the deep water. She immediately put away the wheat seeds and blueprints and gripped her rusty wood-chopping knife tightly. That aura, filled with savagery and hunger, had already locked onto her bare-bone arc. The water suddenly burst open not far away, and South Korean athlete Park Sung-ho emerged from the water clutching a broken plank. He had clearly just escaped from the collapse of the ice cave. He glanced back and then swam desperately towards Oduor-Noah's arc. Help! There's a monster underwater. Before the viewers in the live stream could react, a ferocious, enormous head burst out of the water. It was a mutated water monster that looked like a plesiosaur, with a neck tens of meters long that stood erect like a giant python, a head as big as a small truck, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Its entire body was grayish-green. Its skin was covered with slimy, fleshy growths, and its stench was enough to send chills down your spine, even through the screen. A system warning then sounded. A++ tier deep-sea mutant predator discovered. Plague throat plesiosaur. Possesses potent acid venom and extremely strong biting ability. Is extremely bloodthirsty. Immediate avoidance is advised. The plague's throat had already set its sights on Park Sung-ho, its massive head slamming forward like a battering ram. Park Sung-ho only had time to let out a desperate scream before the gaping maw, along with a wooden plank, bit him in half at the waist. Blood instantly stained the floodwaters red. The water monster swallowed half the corpse, emitting a chilling, gurgling sound. The global audience was stunned. The South Korean live stream went black amid screams, and South Korea became the first country in the National Destiny game to have all its players eliminated and be completely knocked out. Even after devouring Park Sung-ho, the plague throat was still not satisfied. Its cloudy yellow eyes slowly rolled, finally settling on the bare-bone ark. In its simple mind, the ship was a plate laden with food. The monster roared as it plunged into the floodwaters, its massive body creating waves tens of meters high that crashed down on the ark. Its aim was to capsize the ark first, then devour Su Ruan on board. The live stream chat erupted in gasps. Everyone thought the ark was doomed. Su Ruan stood motionless on the deck, coldly watching the charging monster, a slight smile playing on her lips. Perfect timing. I'm just missing a new outfit. The giant wave crashed into them instantly, lifting the bare-bone ark high into the air, threatening to capsize it. Just as the ark reached the crest of the wave, Su Ruan suddenly moved. God-level physique, 100% power activation. She kicked off the deck with both legs, and her whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball, taking advantage of the giant waves to actively rush towards the throat of the plague. The water monster did not expect this tiny prey to dare to fight back, and instinctively opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow her whole. What greeted it, however, was an extremely dazzling flash of light. In midair, Su Ruan passed by the enormous monster's head. The rusty woodcutter's knife in her hand had somehow become straight and sharp, its cold light flashing as it precisely struck the most vulnerable joint at the base of the snake's neck. Puffed. There was no deafening noise, only a slight cutting sound. The next moment, the enormous head, still in a predatory posture, was severed from its long neck. Dark green, bloody spray splattered everywhere, and the head rolled and crashed into the floodwaters dozens of meters away. The massive body, headless, continued to charge forward for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, convulsing and writhing wildly in the water, turning the surrounding water a dark green. One slash severed his head, an instant kill. Su Ruan landed lightly back on the swaying deck, her machete dripping with foul-smelling, dark green blood. She disgustedly flicked away the blood, looked at the headless corpse convulsing in the water, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it's big enough. This hide is enough to make a full set of clothes, and there's still some material left to make a bag. Chapter 35. A bumper harvest of aquatic products returned 10,000-fold, skinning and muscle removing to make insulated and waterproof clothing. Su Ruan's mutterings were broadcast to viewers worldwide through the live stream. The shock of the decapitation strike hadn't yet subsided, and the girl was already planning how to make new clothes and bags from the corpse of the 8++ level water monster. What was considered a world-destroying monster by everyone else turned into high-quality fabric in her hands. The live stream chat exploded. Everyone was speechless, stunned by her calm indifference to terror. Just then, the global broadcast started again. Chinese contestant Su Ruan successfully hunted down the A++ level deep-sea mutated predator, the plague throat plesiosaur, and obtained its complete carcass. Triggered a 100,000-fold realization mechanism, locking onto SS-level strategic biological resources, 100,000 tons of deep-sea dragon rafts, which are about to arrive at the logistics reserve centers of major military regions across China. Deep-sea lobster fillets contain active proteins and trace energy elements, which can replenish physical strength, repair muscle damage, and enhance nerve reaction speed, making them a top-tier individual combat ration. China was instantly abuzz with excitement. The previous bear meat had improved the physical fitness of the entire population, while this 100,000-ton dragon platter was a massive boost to the Army's combat capabilities. In the High Command Center, the old general immediately ordered that it be prioritized for distribution to frontline soldiers, researchers, and engineers. These were resources that Su Ruan had salvaged from the abyss, and they had to be used on the front lines to protect the nation. The entire nation was immersed in jubilation, while Su Ruan, aboard the bare-bone ark, approached the headless Hydra snake corpse. She first used bear tendons to bind the giant tail, dragging the enormous carcass to calmer waters. Then came the real work on the cloth. Suruwanruwan gripped the broken woodcutter's knife and slashed down along the plesiosaur's spine. The grayish-green skin, impenetrable even by bullets, instantly split open, creating a gash tens of meters long. She then pulled out a massive tendon, thicker than her waist and gleaming with a pale blue light. This dragon tendon is far more resilient than bear tendon, making it an excellent material for both bowstrings and straps. Only after carefully storing the dragon tendon did she begin the actual skinning process. The machete in her hands was like a precise surgical scalpel, each cut following the contours of the fascia without damaging the skin or tearing away any excess flesh. The world watched as she cleanly and efficiently dismantled a terrifying sea monster. In less than an hour, she had peeled off a complete dragon skin covering an area of over 300 square meters. Suruwanruwan used snow water and bear oil to simply wash and tan it, removing the fishy smell and slime. The treated dragon skin was as deep as obsidian, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, yet felt remarkably supple to the touch and possessed a cool, refreshing quality. Suruwanruwan nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a natural heat-insulating and waterproof material. She didn't need a ruler. She simply measured herself against her body, and her machete swiftly cut out the body of her garment, sleeves, trouser legs, and hood. Bare bone spurs became sewing needles, and the freshly extracted dragon tendons became sewing thread. The only sound on the deck was the rustling of needlework. Those hands, which had cleaved mountains and carved rocks, hunted bears and slayed dragons, were still incredibly fast at needlework. Another hour later, a set of black-scale battle armor was finally completed. This was a tight-fitting, hooded, one-piece combat suit. The dark, scale-like armor clung to her slender, yet powerful figure. Suruwanruwan also used scraps to make a tactical belt, which could hold a machete and a water bottle. When she changed into her black-scale, heat-insulating, and waterproof battlesuit and stood at the bow of the bare bone ark, the chat in the global live stream stopped. Previously, when she wore a silk robe, she was a surprisingly delicate and alluring demon queen. The current Suruwanruwan is like a doomsday queen emerging from the abyss, cold, sharp, and exuding a deadly aura. After a brief silence, the screen is filled with amazement at her battle attire. The cooling properties of the dragon skin, combined with the cool jade around her neck, made her feel as if she were in a temperature-controlled room. The armor was not only waterproof, but also virtually impervious to ordinary swords and blades. Well, at least we don't have to fight in our pajamas anymore. Suruwanruwan stretched her body and then looked up at the sky. The torrential rain that had lasted for dozens of hours had stopped, but the sky not only did not clear up, but became even more eerie. The heavy, dark clouds dispersed, and the sky turned a dark red, like congealed blood. The damp, fishy smell quickly receded, and a scorching, dry aura, seemingly capable of igniting everything, surged in from all directions. She stared at the enormous, blinding sun in the blood-red sky, her brow furrowed deeply. The temperature in the air was rising at an alarming rate. That day, it looks like it's on fire. Chapter 36 Extreme Heat Wave arrives. Temperatures soar by 50 degrees. As soon as Suruwanruwan finished speaking, the temperature numbers on the environmental monitoring panel of the global live broadcast system began to rise rapidly. Current average ambient temperature, 35 degrees Celsius. Current average ambient temperature, 40 degrees Celsius. Current average ambient temperature, 45 degrees Celsius. In just a few minutes, the world was as if it had been thrown into a giant furnace. Moisture in the air evaporated rapidly. The earth cracked, and plants that had just survived the flood withered and spontaneously combusted, turning the desolate wasteland into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Inside the live stream room in Japan, the ninja Fujiwara Shin hid in the shadow of a boulder, looking utterly wretched. He had survived the flood, but was on the verge of dying in the extreme heat. His lips were cracked and bleeding. His throat felt like it was on fire, and the sweat that had just soaked through his clothes was evaporated by the intense heat. Water, water! Fujiwara Shin's consciousness blurred as he futilely clung to the scalding ground. He knew very well that without water, he wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. In despair, he thought of the only way to survive. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers from Japan, This man, once revered as a jonin, trembled as he unzipped his pants and pulled out an empty water bottle he had taken from Park Sung-ho's backpack. Yellow liquid slowly poured into the bottle, and the live stream chat erupted in groans. But when survival is at stake, dignity is worthless. Fujiwara Shin closed his eyes, raised a water bottle, and gulped down the water. The foul-smelling liquid slid down his throat, and he gagged while trying to suppress his nausea, not daring to waste a single drop. Just as billions of viewers were getting chills, the national event live stream thoughtfully displayed a split screen. On the left was Fujiwara Shin, desperately trying to survive by drinking urine, his expression contorted. On the right was Su Ruanruan on the deck of the Chinese Barebone Ark. The crimson sun hung high in the sky, its heat wave enough to scorch the earth, yet was blocked by an invisible force when it approached Su Ruanruan by a meter. The cool jade necklace around her neck emitted a soft, clear light, forming a constant temperature force field, and her black scale battle armor also blocked all the heat. Standing on the deck, Su Ruanruan didn't feel the heat at all. Instead, she comfortably squinted her eyes and stretched. The warm breeze brushed against her hair, and she exclaimed sincerely, "This breeze is quite comfortable, just like spring." Viewers worldwide collectively burst out laughing. 50 degrees Celsius, a deadly heat wave, sounded no different from spring in her mouth. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Shin was enduring the stench of urine next door. This wasn't just a comparison, it was public humiliation. Ding! The current average surface temperature has reached 50 degrees Celsius. The instantaneous heat wave, natural disaster, has entered its second stage, surface burning. Warning! Surface shelters are at risk of structural damage. All players must immediately seek underground cover. Su Ruanruan looked at the Barebone Ark. The bearskin on the deck was already curled and scorched, and the cabins and greenhouses were unlikely to last much longer. She frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It seems that this floating villa is the end of our lives. It's time to move to another place." As soon as she finished speaking, a system notification exploded in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have perfectly cleared the extreme ice storm and the cataclysmic flood, and your global reputation has exceeded 1 million. You have met the unlocking requirements for the God-level module and are now unlocking new features." Golden light burst forth before her eyes. Su Ruanruan stared at the brand new module that was about to be unlocked, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Could it be? Chapter 37. Su Ruanruan looked at the golden light gathering in the system interface, and her heart stirred. Could it be an even more advanced construction blueprint? The next second, the golden light transformed into a blue data scroll that unfolded, revealing a three-dimensional structure diagram composed of pipes and energy nodes before her eyes. The system notified her that she had unlocked the Advanced Agriculture module and obtained a God-level blueprint, Heart of the Spirit Spring, Adaptive Ecological Water Cycle Irrigation Network. This system, centered around a spiritual spring, can precisely deliver water containing spiritual energy to every inch of land, and can automatically recycle excess water, forming a complete cycle. It can not only operate around the clock without irrigation, with almost no loss of spiritual energy or water evaporation, but it can also regulate soil temperature and humidity and improve plant growth efficiency and mutation probability. Su Ruanruan is Bredhicht. This was practically a divine artifact tailor-made for extreme heat disasters and subsequent infrastructure construction. A super fortress buried deep underground, with its own water and energy sources capable of automatic planting and self-sufficiency, quickly took shape in her mind. Since the surface of the earth would be scorched by the high temperatures, the safest place was naturally underground. Su Ruanruan looked at the Barebone Ark being baked by the blazing sun, and a smile appeared on her lips. "It seems we'll have to dig a tunnel this time." She immediately steered the Ark, searching for a construction site among the cracked earth exposed after the floodwaters receded. The entrance had to be built in stable rock, in a secluded and shady location, and near resources. Master-level environmental perception activated, and a 3D map of the area within 100 miles instantly appeared in her mind. Soon, she located a cliff 5 kilometers to the west. The granite cliffs, there are hundreds of meters high, located on a shady side of the mountain, where the temperature is more than 10 degrees lower than the outside temperature. More importantly, a powerful water system is hidden hundreds of meters underground in the cliffs. That's it. Half an hour later, the Barebone Ark ran aground on the dry riverbed. Su-Wan jumped off the deck, the scorching earth beneath her feet sizzling softly. She looked up at the towering, sun-blocking rock face, felt the coolness between the rocks, and nodded in satisfaction. Next, only the most direct step remained, opening the mountain. She told the little snow leopard to stay away, and the little guy immediately darted behind a boulder 100 meters away, only peeking out with half of its furry head sticking out. Su-Wan stood before the stone wall, her divine physique instantly boosting to 300% power. A violent surge of heat exploded within her body, and faint golden patterns appeared on her skin beneath her black scale battle armor. She slowly raised a rusty, broken wood-chopping knife. The knife, which had drunk wolf blood, chopped bare bones, and slain water monsters, now gleamed with a dark golden light. "Open it for me." Su-Wan transformed into black lightning, her machete slashing wildly at the granite. A dense barrage of impacts tore through the wilderness, sparks flashing repeatedly against the stone walls. Audiences worldwide were completely stunned. That petite figure had actually carved a circular tunnel 3 meters in diameter out of a solid rock wall, using only a broken wood-chopping knife. Like a waterfall of flying debris, the tunnel stretched underground at a speed of more than 10 meters per minute. Some people exclaimed that she wasn't digging a bunker, but clearly digging a subway with her bare hands. Smith, the elite soldier from the United States, hid in a cave, watching Su-Wan frantically cutting through the mountain on the screen, and silently threw away his entrenching tool. Compared to her, the thing in his hand looked like a plastic shovel for a child to play in the sand. Su-Wan, however, was completely immersed in the release of power. The structural diagram was already in her mind, and every cut was incredibly precise, as the tunnel continued to penetrate deeper into the earth at a 30-degree angle. 5 minutes later, the tunnel was over 50 meters deep. 10 minutes later, the depth exceeded 100 meters. The surrounding rocks gradually took on a natural coolness, and the air temperature dropped from 50 degrees to 25 degrees. Just as she was about to continue advancing towards the underground water vein, the machete suddenly struck the rock wall, making an unusual crisp sound, and the huge recoil force bounced the blade away. Su-Wan stopped what she was doing and stared at the rock wall in front of her, which had only a faint white mark on it. The rocks here were as black as obsidian, with a smooth surface that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Something strange. She raised her hand and tapped lightly, but the response was not the dull thud of solid rock, but a crisp sound with a hollow echo. Su-Wan's eyes lit up immediately. Behind the rock wall, there was likely a natural underground cave. This would save a lot of construction work. She took 2 steps back, channeled all her strength into the wood-chopping knife, and chopped down again. Break! With a crack, the black rock wall finally split open, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Then, the entire rock wall collapsed inward with a deafening roar. But instead of flying debris, a dense blue light suddenly burst forth from the cave entrance, and a chilling aura instantly filled the entire tunnel. The chilling air was icy and biting, yet it carried an indescribable sweetness, clarity, and boundless vitality. Su-Wan felt as if she had fallen into an ancient ice cave, and every pore on her body opened up. She stared at the bottomless blue light at the entrance of the cave, the sound of rushing water filling her ears, and she was completely stunned. This is Chapter 38. Ancient ice spring emerges from the earth's veins. After Su-Wan chiseled open the rock wall, a deep, dark blue cave entrance appeared before her. A bone-chilling cold rushed towards her, as if it could freeze even her soul. She was both surprised and delighted, and immediately walked to the cave entrance to look down. Below the rock wall lies a natural cave that stretches to the horizon. Countless stalactites and stalagmites hang from the dome, gleaming like swords in the blue light. At the bottom of the cave, a 10-meter-wide underground river flows silently, its water a pure and dazzling sapphire blue, with a constant stream of cold mist rising from it. A system notification then sounded. Su-Wan discovered an SSS-level hidden geographical wonder, the ancient Leoline Ice Spring, the primordial mystic ice spring. This spring originates from the ancient water veins at the Earth's core, containing mystic ice essence and immense life energy. It can clear away fire toxins and summer heat, enhance heat resistance, and long-term consumption can cleanse the marrow and even awaken the icy bloodline. However, the spring water is consistently below minus 100 degrees Celsius, and if an ordinary person comes into contact with it, their limbs will freeze and die instantly. Suruwanawan's heart skipped a beat. She had only intended to dig a summer bunker and a well, but who knew that a casual shovel would unearth an underground ice palace? This is a huge windfall. She leaped directly from the 100-meter-high tunnel entrance, landing lightly on the giant ice crystal beside the icy spring. The extreme cold surged through her body from her feet, yet she felt no discomfort. Her divine physique, combined with the cool jade marrow, made every cell in her body seem to rejoice. She crouched down, reaching out to touch the spring water. Just as her fingertips touched the surface, a bright red warning popped up in the live stream. The temperature of the primordial mystic ice spring is below minus 100 degrees Celsius. Direct contact will cause limbs to freeze. Please stop this dangerous activity immediately. The world's audience instantly tensed. Minus 100 degrees Celsius is more terrifying than an extreme cold disaster, and everyone was urging her to stop immediately. Suruwanawan curled her lip in disgust. Noisy. The next second, instead of stopping, she immersed her entire palm in the sapphire blue spring water. Billions of viewers held their breath, convinced that her hand would freeze into a block of ice and then shatter. But as 1 second, then 10 seconds passed, Suruwanawan's hands continued to leisurely stir the water. Far from being frostbitten, her skin became even more translucent and moist, like a piece of warm, white jade. The pure, icy energy flowed into her body through her palm, merging and circulating with her existing fiery power, ultimately transforming into even more powerful energy that sank into her dantian. Suruwanawan sighed comfortably. Cool. The whole world was stunned. Then, she picked up a thick tree trunk from the birch forest and began carving it swiftly with a broken woodcutter's knife. Wood chips flew everywhere, and in less than a minute, a large, rustic, smooth wooden cup took shape. She held a wooden cup the size of a large bowl, scooping it full of the icy primordial ice spring. Bathed in a deep blue light, she seemed to be looking at a global audience through the camera lens, a contented smile playing on her lips, before tilting her head back and gulping it down. Glug, glug, glug. She downed an entire cup of the sacred spring water, which was at minus 100 degrees Celsius, in one gulp. Suruwanawan let out a long sigh, a satisfied blush spreading across her cheeks, as if she had drunk a whole bottle of ice-cold beverage in the sweltering summer heat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Smith, the elite soldier of the United States, was hiding in a stuffy, cramped cave that could collapse at any moment. The outside temperature soared to 55 degrees Celsius, and he was almost completely dehydrated, his eyes cloudy and unfocused due to dehydration. He stared intently at Suruwanawan on the screen, at the sapphire blue spring water, the white frost on the glass, and her satisfied expression. This tough guy, who shed blood but not tears on the battlefield, completely broke down in his mental defenses. He didn't lose to natural disasters, but rather he was so tempted by Suruwanawan that he cried. While Smith clutched his head and wept in despair. Aside from China, countless viewers suffering from the sweltering heat also broke down, some willing to trade 10 years of their life for a sip of ice water, others angrily denouncing Suruwanawan for murdering his spirit. The Chinese livestream room erupted in celebration, the screen filled with comfortable and godlike. Seeing viewers from various countries practically bursting with envy, everyone laughed with unbridled joy. Suruwanawan finished her drink, but still felt unsatisfied. She gazed at the inexhaustible primordial mystic ice spring, then at the newly unlocked blueprints for the fully automated water circulation irrigation network, and a bold idea gradually took shape. Such a good thing shouldn't be enjoyed by me alone. She licked away the remaining cool spring water from the corner of her mouth, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, and immediately gave an order to the system. System, bind the primordial profound ice spring and return it 10,000-fold. I want to make this scorched land grow green oasis again. Chapter 39, A Vast Oasis. Suruwanawan's command was like pressing a button to activate a miracle. That cold, grand mechanical voice resounded across the globe for the third time, and everyone held their breath. Ding! The host has detected and bound an SSS-level strategic wonder resource, the primordial mystic ice spring, for the first time. Shandong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a 10,000X return mechanism. This resource event can reverse extreme environments, reshape the national ecosystem, and lock in the highest critical strike multiplier. Critical hit multiplier locked. God-level concept manifestation. Another concept materialization. Last time, the Great Wall of Dragon Veins brought an end to the natural disaster of floods. This time, what the system will bring is something even the top leaders of various countries dare not imagine. Concept manifestation. The source of life, the land of abundance beyond the Great Wall, is about to descend upon China. In 1 minute, an SSS-level Kunlun snow-capped ice lake oasis will materialize in the core area of the Taklamakan Desert. Desert, oasis, or an extreme heat wave with surface temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius. The world fell into a deathly silence. Such a feat was no longer a miracle, but creation itself. In the heart of the Taklamakan Desert in northwest China, a desert known as the Sea of Death scorches like iron. At the research station, botanists gaze at the carbonized poplar forest outside their windows, their faces filled with despair. These 1,000-year-old poplars, in the end, could not survive this natural disaster. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The group rushed out of the research station and saw that the center of the Crimson Desert was cracking open inch by inch, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading outwards. What gushed from the crack was not lava, but clear, cold spring water with a faint blue glow. The underground spring gushed forth, and the scorching yellow sand rose into white mist upon contact with the water, instantly making the air cool and refreshing. Springs converged into streams, streams into rivers, and eventually transformed into a vast lake. In less than 10 minutes, a deep blue ice lake, spanning over 10,000 hectares, appeared in the center of the Sea of Death, shrouded in icy mist, resembling the jade pool of Kunlun. Immediately afterwards, a powerful life energy spread from the glacial lake. The charred poplars sprouted new buds, their branches and leaves growing wildly. Half an hour later, the desolate desert was covered by a dense forest. Red sand dunes, blue icy lakes, and green forests create a breathtaking panorama. The elderly professors embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. It's alive. The poplar forest is alive. It was Dr. Su who saved us again. Inside the command center of Huaxia, the old general stared at the blue-green area that suddenly appeared on the satellite map and excitedly ordered. The engineering corps should immediately build a super eco-city around Kunlun Ice Lake that can accommodate tens of millions of people. At the same time, it was announced nationwide that the ice spring resources of Kunlun Ice Lake would be provided free of charge and in unlimited quantities to all Chinese citizens. This Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, created by Su Ruanruan, will become a beacon of hope that would never fall in the apocalypse. In a desolate wilderness, Su Ruanruan looked with satisfaction at the ever-flowing ice spring, then gazed at the two god-level blueprints in her mind. Fully automatic water circulation irrigation network, and spring-like all-year-round spirit plant ecological circulation greenhouse. A plan quickly took shape. She would use the primordial ice spring and the blueprints to build a super farm in an underground cavern 100 times larger than the original greenhouse to achieve complete food freedom. Just as she was outlining her plans, the live stream cut back to reality. A chaotic farce was unfolding in the emergency room of Jiangxing First People's Hospital. Chapter 40. The fake heiress gets poisoned and hospitalized after buying cheap soda. The entire Chinese internet celebrates the sale of ice soda. Vomit. In the emergency gastric lavage room of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, Su Cha-Cha, her father, and mother lay on a hospital bed, their faces ashen, as a gastric tube was forcibly inserted for lavage. The vomit they produced was foul-smelling, a mixture of heavy metals and industrial waste. Half an hour ago, officials announced that the ice spring water from Kunlun Ice Lake will be supplied free of charge to the entire country. Huge blocks of ice appeared in countless communities and resettlement sites, and people lined up with buckets to collect water, creating a scene of jubilation throughout China. A wave of cheers to Su Shun swept the internet. Netizens held up refreshing, cool spring water, cheered at the camera, and said that the water tasted better than any beverage, and that they wanted to toast Su Wanruan, the guardian deity of China. The world seemed to be divided into two camps. One was China, enjoying the refreshing spring water, and the other was other countries that could only look on with envy. The Su family of three became the most pathetic corner in this revelry. Because of their malicious slander against athletes participating in the national games, the Su family's credit rating plummeted to the lowest level, disqualifying them from even queuing for water. Under the scorching heat, their last bottle of mineral water ran out, and the three were almost in despair. Just then, a black market scalper approached them, claiming to have inside access to Kunlun spring water, offering to trade it for the Su family's still drivable sports car. Without hesitation, Mr. Su exchanged his prized sports car for 3 bottles of water. The water looked clear and was cool to the touch. The three of them were overjoyed and each gulped down a bottle. But in less than 5 minutes, they suffered from severe abdominal cramps, vomiting, diarrhea, foaming at the mouth, and passed out. When they woke up, the three of them were already in the hospital's gastric lavage room. The nurse removed the feeding tube from Su Cha-Cha's mouth and coldly told them. The so-called ice spring was nothing more than industrial wastewater from the moat, with refrigerants and clarifying agents added. Su Cha-Cha weakly raised her head, her festering face becoming increasingly grotesque from the torment of poisoning. She hoarsely begged the nurse for water, only to be met with undisguised disgust. The nurse took out her phone. The screen showed a live broadcast of the national games. Su Wanruan sat by the underground icy lake, grilling crocodile meat, with a glass of chilly blue spring water beside her. Then, the nurse picked up the hospital's free spring water and took a big gulp in front of Su Cha-Cha. "Ah, that feels so good." She deliberately looked into Su Cha-Cha's red eyes and sneered. "The hospital's Su God's happy water is for heroes and ordinary people. People like you who slander heroes and betray the country don't deserve it." After saying that, she poured the rest of the ice water in front of Su Cha-Cha's bed. Overwhelmed by the extreme humiliation, Su Cha-Cha completely broke down, struggling to lunge at her, but was firmly held down by the nurse. The surveillance footage was uploaded online, and the entire internet applauded the move. While the people of China were drinking from the ice spring and watching the Su family make a fool of themselves, on the map of the National Fortune game, 3 golden dots were abandoning their original missions and rapidly approaching the same coordinates from different directions. Inside the Pentagon of the United States, a 5-star general stared at the ever-expanding Kunlun Oasis, angrily smashing the control panel. Ignoring his adjutant's advice, he activated the final purifier protocol, issuing a kill order through a system vulnerability. 3 of the nation's strongest special forces soldiers, from the Kangaroo Nation, the Maple Leaf Nation, and the Bullhorn Nation, received orders to hunt down the Chinese contestants at all costs and seize the Divine Spring. The successful hunter would receive the highest honor and permanent citizenship of the Lighthouse Nation. Beside the underground ice lake, Su Wanruan was planning a super farm when a system alarm suddenly sounded in her mind. Warning: 3 Class A high-threat energy sources are converging on your location in a tactical formation. Su Wanruan looked up at the only tunnel entrance, her eyes as cold as knives, but a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of her lips. They've finally arrived? Looks like some fearless people want to visit my new home. Chapter 41. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation go mad with greed. 3 assassins launch a nighttime surround attack. It's finally here. Standing at the entrance to the chilly underground cavern, Su Wanruan felt the 3 aggressive auras approaching from the only passage, a bloodthirsty smirk creeping onto her lips. Clearly, someone was fearless and wanted to break into her new home. In the real world, inside the top-secret command center of the Pentagon in the United States, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 5-star general stared intently at the Kunlun Oasis on the holographic map and the supply lines that continuously transported ice spring resources outwards, his eyes bloodshot. China's rapid rise, fueled by Su Wanruan, was like a resounding slap in the face to the United States. He finally lost control, slamming his fist into the control panel and roaring as he activated the purifier protocol. The staff officer turned pale and hurriedly tried to dissuade them. This agreement was their last resort, requiring them to exploit a system vulnerability to transmit instructions to the folded space. If the National Destiny system detected cheating, the beacon of light would pay an unbearable price. But the 5-star general didn't care at all. He was unwilling to watch Su Ruan grow up, and even more unwilling to accept that the hegemony of the United States would be completely crushed by China. Rather than being slowly surpassed, he would risk everything. He walked to the blood-red terminal marked with a skull and crossbones and activated level 1 access through iris and genetic verification. He then entered the kill order. Target Su Ruan. Seize the spring of God at all costs. The bounty was equally astonishing. The highest honor medal, permanent citizenship, and a supply ration for the assassin's family for the next century. After the confirmation button was pressed, the secret order transformed into a data stream, crossing dimensions to reach the terminals of 3 top Special Forces soldiers. In the desolate wilderness, Kangaroo 1, having just slain a mutated hyena, dropped its prey upon receiving the instructions, a greedy smile on its face. Shadow of Maple Leaf, lurking in the dried-up riverbed, even poured out the murky water it had painstakingly filtered, its eyes filled with nothing but murderous intent. On the other side, the bull wielding a giant battle axe grinned wildly. The 3 men, from Kangaroo Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Bullhorn Country respectively, were the strongest soldiers in their respective factions, and at this moment, they all abandoned their original missions. They retrieved the locator secretly provided by the United States, a crimson that was flashing, indicating Su Ruan's real-time coordinates. The 3 locked onto the distance, activated thermal imaging stealth mode, and agreed to meet at the target's perimeter in 3 hours. Soon, 3 figures disappeared into the dark red night, rapidly closing in from different directions. They were convinced this was an easy hunt. No matter how strong Su Ruan was, she couldn't withstand the combined might of 3 battle-hardened elite soldiers, especially since they had equipment to block the system's detection. Unbeknownst to them, inside the underground ice spring cave, Su Ruan was humming a little tune as she took out water-resistant, high-yield psionic wheat seeds and the ancient secret recipe for making energy-compressed biscuits from her storage space. She gazed at the fertile, spacious cavern and the primordial mystic ice spring, nodding in satisfaction. The place was large enough, the water source plentiful, and the sunlight could be supplemented by spirit stone lamps. Since the guests hadn't arrived yet, she might as well start planting the flower for dinner. She was as relaxed as if she were preparing afternoon tea in her own backyard, completely disregarding the 3 assassins. Su Ruan was already waiting for them to walk right into her trap, and even planned to have a light meal before the battle. Chapter 42, casually go out to lure the enemy deeper. Perfect timing. Let's grow the flower for dinner before the guests arrive. In a vast underground cavern, Su Ruan's voice was exceptionally clear. Facing the impending encirclement, she showed no nervousness whatsoever. Instead, she began planning her underground farm. As she approached the designated main planning area, the blueprints for a fully automated water circulation irrigation network came to mind. The spiritual spring was the core, and the mutated beast bones were hard enough to be converted into pressure-resistant pipes. The next moment, she raised the broken wood-chopping knife and began to chisel at the rocky ground. With each stroke of the blade, crisscrossing trenches appeared, their depth and angle perfectly precise, marking the exact locations where the main pipeline would be laid. Half an hour later, the foundation of the irrigation network, covering more than 500 square meters, had taken shape, looking as neat as a work of art. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. Despite the system warning that a powerful enemy was approaching, Su Ruan was still carrying out construction underground. Just as everyone was getting anxious, she suddenly stopped, put down the wood-chopping knife, closed her eyes, and listened intently. On the 100-mile map spread out by the master-level environmental perception, 3 Class A energy red dots have stopped, lying in ambush on the east, west, and north sides of the bunker, behind sand dunes 1 kilometer away, forming a standard triangular encirclement. The 3 men assumed that the ghost combat suits could insulate against energy and heat, and that Su Ruan would never notice. They planned to make their move when it was darkest and the ground temperature was highest, forcing her to escape the cave and then roasting her alive in the desert. After hearing the plan, Su Ruan opened her eyes, a cold smile on her lips. She glanced at the newly dug ditch and the clear primordial mystic ice spring, her brows furrowing slightly. She didn't want those people's blood to stain her new home. So she picked up an empty wooden bucket from the pile of supplies, grabbed a small bag of black plant seeds, and casually walked toward the surface tunnel. She was going to lure the 3 rats to the slaughterhouse she had chosen. This scene caused an instant uproar in the live stream. Everyone thought she hadn't noticed the ambush, and viewers from the United States and Australia cheered excitedly, waiting for the so-called purifier to end the Chinese myth. The crimson sun was setting, yet the surface temperature had risen to 55 degrees Celsius. The cracked earth resembled a red-hot iron. The air was distorted, and the entire desert was as silent as a purgatory. Wearing her black-scale battle armor, Su Wanwan was completely unaffected by the high temperature. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun and leisurely walked towards the wasteland not far away, casually scattering black seeds one by one along the path she passed. Her completely unguarded appearance was seen by the 3 assassins as tantamount to suicide. Behind the dunes, Kangaroo 1 locked onto Su Wanwan through its scope. Wild Bull was already impatient, but Maple Leaf Shadow warned that it might be a trap. Kangaroo 1 scoffed disdainfully. Even mutated scorpions struggle to survive in this deathly desert. What traps could Su Wanwan possibly set up? He stared at the approaching figure through the scope, a greedy glint in his eyes, and then gave the order into his throat microphone. Target has entered the red zone. Prepare to launch a fatal attack. This is so easy. Chapter 43. A clever tactic leads to a poisonous IV formation, instantly paralyzing the assassins of the 3 kingdoms. Kangaroo 1 was brimming with confidence, as if he could already see himself returning to the land of light with the spring of God, receiving the highest honor. Through the scope, Su Wanwan stepped into the open area within 200 meters, completely exposed, their designated killing field. Now's the time. Make your move. As the command was given, 3 figures simultaneously charged out of the sand dune. The bull attacked from the front, wielding an alloy battle axe and kicking up dust. Maple Leaf Shadow darted from the left flank, its twin poison blades aimed straight at Su Wanwan's back. Kangaroo 1 circled around to the right flank, its poisoned arrow locked onto her temple. The 3 soldiers positioned themselves on either side, their attacks seamlessly coordinated. Everyone in the live stream held their breath. At this distance and in this formation, an ordinary person would have nowhere to escape. Yet, facing the encirclement of 3 top-tier soldiers, Su Wanwan did not turn around, but simply stood quietly in place. Seeing her lack of reaction, the bull grinned and raised his battle axe, bringing it down with all his might. He was convinced that this Chinese woman was terrified and would die by his axe in the next second. But just as the battle axe was about to fall, Su Wanwan slowly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Smack! She uttered a single word calmly, long. With a deafening roar, the hard, scorching sand beneath their feet suddenly cracked open. It wasn't a trap, but rather black seeds that Su Wanwan had casually scattered along her path. The Shinong system activated its advanced life catalysis, causing the growth and toxicity of the mutated fiery sun poison ivy to surge instantly. Countless thick, crimson vines burst from the ground, their trunks covered in barbs and thorns, like venomous pythons awakening from the earth, pouncing precisely on the 3 assassins. A dozen or so venomous vines wrapped around the bull's limbs and waist first, moving so fast that the bull had no chance to dodge. The bull roared and struggled, trying to tear the vines off with brute force. But the barbs easily pierced his combat suit and dug into his muscles, and a searing pain accompanied by intense numbness quickly spread throughout his body. His battle axe fell from his hand and landed on the ground, his massive body dragged down by the poisonous vines. Maple Leaf Shadow's movement technique also became ineffective. He dodged 2 vines, but 3 more wrapped around his ankles, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. More poisonous vines then pressed down on him, binding him layer by layer and completely sealing off any space for struggle. Kangaroo 1, who thought he was at a safe distance, fared even worse. The thickest poisonous vine shot up from beneath his feet, striking his chin like a battering ram. A cracking sound rang out, and he was thrown more than 10 meters, his crossbow bolt flying from his hand. In midair, several poisonous vines formed a large net, firmly suspending him. From the moment the 3 launched their attack to their complete subjugation, it took only 5 seconds. Global viewers watched as the once invincible 3 Kingdoms warriors were bound into helpless prey with a snap of Su Wanwan's fingers, their minds blank. This wasn't a battle. It was utter annihilation. As the smoke cleared, Su Wan turned around, her expression still calm. She walked up to kangaroo number 1, who was hanging in the air. The creature was completely paralyzed, unable to move, even its fingers, and could only watch in terror as she approached. Su Wan reached out and gently patted his face, which was contorted with fear. Too easy, isn't it? Chapter 44. Stripped naked and left to bake in the sun. Too easy, isn't it? Su Wan's casual remark shattered the 3 assassins' last shred of hope. The paralyzing poison raged through their bodies. They couldn't even beg for mercy, only staring at her in terror. The bull, bound to the ground, whimpered incessantly, utterly unable to accept that he had been killed by a woman with a snap of her fingers. Ignoring the 3 men's disgraceful behavior, Su Wan looked up at the live broadcast camera in the air, her gaze seemingly piercing through the screen and reaching the people behind the scenes who had given the assassination orders. Global audiences can see clearly that I am Su Wan from China. I came here to survive and bring hope back to my country. I never provoke anyone. We could all live our own lives and keep to ourselves. Her tone suddenly turned icy. But there are always some hyenas who think China is a lamb to the slaughter, trying to steal things just because they outnumber us. Today, in front of the whole world, I will initiate a trial in the wilderness to let everyone know the price of baring their fangs at China. The Chinese livestream room erupted in cheers, with countless viewers shouting, "Su Shun is mighty." In contrast, the livestream rooms in the United States and Australia fell into dead silence. Inside the Pentagon, the 5-star general's face was ashen. He had not only lost his trump card, but had also utterly humiliated the United States. The trial officially began. Su Wan walked up to Maple Leaf Shadow, and with a swift slash of her machete, she cut open his ghost combat suit, which allowed him to become invisible through thermal imaging. Like tearing a rag, she stripped off the combat suit, tactical vest, military dagger, water purifier, and combat boots, throwing them into the supply pile. In less than a minute, Maple Leaf Shadow was left with only his underwear. Next was Bull. His equipment was also confiscated. Even his heavy alloy battle axe was taken. Finally, Su Wan had Poison Ivy put down Kangaroo 1 and walked towards him step by step. Kangaroo 1 finally mustered the strength and pleaded in terror in English. "No, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me go." Su Wan stopped and gave a pure smile. Misunderstanding. The moment hope flickered in Kangaroo 1's eyes, her smile vanished instantly. The next second, Su Wan kicked him in the face, her teeth flying out mixed with blood and saliva. "Speak English to me? Who do you think you are to presume to?" Without another word, she swiftly wielded her machete, stripping Kangaroo one of its last shred of modesty. The 3 once arrogant top-tier soldiers lay naked on the ground, their equipment neatly piled into a small mountain by Su Wan. Su Wan clapped her hands, then kicked the 3 of them one by one from the shade of the blazing poison vines into the scorching sand beside them. The sand, which was over 55 degrees Celsius, instantly burned their skin until it smoked. The 3 of them let out a shrill scream, but due to the paralysis caused by the poison, they couldn't even turn over. They could only convulse wildly on the sand, like live fish thrown onto a hot plate. Su Wan watched coldly and spoke calmly to the camera. "The rules do not allow direct killing in non-self-defense situations, so I will not kill them." A slight smile played on her lips. "I believe that the merciful Sun will deliver the fairest judgment for me." After saying that, she turned around and counted her spoils. Viewers worldwide were chilled to the bone. This woman was terrifyingly ruthless, yet captivating. Just as she was about to pack up her gear, Kangaroo number 1, who was almost roasted to a crisp, roared with all its might, "Wait, I still have treasures in my backpack. They're divine artifacts found in ancient ruins, capable of withstanding extreme heat. I'll give you everything, just please give me some shade." Chapter 45. Loot of the extremely hot ice lotus. Consuming it grants a 100-fold increase in physical strength. As Su Wan was counting her spoils, her gaze suddenly fell on the tactical backpack that had been tossed aside. She kicked the backpack over, scattering military rations, ammunition clips, and medical supplies all over the floor. Deep inside the backpack was a square-lead box wrapped in layers of insulation. The box was only the size of a palm, but it was unusually heavy to hold. Its surface was cold, and it was engraved with ancient totems. Su Wan pried open the buckle, and the moment the lid was lifted, a burst of white, cold air shot out, even forcing back the surrounding heat wave of over 50 degrees Celsius. Within the blue cooling gel, a crystal lotus flower lay quietly. Its petals were as translucent as ice crystals, while a cluster of golden flames burned in its heart. The two forces of ice and fire coexisting perfectly. Ding! SSS-grade rare treasure discovered. Extreme heat ice lotus. The system notification states that this lotus flower was born at the boundary of extreme heat and extreme cold, its petals containing mystical ice energy, and its heart condensing the true fire of the sun. Consuming it can temper the physical body and soul, evolving into an ice and fire sacred body, and also greatly enhance resistance to extreme temperatures. Suruwanawan's eyes lit up immediately. Compared to the primordial profound ice spring, this thing was many times more precious. It was definitely a treasure for body refinement. Not far away, the dying kangaroo number 1 saw ice lotus, and its eyes lit up again. It thought Suruwanawan would use it as a bargaining chip. As long as it could live, it was willing to pay any price. But Suruwanawan simply picked up the ice lotus, looked at the lotus flower first, and then looked at kangaroo number 1, whose face was full of anticipation. The next second, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and kangaroo 1 completely collapsed, letting out a desperate scream. That was the trump card he had desperately stolen from the A-level lava giant lizard's nest, his hope for a comeback, which Suruwanawan had devoured on the spot. The ice lotus burst in her mouth, its cool sweetness and fiery spiciness exploding simultaneously, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into her entire body. Suruwanawan squinted her eyes in comfort, and system notifications began to blare frantically. Warning: ice and fire energy overload. Body undergoing extreme enhancement. Her body seemed to have become a furnace, where violent energy was forcibly compressed and purified by her god-level physique, eventually merging into every inch of her bones and blood. Refining successful. Shinong's All Things Critical Strike system triggered. Congratulations, host. Your overall physique has been enhanced by 100-fold critical strike. Basic strength surpasses human limits. Basic speed breaks the sound barrier. Neural reaction time reaches the microsecond level. Current peak strength, 100,000 gene. 100,000 gene of force is equivalent to 50 tons of punching power. Suruwanawan opened her eyes, a golden light flashing in them, and the whole world seemed to become incredibly clear. She could easily detect the dust in the air and the sound of mutated ants crawling 100 meters away. She gently clenched her fist, and the surrounding air was instantly crushed, exploding with a crisp sound. Suruwanawan looked down at her still fair and delicate fist and smiled with satisfaction. This feeling is really not bad. She then stuffed the remaining half of the ice lotus, root and all, into her mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it, not wasting a single bit. Then she looked at the 3 assassins who had fallen unconscious and were covered in burns. Letting them die now seemed too lenient on them. Suruwanawan manipulated the fiery sun poison ivy to drag the 3 of them back into the shadows like dead dogs. We can't let you die. Your lives are still useful. Suddenly, she remembered the lotus root that had been eaten, and a smile appeared on her lips. What would happen if the root of a divine object triggered a 10,000-fold return? Chapter 46: The Return of the Ice Lotus Shocks the World. Suruwanawan held the section of ice lotus root that was covered in mud and had only a little bit left. A thought popped in her mind. What would she get if she triggered the 10,000-fold return? In the shadows, the 3 assassins she had dragged back were still convulsing and groaning from the intense heat and the paralysis caused by the poison. Suruwanawan didn't even bother to look at them, and directly ordered the system, bound and receive a 10,000-fold return. The next second, a grand system notification resounded throughout the land. Ding! Detected first binding of SSS-grade rare and precious derivative, the root of the extremely hot ice lotus. The item's energy is depleted, but the root still contains the supreme law of the balance between ice and fire. Shinong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a 10,000x return. This outcome is a rule-level miracle that reverses the laws of nature and reshapes the living environment. The moment the words rule level were uttered, all the high-ranking officials around the world who were monitoring China via satellite froze. The Dragon Vein Great Wall is a national-level protected structure. The Kunlun Ice Lake is a creation-level structure, and now an even more outrageous rule-level structure has emerged. Just how high will Su Wanwan push China to? Critical hit multiplier locked. God-level concept manifestation. This incredible multiplier, which once created the Dragon Vein water-suppressing Great Wall and the Kunlun Ice Lake Oasis, has returned. Immediately afterwards, the system announced the final results. Concept manifestation. The eternal comfort divine land barrier is about to descend upon China. In 10 seconds, the entire territory and airspace of China will be enveloped by an SSS-level, year-round spring-like, constant temperature barrier. The barrier is immune to external natural disasters, such as extreme cold and heat. The internal temperature is permanently locked at 24 degrees Celsius, and the humidity is locked at 55%. The entire world fell silent instantly. Ice springs still needed to be transported and distributed, but this time, it was a divine blessing covering the entirety of China. In the Survivor Resettlement Center in Shanghai, thousands of people drank spring water transported from Kunlun Ice Lake while watching Su Wanwan judge the assassins on the screen. Even with the ice water, the temperature of over 50 degrees Celsius still made everyone sweat profusely. At that very moment, an extremely gentle coolness descended from the sky, instantly dispelling the scorching heat in the square. Everyone felt as if they were in early autumn, with a refreshing breeze caressing their skin, and even their souls finding peace. Someone exclaimed and pointed at the electronic temperature display. The original 52 degrees Celsius was dropping rapidly, 50, 45, 40, 30, and finally settled steadily at 24 degrees Celsius. The same miracle is happening on every inch of China's land. From the northern ice fields and South China Sea islands to eastern cities and western deserts, people are experiencing a constant and pleasant temperature, whether they are in high-rise buildings or in the fields. At the same time, a golden beam of light, visible only to the Chinese, shot into the sky from where Su Wanwan was. A phantom ice lotus, composed of ice crystals and golden flames, slowly bloomed in the sky above 9.6 million square kilometers. A sacred aura enveloped the land, and the whole nation was in a frenzy. People rushed out of their homes, embracing and cheering, some even shedding tears of emotion. It's God Su. It's God Su again. The whole country has air conditioning now. On the global map, Earth remains a dark red, scorched by intense heat, while China shines with a sky blue hue, symbolizing comfort. A single borderline starkly divides heaven and hell. Inside the White House in the United States, a 5-star general stared intently at the blue map. The office air conditioner had long been overloaded and broken down, and a wave of heat exceeding 60 degrees Celsius flooded the room, soaking his uniform with sweat. His mouth was open, but he could only let out hoarse gasps. An unprecedented despair completely engulfed him. At that moment, the operations staff pointed to the other corner of the screen and screamed in a tearful voice, "General, look, our 3 warriors, they seem to be dying." Chapter 47. 3 Kingdoms contestants roasted into mummies. Natural disaster causes collateral damage. Temperature soars to 65 degrees. "General, look, those 3 warriors seem to be unable to hold on." The staff officer's scream shattered the deathly silence. The 5-star general whirled around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the live stream of the desolate wasteland. Under the shadow of the poison ivy, the 3 top-tier soldiers were already unrecognizable. Su Wanwan dragged them back to the shade, preventing them from being roasted alive, but the high temperature continued to reap their lives like a dull knife. The 3 men's skin was scorched and cracked by the blazing sun, and their tissue fluid dripped onto the hot sand, emitting a burnt stench. Their lips were dry and cracked, and their eyes were sunken due to dehydration, with only a faint, cloudy light remaining. "Water!" Kangaroo 1 strained to squeeze out a single word. He gazed at the blue-glowing, chilling entrance to the bunker not far away, where a life-saving spring lay, yet also a boundary he could never cross. Before his consciousness faded, he saw Su Wanwan take a bottle of special energy drink from her spoils. That bottle of chill blue liquid was more precious to him than his own life. Su-Wan unscrewed the bottle cap, took a small sip, and frowned in disgust. It's full of additives, it tastes awful. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually poured the entire bottle of drink into the sand. The blue liquid evaporated instantly, leaving not a trace. No. Kangaroo 1 completely broke down, letting out a piercing wail. Then, his body twitched and froze completely. Global announcement. Australia's swimmer, Kangaroo 1, has been confirmed dead. Global announcement. Maple Leaf Country player, Shadow of Maple Leaf, confirmed dead. Global announcement. Bull from the Bullhorn Country, confirmed dead. 3 announcements rang out in succession, and the live streams from Australia, Maple Leaf, and Nyohorn instantly fell silent. Their warriors did not die at the hands of monsters, nor did they fall to natural disasters, but ultimately died in a failed sneak attack, succumbing to Su-Wan overwhelming strength and humiliation. But this is just the beginning. The death of a player affects the fate of the entire nation. This is an ironclad rule of the game. The next second, a blood red alert swept across the globe. Global red alert. All players from the Kangaroo Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Bullhorn Country have been eliminated, triggering the National Fate Extinction Penalty. Punishment details: collateral damage from natural disasters. The penalty has been increased tenfold because the player died during the surface burning phase. In 10 minutes, the average temperature across the 3 countries will be forced to rise to 65 degrees Celsius, and a super firestorm will erupt. 65 degrees Celsius, plus a super volcanic storm. This is clearly an attempt to wipe 3 countries off the map. The internet was instantly flooded with despair as countless people took to the streets, only to find themselves with nowhere to escape. 10 minutes later, divine punishment arrived precisely on time. The sky above the 3 kingdoms turned a dark red, and temperatures soared. Asphalt roads melted like chocolate, billowing thick smoke. High-voltage power towers overheated, twisted, and melted, plunging large areas into blackouts. The forest, swept away by the scorching winds, instantly burst into flames. Cities burned, the earth burned, and the entire country became a giant incinerator. As the instigator, the United States, though not directly punished, is in a similarly dire situation. Having lost its 3 major allies, it has become utterly isolated in the game of national destiny. Inside the Oval Office of the White House, a 5-star general stared at the map of the 3 kingdoms engulfed in flames on the screen, listening to countless screams, his body trembling violently. It wasn't the heat, but anger and fear. He messed up, driving himself and the United States into a dead end. The 5-star general roared, grabbed the pure gold globe, and slammed it down on the holographic screen. The screen shattered, sparks flying everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was filled with venom. Damn Chinese woman. Dam Su-Ruan. Does she think this is the end? Absolutely not. He was convinced that Su-Wan was currently enjoying their supplies, mocking those trapped in the furnace waiting to die in a bunker. Su-Wan was indeed celebrating, but without champagne. Looking at the mountain of spoils, she smiled with great satisfaction. The supplies for 1 Special Forces soldier were already quite substantial, but the 3 of them combined were practically a mobile warehouse. She pulled out several tactical backpacks filled with vacuum-sealed, freeze-dried fruit, strawberries, blueberries, mangoes, pineapples, a complete selection. Su-Wan picked up the freeze-dried strawberries, then looked at the primordial mystic ice spring flowing deep inside the bunker, her eyes immediately lighting up. In this hot weather, the smell of blood really ruins the mood. She licked her lips and said with a smile, "It's time for dessert. With so much premium fruit, it would be a shame not to make a super deluxe chilled fruit salad." Chapter 48, Luxurious Iced Fruit Salad. The roar of the 5-star general still echoed through the ruins of the White House, while Su-Wan hummed a little tune as she sorted through her spoils in a spacious underground cavern. Weapons, ammunition, medicine, and food were neatly categorized and arranged, making the bunker increasingly resemble a complete post-apocalyptic base. The little snow leopard ran out from the depths of the cave and affectionately rubbed against her leg. Su-Wan rubbed its head, picked up the captured freeze-dried fruit, and went to the primordial mystic ice spring that emitted a faint blue light. She found a basin carved from a huge bear skull, washed it, and placed it by the spring. Then she tore open more than a dozen packets of military freeze-dried fruit, including strawberries, blueberries, mangoes, pineapples, and yellow peaches, and poured them all into the basin, piling the colorful dried fruit into a small mountain. Suruwanwan used a large birchwood cup to scoop out a full cup of spring water at minus 100 degrees Celsius. The world's audience watched in astonished eyes as she slowly poured the chilly, sapphire blue water over the dried fruit. With a sizzling sound, the shriveled fruits began to swell rapidly. The strawberries became fresh red and plump again, the blueberries became round and juicy, and the mangoes, pineapples, and yellow peaches also returned to their fresh estate, with a rich fruity aroma mixed with the chill of the icy spring air wafting over. But she was clearly not satisfied, so she went to the experimental field illuminated by the spirit stone lamp and picked more than a dozen fist-sized psionic tomatoes. The tomatoes, as clear as rubies, were cut into pieces and thrown into a bowl along with other fruit, making the whole bowl of fruit salad even more tempting. A super deluxe, chilled fruit salad, enough to feed 100 people, was thus completed. Suruwanwan scooped a large bowl full and returned to the rocking chair covered with bearskin. The little snow leopard immediately came over, its eyes fixed on the fruit in her bowl. Greedy cut. Suruwanwan smiled, scooped up a chilled blueberry, and held it to its mouth. The little guy carefully rolled it into its mouth, munching away with its eyes half closed. She also tasted a piece of mango. It was cool and sweet, melting in her mouth and carrying the unique, refreshing vitality of the ice spring. Suruwanwan let out a comfortable sigh and lazily sank into the rocking chair. The surface temperature exceeded 60 degrees Celsius, and countries around the world were struggling with natural disasters. Her underground cavern, however, maintained a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, as tranquil as a paradise in the apocalypse. The girl in the black-scaled battlesuit, cradling a snow leopard, savored spoonfuls of fruit salad made with divine water, a scene that starkly contrasted with the horrific conditions outside. The long-silent global online community erupted in a frenzy. Some were drinking filtered urine, while others were enjoying top-tier chill desserts. Meanwhile, the Huasha livestream room erupted in celebration. Everyone proudly declared that this was Su Shan's afternoon tea, and they were showing outsiders who dared to covet her food. Some even offered to wash dishes or feed the leopards, just to get a bite to eat. Suruwanwan picked out the ice cubes from the bowl and tossed them to the little snow leopard to play with. After finishing a large bowl of fruit salad, she let out a satisfied burp, stretched, but touched her flat stomach, revealing an expression of unfinished business. Fruit is indeed appetizing, but eating only vegetables always feels like something's missing. Her gaze once again fell upon the boundless, desolate wilderness outside the bunker, and she muttered to herself that she was craving red meat, preferably chewy, wild, top-quality red meat. Chapter 49. Provoking the cattle herd with bare hands? One punch to the head instantly kills the mutant bull king. Suruwanwan wanted to eat chewy, wild, top-quality red meat. As soon as this thought arose, her master-level environmental perception covered a radius of 100 miles, quickly bypassing the mutated insects and beasts that were barely surviving, and filtering out large, social herbivores of grade B or above. Soon, 30 kilometers to the north, a blazing red light entered her senses. Hundreds of giant beasts were running rampant across the wilderness, scorching the sand in their wake. That's a B+ grade lava bull, a fire tribute social creature with thick hide and meat. Its giant horns contain lava energy and can also spew fireballs. Their meat is rich in fire tribute energy, and long-term consumption can enhance heat resistance and explosive power. The spine and horns of the A-grade bull king are excellent materials for forging fire tribute weapons. Great, these are the ones. Suruwanwan discovered that the herd of bulls wasn't migrating, but fleeing for their lives. Their energy fluctuations were filled with terror, clearly indicating that something far more terrifying was chasing them. However, she didn't delve into the details. Taking down this mobile steakhouse was the priority. She told the little snow leopard to stay in the bunker and then left empty-handed, without even taking her machete. Moments later, she appeared in the wilderness 30 kilometers away, greeted by a scorching wind and the smell of sulfur and burning. Less than a kilometer away, hundreds of lava bulls pounded the earth, charging like a legion of fiery tanks. They stood over 3 meters tall at the shoulder, their bodies covered in dark red rock armor, lava flowing from the cracks in their skin, and flames burning on their spiraling horns. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Everyone thought Su Ruan had gone mad. Facing a monster that could smash through armored vehicles, she was unarmed and dared to stand alone in front of the herd of cattle. So Ruan stood motionless. Her petite figure was insignificant in front of the herd of cattle, but the domineering aura emanating from her was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Among the herd, the largest A-grade bull, the king of bulls, was the first to lock onto her. Its eyes were bloodshot, and the flames on its horns were like torches. It roared and broke away from the herd, stomping its hooves on the ground, and charged towards Su Ruan like a cannonball. The burning horn tore through the air, about to pierce her body, and the global audience closed their eyes. In that instant, Su Ruan merely shifted half a step to the left, the blazing horn whistling past her black-scale battle armor. Bull King lunged forward more than 10 meters due to inertia. Just as he turned his head, he saw Su Ruan standing beside him like a ghost. Her fair and slender fist slowly rose, and her divine physique instantly erupted, condensing 100,000 gene of power into a single point. Golden light and icy lotus-like chills swirled around her fist. Su Ruan stared at the Bull King's massive, bone-armored form, a sinister smile on her face. Perfect, I'll test my newfound power on you. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into the Bull King's forehead. The bone armor first cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, and then the entire bull's head exploded from the inside, sending blood, flesh, bone fragments, lava, and flames soaring into the sky. With a single punch, the A-level mutated Bull King didn't even have time to scream before its head exploded on the spot. The headless corpse staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground, plunging the wilderness into deathly silence. The charging bulls stopped 100 meters away, staring in terror at the petite figure who had withdrawn her fist. Su Ruan wiped the blood off her fist and glanced with satisfaction at the group of terrified lava bulls. All right, warm-up over. So, Chapter 50. Top-tier snowflakes and beef rain fall from the sky. Who's next? Su Ruan's voice wasn't loud, but it fell like a death knell into the ears of every lava bull. The Bull King was smashed to pieces by her punch, and the remaining hundreds of bulls completely lost their ferocity, huddling together and growling softly, wanting to escape but daring not to move. They couldn't understand why this petite human was so terrifying, but their instincts screamed at them. Su Ruan before them was not someone they could defeat. Not saying anything? That means we'll all attack together. Su Ruan tilted her head and smiled, her figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, she had charged into the herd of cattle, and the battle instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Just as a bull lowered its head to charge, Su Ruan descended from the sky, stomping its skull and spine deep into its chest cavity. She moved like a black lightning bolt, each punch and kick possessing the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The bulls were either punched through the chest or had their necks broken by her kicks. Some bulls were even grabbed by their horns and swung around like weapons to smash their own kind. The world's audience was stunned. That raging bull army, comparable to heavily armored fire tanks, was like a pile of easily disassembled parts in front of Su Ruan. In less than 10 minutes, the last lava bull was also slammed into the ground by her punch. The battlefield was littered with bull carcasses, and scalding blood stained the cracked earth, but Su Ruan's black-scale battle armor remained spotless. She clapped her hands and said with satisfaction, "Today's exercise level should meet the target." Immediately afterwards, a global broadcast began. Chinese player Su Ruan independently hunted down an A-rank lava bull king and hundreds of B-plus rank lava bulls, obtaining their complete carcasses. Shenong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a million-fold manifestation mechanism. Successfully secured. SSS-level strategic biological resource. 3 million tons of Kunlun snow-top dragon flame wagyu beef is about to arrive at fresh food supply centers across China. This mutated wagyu beef absorbs the energy of lava and Kunlun ice springs, giving it a snowflake-like marbling that surpasses Kobe A5. It melts in your mouth and can gently strengthen the body, making it suitable for all ages. China was instantly abuzz. The ice spring solved the survival problem, and these 3 million tons of top-grade wagyu beef directly elevated post-apocalyptic life to an unprecedented level of luxury. Giant refrigerated display cases have appeared out of nowhere in supermarkets and supply centers across the country, filled with bright red Wagyu beef. Each package reads, "Special supply from Sushan, Kunlun Snowtop Dragon Flame Wagyu beef, free for all." Such top-quality beef, and it's free? A nationwide barbecue frenzy has swept across China. Grills have sprung up everywhere, from city balconies to rural courtyards. Snowflake beef sizzles on a hot plate, the aroma of meat mingling with cumin and chili, filling every corner of the country. The children ate with gusto, their mouths greasy, while the adults raised their cups to the icy spring water, paying homage to Su Ruan in the desolate wilderness. Tivsto Sushen. Cheers to China. The images spread around the world, and the psychological defenses of foreigners still struggling with heat and hunger collapsed once again. Countless wealthy and powerful people were willing to give up their entire fortunes, antique paintings, and even private islands in exchange for a piece of dragon flame Wagyu beef. The official response from China was incredibly assertive. "Sorry, this is a special supply for God's Su, not for sale. It is a blessing for all Chinese people, and outsiders are not fortunate enough to enjoy it." Despair spread beyond China. While the rest of the country was indulging in a barbecue feast, no one noticed that the temperature in the desolate wilderness had quietly surpassed 65 degrees Celsius, jumping to a terrifying 70 degrees. The air began to distort, and the volcano deep within the earth, which had caused the cattle to flee in madness, reached its critical point in terms of energy. Suddenly, piercing alarms blared across the globe. All the screens instantly turned blood red, and an apocalyptic announcement appeared in the center. Highest level red alert globally. Detected deep within the folded space, a dormant volcano, due to environmental temperatures exceeding the threshold, has given birth to the first stage of ultimate calamity creatures. Ancient drought demon lord. Warning, this is not a drill. All surviving players must immediately abandon the mission and seek shelter in the deepest underground bunker. The mass extinction. Coming soon. Chapter 51, Peak Heat, 70 degrees Celsius. Boom! The massive, scarlet font aggressively covered all the livestream screens worldwide. Just a second ago, China was still immersed in the barbecue feast of Longyan Wagyu beef, with people holding up chilled spring water and cheering for Su Ruan, who remained clean amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The next second, all the laughter stopped abruptly. Someone dropped the barbecue in their hand, oblivious to the scalding grease splattering onto their feet, only feeling a deep-seated fear. Mass extinction. In a live stream, all the contestants disappeared from the split screen, and the camera zoomed out over the desolate wasteland. The volcano in the center, which had terrified the lava cattle, was now radiating a destructive dark red light from within. On the environmental monitoring panel, the temperature broke through the 65-degree barrier and jumped straight to a despairing number, 70 degrees Celsius. The air seemed to be on fire, the earth was baked red, and the Rift Valley spread like the gaping maw of a demon. The seal formed by the magma that had cooled over millennia in the crater of the dormant volcano suddenly cracked open with a crack. Roar! A roar unlike any living being erupted from the fissure, and a circular shockwave swept across the wilderness. Nearby mountains instantly crumbled, and a giant hand flowing with golden magma emerged from the volcano, clinging tightly to the mountain pass. The entire volcano trembled violently. Under the stunned gaze of billions of people, a terrifying figure, hundreds of meters tall, slowly rose from the dormant volcano. Its entire body is composed of dark red rock, with golden magma of thousands of degrees flowing from its crevices. It has no facial features, only two eyes that are as dazzling as the sun, filled with white flames. With each breath, it spews out sparks powerful enough to melt steel. It is like a moving volcano, a mobile natural disaster. The name Drought Demon is fully manifested at this moment. The moment the Drought Demon Lord appeared, all the mutated creatures in the dead wilderness went berserk. Mutant scorpions, lizards, and groundhogs, disregarding the 70 degrees Celsius heat, frantically rushed out of their hiding places and fled in the direction away from the volcano. That was a migration, but the most humble and desperate escape when facing a natural enemy. In a live broadcast room, a paleontologist from China trembled all over and roared with a sob in his voice. It's over. A creature of this size can cause geological disasters with every move it makes. Its stomp can cause an 8-magnitude earthquake, and its wave of its hand can cause a super firestorm that covers hundreds of miles. Even a nuclear bomb with a capacity of tens of millions of tons would be useless against its purely energy-based body. In fact, it would only replenish its energy. It is simply invincible. The words of the authoritative experts extinguished everyone's last shred of hope. Panic quickly swept the globe, with countless people worrying whether Oduor-Noah's bunker could withstand this 100-meter-tall behemoth. In their eyes, the bunker was no different from a toy in front of the drought demon lord. China's last hope seemed to be crushed by it at any moment. Inside the bunker, Oduor-Noah lay on a rocking chair made of animal hide, watching the apocalypse unfold outside using a modified tactical tablet. The drought demon lord that terrified the world looked like a disaster movie to her. The little snow leopard felt the terrifying pressure outside and cried out anxiously, desperately trying to burrow into her arms. Oduor-Noah gently stroked its head to comfort it, then looked up at the fire giant hundreds of meters away in the rock formation. There was no fear in her eyes, but rather the excitement and greed of a hunter discovering his top prey. Ancient drought demon lord, the ultimate calamity creature of the first stage? Oduor-Noah licked her lips, a playful smile on her face. The materials used in this outfit are far superior to the previous ones. If we dismantle it, what level of reward will we receive? Just as she was figuring out how to deal with this ultimate boss, a rapidly moving energy suddenly appeared on the monitor. The dot, carrying intense resentment, was rushing towards the drought demon lord in a suicidal manner. Oduor-Noah raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes instantly turning cold. Are there still people who aren't afraid of death daring to approach? This energy fluctuation, why does it sound so familiar? She quickly recognized him, and the sneer on her lips deepened. So it was that lowly ninja who barely survived the flood and then drank urine to stay alive in the extreme heat. He's about to die. What tricks is he trying to pull? Chapter 52. The Despicable Acts of the Sakura Country Ninja Luring Monsters. Let me see what kind of farce you can put on before you die, you bedbug. Oduor-Noah hugged the little snow leopard tightly, leaning against the bunker, her cool gaze fixed on the monitor screen. On the screen, Fujiwara Mesa was charging recklessly towards the drought demon lord. On the desolate wasteland, Fujiwara Shin ran wildly across the scorching, glassy ground, his tattered ninja uniform hanging on his body, his skin covered in burns and blisters, looking like a charred corpse that had just crawled out of a fire. The 70 degrees Celsius heat had already exhausted his strength. His throat was parched, and each breath felt like swallowing a knife. He knew that even if the drought demon lord didn't kill him, he wouldn't last more than an hour. Since he was destined to die, he wanted to do something important before he died. Something that would make the cherry blossom country, which had become a laughingstock, remembered by everyone again. So, Oduor-Noah, Fujiwara Shin's eyes were bloodshot, and his resentment was almost tangible. He hated Oduor-Noah for making him lose face, hated that she drank from a spring and ate fruit while he could only drink urine to survive. In his view, it was utterly unfair that the Chinese were enjoying paradise while the Japanese were struggling in hell. Since he was going to hell, why should Oduor-Noah be allowed to live? A mad and wicked idea took shape. Fujiwara Shin took out a piece of jet-black incense from his hidden pocket. It was the only 3 pieces of the national treasure of the Sakura Kingdom, the beast-attracting incense. Once this incense is lit, all top predators within 100 miles that are A-level or above and have a sense of territory will regard the incense holder as a mortal enemy challenging the monarchy and will fight to the death. This was the trump card that Japan originally intended for Japan or for vying for strategic resources. But Fujiwara Shin no longer cared. He only wanted to drag Oduor-Noah down with him. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of thick, black blood onto the top of the incense. With a hum, the beast-attracting incense ignited without fire, and an invisible wave of provocation instantly spread out. 100 miles away, the drought demon lord, who had just awakened from the volcano, suddenly stopped. It sensed that someone had trespassed into its territory and dared to openly challenge its authority. Roar! A furious roar shook the heavens and earth. The drought demon lord abandoned the fleeing humans, its giant eyes burning with white flames locked onto Fujiwara's shin, and charged forward with its mountain-like legs. Thump! 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 Each step caused the earth to crack and the rift to spread wildly. Its massive body moved as fast as a train, like a moving volcano, heading straight for Fujiwara's shin. It's here! It's here! Fujiwara's shin felt no fear, only ecstatic joy. He immediately used the body flicker technique, squeezing out his last bit of life force, and fled towards Su Ruanruan's bunker in a blur. He wanted to lure this terrifying monster to Su Ruanruan's doorstep before he was crushed by the drought demon. Even if he was destined to die, he would make Su Ruanruan and China pay the price. Su Ruanruan, I'll drag you all down with me, even in death. In hell, enjoy this grand gift. The live broadcast captured this scene on camera worldwide. Viewers from all over the world instantly erupted in anger, everyone realizing that this madman was leading the drought demon lord towards Su Ruanruan's bunker. Shameless. They're trying to drag Su Shin down with them. He can't survive himself, so he tries to kill others. However, a morbid cheer erupted in the Japanese live stream. They felt that their own players had suffered humiliation while Su Ruanruan was living too well, and therefore regarded this despicable behavior as revenge. The Japanese commentator, who had initially been worried about Fujiwara's shin, was now red-faced, waving his fists and roaring. Well done, Fujiwara-kun. This is the true Bushido spirit of the great Sakura Empire. Better to die a glorious death than live a shameful life. Chapter 53, Your ninjutsu isn't even worthy of giving me gua sha. The Japanese commentator's frantic screams were broadcast globally, drawing countless insults. But Su Ruanruan, the target of the conspiracy, didn't even lift an eyelid. She leaned back in the animal skin rocking chair, holding the little snow leopard, slowly finished the last sip of her chilled fruit salad, and watched with great interest as Fujiwara Shin desperately rushed towards the bunker on the monitor, as if watching a farce. Meow. The little snow leopard sensed the ground shaking, its blue eyes filled with worry. Su Ruanruan gently pinched its little nose, her tone light. Don't worry, it's just a fire-breathing lizard and a nearly roasted stink bug, not even worthy of being your appetizer. No sooner had he finished speaking than thunderous footsteps approached the bunker. Fujiwara Shin rushed to the sandy ground outside the cave entrance, looked back, and saw the 100-meter-tall fire giant less than 500 meters away from him. The terrifying heat wave even ignited his clothes. We're here. This is it. Fujiwara Shin stared at the hidden, enormous cave entrance, a ferocious laugh escaping his lips. He knew Su Ruanruan was inside, and he could feel the coolness seeping from the cave. That comfort drove him mad with jealousy. Su Ruanruan, come out and face your death. He squeezed out the last of his chakra and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, condensed in his mouth and slammed into the cave entrance with astonishing heat. He didn't just want to lure the monster. He also wanted to destroy Su Ruanruan's bunker with his own hands before he died. Just as the fireball was about to hit, Su Ruanruan put down the empty bowl, slowly stood up, and walked towards the planting area in the center of the cave. There stood a huge rock there, its veins connecting the plant roots to the primordial mystic ice spring water veins, which was the defensive control center of the bunker. She raised her finger and gently pressed it on the fluorescent rune that represented defense. Buzz! A surge of life energy and the chilling source of ice energy awakened simultaneously. The ground outside the bunker exploded with a deafening roar, and countless emerald green vines burst forth from the earth, 10 times thicker and tougher than those used to deal with the assassins. The vines intertwined and merged with the dark blue ice crystal chains in an instant. In less than a second, a hemispherical vine barrier, 300 meters in diameter and 200 meters high, rose from the ground, completely enveloping the bunker and the mountain wall behind it. The barrier, a blend of emerald green and ice blue, is as smooth as a mirror, resembling a colossal work of art created by the gods. Boom streepje! The fireball slammed into the barrier, but did not explode. The flames were instantly extinguished by the extreme cold the moment they touched the surface, leaving only a few sparks that flickered a couple of times before being completely extinguished, leaving not even a trace. What? Fujiwara Shin's maniacal laughter froze on his face. His all-out ninjutsu couldn't even shake the defensive barrier. Impossible. He went completely mad, pulling out all his treasure explosive tags and hurling them at the barrier. Explode. The dense explosions engulfed the barrier, with flames and thick smoke billowing endlessly. But when the smoke cleared, the ice-blue vine barrier remained completely intact, without even the slightest scratch. Puff! Fujiwara Shin spat out a mouthful of black blood. His mind completely collapsed, and he knelt on the ground in despair. At this moment, Su Ruanawan's clear yet sarcastic voice echoed across the wilderness from a loudspeaker hidden among the vines. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy of doing gua sha on the front door of my new house, yet you dare to come here to die? Chapter 54. The Drought Demon Lord tears apart ninjas. A series of volcanic eruptions lead to national destruction. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy of doing gua sha on the front door of my new house, yet you dare to come here to die. Su Ruanawan's icy mockery shattered Fujiwara Shin's last shred of dignity. He knelt on the scorching sand, wanting to retort, but only able to let out a hoarse, strange cry, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the Shinong barrier. But the next second, a massive shadow loomed over him. A heat wave strong enough to scorch the soul swept over him from behind, and Fujiwara Shin's clothes and charred skin began to curl and carbonize. He turned stiffly, his anger instantly turning into despair. The ancient drought demon lord, towering 100 meters tall, had somehow appeared behind him. Its massive body resembled a fiery mountain, its white, flaming eyes looking down at him indifferently, as if it were looking at an ant crawling at his feet. No! Fujiwara Shin completely broke down and scrambled towards the barrier on all fours. But he had only crawled half a meter when a giant hand formed from golden magma descended from the sky, slowly but with an inescapable, overwhelming pressure. No! The screams echoed across the world via live stream. The giant hand gently descended, instantly vaporizing Fujiwara Shin and his equipment in the intense heat, leaving not even ashes. The magma hand then ground across the ground, leaving a palm print tens of meters deep, melting the sand and gravel at its edges into glass. At the same time, the system announcement resounded throughout the world. Global announcement. The last remaining Japanese player, Fujiwara Shin, has been confirmed dead. All players from the Sakura country have been eliminated, triggering the national extinction penalty. Punishment details, collateral damage. Because Fujiwara Shin died at the hands of the ultimate calamity creature, the ancient drought demon lord, and severely damaged the ecosystem of the folded space, the punishment has been upgraded to divine punishment. In 10 seconds, Mount Fuji and 8 other major active volcanoes in Japan will erupt simultaneously with devastating force, triggering a chain reaction of magnitude 9.5 earthquakes and a cataclysmic tsunami across the country. The moment the blood-red notice appeared, the world fell silent. Everyone understood that this was no longer punishment, but a catastrophe that would destroy nations. In reality, Japan didn't even have time to grieve before divine punishment descended. Mount Fuji, dormant for hundreds of years, suddenly exploded, sending billions of tons of volcanic ash, debris, and lava soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky, forming a doomsday mushroom cloud that blotted out the sun. Immediately following, Mount Aso, Mount Isima, Sakurajima, and other volcanoes erupted in succession. The earth cracked and crumbled in the violent tremors, and countless cities were instantly reduced to ruins. A 100-meter-high tsunami swept along the coast, obscuring the sky and crashing down on the already shattered island nation with destructive force. A volcano, an earthquake, and a tsunami erupted simultaneously. The livestream room in Japan flickered briefly amidst countless desperate screams before plunging into complete darkness. Japan became the second country, after South Korea, to be erased from the national destiny game. On the desolate wasteland, the drought demon lord crushed Fujiwara Shin without a second thought. Its enormous eyes, burning with white flames, slowly turned, finally fixing their gaze on the Shinong barrier, which radiated both life and icy chill. In its mind, consumed by nothing but destructive instinct, This thing was extremely offensive, and the watery smell within it made it even more uncomfortable. It must be destroyed. Roar! The drought demon lord raised his magma fist, gathering enough power to shake mountains, and slammed it down fiercely onto the ice crystal vine barrier. The hearts of viewers worldwide leaped into their throats. That's the ultimate calamity. Oduor-Noah's barrier blocked the ninja's attack. But can she really withstand such godlike power? The American military expert, pale-faced and hoarse, declared, "It's over. This punch is equivalent to more than 5 million tons of TNT. No man-made defense can withstand it." China's hopes are completely dashed. It has its sights set on Su Shun's bunker. Chapter 55, I Sharpen My Blade, awaiting the slaying of the god. The global audience held their breath. The drought demon lord swung his giant magma fist, carrying the terrifying force to shatter mountains, and smashed it fiercely into the Shinong barrier. Thump! A deafening roar shook the wilderness, distorting and blurring the live stream footage. The hemispherical barrier was dented deeply. Blue arcs of electricity exploded among the ice crystal vines, and the light dimmed instantly. Everyone thought the barrier was about to shatter. But the next second, a surge of immense life energy and mystic ice energy erupted from the depths of the bunker, lifting the dented barrier back up, and the vines once again shone brightly. It actually withstood a punch from the drought demon lord. The live stream room erupted in cheers, with countless people rejoicing that China still had hope, and that as long as Oduor-Noah stayed inside the barrier, they could weather this disaster. However, the military expert from the United States still looked grim. He reminded everyone that although the barrier had blocked one attack, the drought demon lord's attacks had not stopped at all. Thump! 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 The fire giant was utterly enraged, its two magma fists pounding the barrier repeatedly. Each punch caused an earthquake, and each punch dimmed the barrier slightly. Oduor-Noah's energy continuously repaired the barrier, but the repair speed gradually couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier, and it was only a matter of time before it was breached. Viewers worldwide were frantic. Some urged her to find a solution quickly, while others advised her to dig a tunnel to escape from the other side. No one dared to imagine how she would face the 100-meter-tall drought demon lord after the barrier shattered. Just as panic was spreading, the live stream camera cut to the bunker. Outside, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, but inside the cave was quiet and cool. The spirit stone lamps illuminated the cavern, making it seem like a secluded fairyland. Oduor-Noah neither nervously maintained the barrier nor offered any prayers. She sat on a rocking chair covered with bearskin, with the giant horns and spine of the lava bull king, as well as rare metals scavenged from the assassin's backpack, laid out on the stone table in front of her. Another heavy blow came from outside, sending rubble crashing down from the bunker. Oduor-Noah, however, remained unmoved, raising her hand to press down on the burning bullhorn, unleashing the power of her ice and fire holy body. The incredibly hard bullhorn rapidly melted, transforming into a dark golden molten metal. The bull king's spine and rare metals were also successively incorporated into it, perfectly fusing together in her palm. Then, she immersed her other hand in the primordial ice spring and pressed it against the scalding molten metal. The extreme ice and extreme fire converged, completing a near-perfect quenching process. Clang! Accompanied by a dragon-like roar, a long, straight, black gold tang sword slowly took shape. Its blade was made of black gold, covered with dark gold dragon scale patterns, and adorned with a faint blue frost, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. Oduor-Noah took out a diamond whetstone, soaked it in the icy spring, and then sat in a rocking chair, slowly sharpening her knife. The swish, swish, swish sound mingled with the frantic crashing sounds outside. It was as if the devastating drought demon lord wasn't a mortal enemy, but merely setting the stage for the birth of this deadly blade. The little snow leopard lay at her feet, rubbing comfortably against her calves. Finally, Oduor-Noah stopped and examined the blade under the light. She gently touched it with her thumb, and blood immediately seeped from her fingertip. The sharpness of this knife was terrifying. She smeared blood onto the blade, and the blood, imbued with the power of the ice and fire holy body, was instantly absorbed, causing the black gold tang sword to emit a humming sound that yearned for slaughter. Su Wanwan glanced at the fire giant, still smashing the barrier outside the cave, her eyes icy. The barrier can only provide passive defense. It's too wasteful of energy. Perfect. I'll use you to test my new blade. She stood up, gripped her Tang sword tightly, and exuded a chilling aura. It's time to let it see blood. In a live broadcast room, the military expert who was convinced that China was doomed to defeat was completely stunned. He stared at Su Wanwan, who was forging swords instead of fleeing, and his decades of military experience were overturned. He pointed at the screen, trembling all over, and finally let out a terrified scream. What is she trying to do? Has she gone mad? Chapter 56. Voluntarily leaving the bunker defenses. Does she still want to go out? The white-haired military expert from the United States stared at the live broadcast, completely stunned. Not only had Su Wanwan not fled, but she had forged a deadly blade and now seemed to be actively leaving the bunker. Outside lies a scorching inferno exceeding 70 degrees Celsius, and beyond that, an ancient drought demon lord whose punch is equivalent to 5 million tons of TNT. Humans are nothing but ants before such monsters. The Shinnon barrier was Su Wanwan's last line of defense. Abandoning the bunker and venturing to the surface was, in everyone's eyes, tantamount to suicide. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with countless people desperately urging her to defend the bunker. But no matter how much speculation and prayers came from the outside world, Su Wanwan's decision remained unwavering. Thump! The drought demon lord slammed down again, causing the bunker to tremble violently, with rubble and dust falling continuously. The cracks on the ice crystal vine barrier multiplied, and the light grew dimmer. Su Wanwan felt the vibration and looked at the crumbling barrier. Instead of being nervous, she frowned slightly. It's noisy. She walked to the rock control panel at the core of the bunker. The global audience assumed she was finally going to reinforce the barrier. The next second, Su Wanwan raised her finger and casually pressed the rune that closed the barrier. Buzz! The Shinnon barrier, which had withstood dozens of fierce attacks from fireballs, explosive tags, and the drought demon lord, instantly dimmed. The icy blue vines withered and softened rapidly, shrinking back into the scorching sand with a whoosh. She personally dismantled the bunker's last line of defense. A heat wave exceeding 70 degrees Celsius, carrying an aura of destruction, poured wildly into the cave entrance, enough to turn any living being into charred remains. Yet, when it reached Su Wanwan, it couldn't harm her at all. Her black-scaled battle armor exuded a coolness, and the ice and fire holy body within her made her impervious to the high temperatures. The fiery wind lifted the ends of her hair and the hem of her clothes, making her appear like a war god walking on fire. Just as the drought demon lord was about to smash the barrier, it discovered that the obstructive barrier had vanished on its own. It hesitated for a brief second, then saw a black figure emerge from the cave entrance. Su Wanwan gripped the newly forged black gold Tang sword, its blades swirling with dark gold dragon flame patterns. She stepped out of the bunker and into the wasteland covered in flames and lava. The 100-meter-tall fire giant resembled a live volcano ready to erupt at any moment. At its feet, Su Wanwan stood only 1.7 meters tall, her figure as tiny as a grain of sand. Everyone thought she would be vaporized by the high temperature or crushed in a mincemeat by the giant. But Su Wanwan simply raised her head, the firelight reflecting on her exquisite face. There was no fear in her eyes, only a chilling indifference and a murderous intent of an apex predator eyeing its prey. Roar! The drought demon lord met her gaze, and amidst his chaotic instincts, a strange, inexplicable tremor arose. How dare an ant look at it like that? Roar! The drought demon lord was utterly enraged, raising a massive, mountain-sized fist of magma. Golden lava gathered on the fist, transforming into a magma fireball over 100 meters in diameter, resembling the sun. A devastating attack descended from the sky. The old Chinese general suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, Ruan, get out of the way. Su Ruan remained motionless, simply looking up at the sky-covering fireball, a mocking smile slowly curving her lips. Finally, are you putting in some effort? But what use is power alone? A moron like you, whose brain is filled with magma, has no idea. What? This is what a real battle looks like. Chapter 57, Traversing a Sea of Fire and Lava. What constitutes a true battle? Oduor-Noah's disdainful voice echoed across the globe via the live stream. Facing a lava fireball that was falling from the sky and could destroy a city, she neither fled nor dodged, but instead continued to mock the drought demon lord. The audience was stunned. The fireball, as powerful as a sun-destroying object, crashed down, and no one believed Oduor-Noah could have survived. But just as the fireball engulfed her, the mockery in her eyes vanished, replaced by absolute calm. Master-level environmental perception activate. In an instant, the flames, rocks, and exploding space all transformed into crisscrossing energy lines in her eyes. The sky was filled with raging fire elements, the earth with heavy earth elements, and the 100-meter-tall drought demon lord was a chaotic and scorching golden energy aggregate. Its movements and energy flow were all captured in Oduor-Noah's mind. She instantly analyzed the structural defects of this calamity creature, and her mental energy penetrated deep along the energy channels, finally locking onto its right ankle. Hidden, there was a fist-sized, 7-colored light spot, its radiance even more dazzling than the drought demon's eyes. SSS-grade Calamity Core, Drought Demon Source Fire Crystal Stone. This is the Drought Demon Lord's only energy core and its life center. If it is destroyed, the Drought Demon will lose its energy supply, and its rocky body will completely disintegrate. Between the core and the ankle bones, there exists a micrometer-sized gap. Found it. The analysis was completed in the blink of an eye, and a lava fireball was already overhead. Oduor-Noah immediately activated her agility at 100x speed, and instead of retreating, she charged straight at the fireball. Whoosh! She transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting past the edge of the destructive heat wave the instant the fireball landed. Boom strapje! The fireball struck the spot, blasting a giant crater 500 meters in diameter into the earth. Golden magma erupted wildly from the bottom of the crater, instantly engulfing several kilometers of land. Then, countless magma particles were propelled high into the air, transforming into a dense rain of fire. Every drop of lava could pierce a tank's armor. Global viewers gasped in despair, while American military experts were ashen-faced, concluding that speed and skill were meaningless against such a catastrophic attack. But before he could finish speaking, everyone was stunned. Amidst the sea of lava and fire, the petite black figure flickered constantly. Oduor-Noah moved like a black butterfly through the rain of fire, each sidestep, spin, and step precisely avoiding the deadly lava. Countless fireballs grazed her hair and the hem of her clothes, yet failed to touch her in the slightest. Not a drop of fire touched her. This wasn't avoidance, but rather a mockery of nature's calamity. The lighthouse expert's voice trembled. He couldn't comprehend how humans could react with such precision under such an attack. This wasn't something that could be explained by reaction speed alone. It was a miracle. The drought demon lord realized its attack was ineffective and flew into a rage. Treading on the sea of lava it had created, it strode forward with its mountain-like legs, charging towards Oduor-Noah at speed comparable to a high-speed train, intending to crush this provoking insect into mincemeat. They're here. A glint flashed in Oduor-Noah's eyes. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, heading straight for the colossal, sky-covering foot. The audience's hearts leaped into their throats once more. No one understood why she was rushing towards the drought demon's feet. But in Oduor-Noah's eyes, there was only the ever-expanding 7-colored light spot on her right ankle. What she was waiting for was that instantaneous gap when the drought demon lifted its foot to land. The giant foot slammed down, and the female commentator closed her eyes in fright. The next second, however, came a colleague's uncontrollable scream through the earphones. She jumped. My God, she jumped. Chapter 58 Tang, sword imbued with 100-fold strength. One strike shatters fire crystal stone, instantly killing drought demon. Amid the female commentator's gasp, billions of viewers worldwide witnessed a moment they would never forget. The drought demon lord's mountain-like giant foot was about to fall, its shadow completely engulfing Oduor-Noah. Death was imminent. But Oduor-Noah neither dodged nor retreated. She slightly bent her knees, lowered her body, and concentrated all her strength in her legs. God-level physique, maximum power activated. 10,000 gene of force instantly converged into a single point. With a deafening roar, the ground beneath her feet, scorched to a translucent, glassy state, suddenly collapsed, creating a spiderweb-like crater over 10 meters in diameter. Using the terrifying recoil, she transformed into a streak of black light, shooting straight into the sky, leaving a trail of white sonic boom clouds behind her. Her target was crystal clear, the source of drought, the fire crystal deep within the bone of the drought demon's right ankle, the stone that held its life in its hands. The drought demon sensed the danger, its giant eye, burning with white flames, darting downwards, but it was too late. Su Rwanawan's speed exceeded the reaction limits of its massive body. In the blink of an eye, she had leaped dozens of meters into the air, appearing in front of the drought demon's ankle. The difference between a human and a monster was still like that between dust and a mountain, but this speck of dust now carried deadly intent. This is it. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and the dark gold dragon flame patterns on her black and gold tang sword lit up simultaneously, emitting a high-pitched dragon roar. In midair, Su Rwanawan forcefully twisted her waist, channeling all the kinetic energy from pushing off the ground, her immense strength of 100,000 gene, and the power of her ice and fire holy body into the tip of her sword. A soft hum filled the air. A miniature black hole seemed to condense at the tip of the Tang sword, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Viewers worldwide held their breath, watching as the blade pierced the barely perceptible energy conduction gap in the drought demon's ankle. There was no explosion, only a sharp, piercing sound of crystal shattering. Click! The SSS-grade fire crystal hidden within the drought demon's body instantly cracked, then exploded into a shower of multicolored dust. Its core of power was shattered by Su Rwanawan's single strike. The drought demon lord let out a mournful, desperate wail, and its white flames quickly went out. The golden magma within its body, which had reached thousands of degrees Celsius, lost its energy and rapidly cooled into gray-black rock, while its massive body crumbled inch by inch from the inside out. Arms, chest, and head split open one after another. This ultimate calamity creature, which had just been so powerful that it dominated the heavens and earth, collapsed like a castle whose supports had been ripped out. Countless boulders fell from a height of hundreds of meters, smashing the earth for several kilometers in radius, and dust blotting out the sun. The world fell silent. Players from all countries and viewers worldwide were frozen in place. One strike, just one strike, and the drought demon lord, deemed invincible by experts, was cleanly and decisively defeated by this Chinese girl. There was no fierce battle, no desperate struggle. From discovering the weakness to closing in and killing, Su Rwanawan completed a near-perfect, top-tier hunt. After the dust settled, she landed lightly on the still, steaming pile of drought demon rubble. The black and gold Tang sword was spotless, gleaming coldly in the blood-red sunset. Su Rwanawan casually flicked the sword, seemingly quite satisfied with the power of her attack. Just then, the long silent system notification sounded like thunder throughout the world. Global annoncement. Chinese contestant Su Rwanawan. The system seemed to pause for a moment because of this result. Successfully completed, the first time since the start of the National Destiny and Natural Disasters game, on the Phase 1 Ultimate Calamity Creature. Solo. No damage. First kill. Chapter 59. Drought Demon Corpse explodes massively. The system's final announcement resounded throughout the entire venue, plunging the entire planet into a deathly silence before erupting in utter jubilation. First kill. The ultimate boss has been killed by Su Shun. A solo, flawless kill. She's not human, she's a god. Whether hostile or neutral, at this moment, all the survivors cheered wildly for this victory. This was not just a victory for China, but also the first time humanity had directly defeated an ultimate natural disaster. It proves to all those struggling in the apocalypse that natural disasters are not invincible, and that even gods can be slaughtered if the power is strong enough. Across China, there was a frenzy of celebration, with countless people rushing into the streets, embracing and weeping, chanting Su Rwanawan's name. Su Shun is awesome. Su Shun is a god forever. In the stuffy office of the White House, the 5-star general slumped in his chair, staring intently at the petite figure standing on the corpse of the drought demon on the screen, muttering impossible over and over again. Humanity defeated that monster, and its faith, pride, and worldview were shattered in that moment. On the desolate wasteland, Su Wanwan paid no attention to the revelry outside. Her gaze was already fixed on the pile of spoils at her feet. The corpse of the drought demon lord suddenly burst forth with dazzling seven-colored light, turning the entire sky into a dreamlike scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS level hidden achievement, the first cry of God. First solo kill of the ultimate calamity creature. First kill, rewards settled. Shinong's myriad things critical strike system triggered. Rewards received an epic boost. With a deafening roar, the corpse exploded like a treasure trove, sending countless orbs of light soaring into the sky and raining down around Su Wanwan like a downpour. Obtained 588 molten cores grade A material. Obtained 260 obsidian body and A+ grade material. Obtained S-rank skill book flame Storm X1. Obtained S-rank equipment blueprint volcanic lava armor X1. The system notifications were flooding in. The value of just these grade A and grade S materials and blueprints far exceeded all of Su Wanwan's previous gains. But she didn't even look at the items scattered all over the ground. Instead, she looked directly at the two main dropped items floating in the center of the seven-colored light. Those were two SSS-level treasures that shouldn't have appeared at this stage. On the left is a golden sphere the size of a basketball, like a miniature star that is constantly collapsing and releasing light and heat, and the surrounding space is distorted by its energy. Name: SSS-class strategic rule-based artifact, stellar-level temperature control center. Attribute: formed from the true solar fire of the drought demon lord, reconstructed through system laws after absorbing the energy of the silent volcano. Effects: it can establish an extremely large-scale, absolutely stable energy field, correcting environmental parameters such as temperature, humidity, air pressure, and light with stellar-level power, and can also coordinate with the core of the host bunker. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up immediately. This thing is practically the ultimate, enhanced version of the year-round spring-like barrier. The original barrier was just a central air conditioning system covering the entire country. But this one is like an artificial sun that can control the weather and create ecosystems at will. Then she looked to her right. It was a ball of liquid light about the size of a human head with a dense, almost tangible mist surrounding it. Any air hotter than 70 degrees Celsius that approached, it would instantly turn into pure water elements and be absorbed by it. Name: SSS level, Genesis level resource, Supreme Spirit, Spring Essence. Attribute: a miraculous creation born from the resonance between the divine essence of the primordial mystic ice, spring, and the shattering of the fire crystal stone, the source of the drought demon. Efficacy: enhances the quality and energy level of all water resources, purifies pollution, and nourishes all things. When integrated with the primordial mystic ice spring, it can evolve into the creation god spring, gaining the ability to catalyze life and revive barren trees. Even Su Wanwan couldn't help but gasp when she saw these two items. One can control the environment like an artificial sun. The other can nurture life like a divine fountain of creation. Either one could elevate a nation to new heights in the face of impending doom. And now, they all belong to her, and to China. Su Wanwan put away the two treasures with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, the cold global announcement arrived again. Final global announcement. Chinese player Su Wanwan successfully defeated the first stage's ultimate calamity creature, the ancient drought demon lord, and obtained the core artifact, the stellar-level temperature control center. The first phase of the National Destiny game, the extreme heat disaster, has been unilaterally and completely ended by China. A rule-level correction is about to begin. The extreme high-temperature environment within the folded space will be forcibly corrected to a global constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius within 10 minutes. The world was once again plunged into euphoria and stunned silence. The extreme heat disaster that tormented countless players and drove countless countries to collapse was actually brought to an end by China alone. This is no longer about completing a game. It's about changing the rules of the game. Before everyone could react, the system notification in Su Wanwan's mind rang again, the voice more urgent than ever before. Ding! detected that the host has simultaneously acquired 2 related SSS-level artifacts, a stellar-level temperature control center and a top-grade spiritual spring source, triggering a massive multiplier bonus event. Warning: this critical strike will combine the laws of fire and water, resulting in an outcome that transcends mere conceptual manifestation and reaches a higher level. The cold, mechanical voice seemed to tremble with the impending miracle, triggering World Law-Level Genesis Miracle. Chapter 60. The foreshadowing of the fake heiress not being biologically related triggers a terminal illness. 9 golden characters illuminated screens worldwide, sending shivers down everyone's spine. A world-class legal feat, a miracle of creation. This was no longer just the return of supplies, but a rewriting of the entire world's rules. The next second, a miracle descended upon China. The once clear sky was covered by rich, colorful, auspicious clouds, and countless raindrops shimmering with light fell from the sky, containing the life energy of the temperature control center and the essence of the finest spiritual spring. This rain was no ordinary rain, but the legendary 7-colored rain. People came out of their homes, letting the magical rain fall on them, feeling a warm current flowing through their limbs and bones, an indescribable comfort. In a resettlement hospital in Shanghai, an elderly man who had been suffering from lumbar disc herniation for over 10 years suddenly heard several cracking sound from his lower back after it was soaked by rain. The excruciating pain that had almost paralyzed him vanished instantly. The old man sat up in bed, then stood up amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the ward, even jumping up and down a couple of times. He laughed excitedly. The chronic illness that had plagued him for years was completely cured. In a sterile ward in Beijing, a distinguished scientist with late-stage lung cancer quietly awaited death. A drop of rain slipped through a crack in the window and landed on the back of his hand. He suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood. The nurse hurriedly called the doctor, but the test results stunned everyone. The cancer cells in the old man's body had completely disappeared. The same thing happened repeatedly throughout China. Old injuries, disabilities, chronic diseases, and even genetic defects were all washed away by this divine rain. The physical condition and lifespan of the entire Chinese nation saw an unprecedented improvement. A system announcement also resounded throughout China. Su Wanwan triggered a world-class creation miracle, bestowing divine grace upon all Chinese citizens and eradicating all negative statuses. From this day forward, China will be free from illness. The internet erupted in celebration, with countless people sharing news of their loved one's recovery. Everyone understood that this was Su Wanwan's blessing of life to China. But inside the abandoned underground air raid shelter in Jiangcheng, a completely different scene is unfolding. Su Cha-Cha and her parents, having been evicted from their villa due to their negative credit ratings, are forced to eke out a living in this dark and foul-smelling place. The 7-colored rain dripped down from the crack in a ventilation duct, forming a small puddle. Su Cha-Cha, her body covered in sores and emaciated like a skeleton, saw the rain and her eyes instantly blazed with greed. She knew from the news that this was a divine rain that could cure all diseases. She pounced on it like a mad woman, lying on the ground and desperately licking it, as if she had seized her only chance to turn the tide. But as soon as Lingyu entered her mouth, a burning pain swept through her entire body. Su Cha-Cha screamed in agony. Black smoke billowed from her festering skin, and in the blink of an eye, festering sores oozing blackish-green pus sprouted. The divine rain that had healed the entire nation had become the most terrifying poison upon her. Her screams attracted rescue workers. Officials quickly isolated her for testing, and a report jointly issued by the Supreme Academy of Sciences and the Gene Research Center was soon sent to the top command center. The report reached only one conclusion. Su Cha-Cha has no blood relation to her parents or Su Wanwan. Her genes are unable to accept divine blessing, proving that she does not belong to the Chinese bloodline. Further investigation revealed that her paternal genes were 99.999% similar to those of Crow, a U.S. spy executed 20 years ago. The truth has been fully exposed. The official announcement spread throughout the country. Su Cha-Cha is the daughter of the undercover spy Crow and was switched at birth by her accomplices, while Su Wanwan, the true descendant of a Chinese hero, had her original life taken away. The entire internet was in an uproar. Only then did everyone understand why Su Cha-Cha was so vicious. Her once proud status and sense of superiority were, in fact, a joke from beginning to end. In the isolation ward, the dying Su Cha-Cha also saw the news. Upon learning that she was not a daughter of the Su family, but merely the descendant of a spy, her last shred of pride crumbled completely. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, and her eyes gradually lost their light. The instruments coldly announced that her vital signs were rapidly deteriorating, multiple organ failure was occurring, and she was ultimately diagnosed with a terminal illness with no cure. Meanwhile, having completed her revenge and salvation, Su Wanwan returned to the underground fortress with 2 SSS-level trophies. She looked at her cozy but somewhat simple home, then at the stellar-level temperature control hub in her hand, which resembled a small sun. Su Wanwan walked to the rock control panel and said softly, "The space is still a bit small. It's time to give a new home an ultimate upgrade." As she finished speaking, she slowly pressed the stellar-level temperature control center into the console slot. Njerae. Chapter 61 Fusion of a stellar-level temperature control center. Death Wasteland, morning of the 14th day. After waking up, Su Wanwan first drank the spiritual spring water. The icy spring water, infused with the essence of the spiritual spring, was more concentrated in her mouth, and the physical feedback was more obvious. Even her muscles and bones felt relaxed. Next, she went to see the planting room. 200 golden wheat seedlings had already sprouted ears, and the spiritual patterns on the awns were shimmering slightly. In another 6 to 8 hours, they would be ready for harvest. Finally, she removed the stellar-level temperature control center. The silvery white central structure resembles a heart, with concentric circles of gold lines on its surface, maintaining a constant temperature of 36 degrees Celsius. The system indicates that it must be embedded within the building's core to create a comprehensive constant temperature ecological field. Su Wanwan circled the bunker, finally settling her gaze on the spirit-patterned rock. The rock's surface, originally inlaid with jade fragments, now bore 4 hollows, the patterns of which were concentric circles. She slammed her fist down, and a precisely sized groove immediately appeared on the hard rock surface. Then, she pressed the temperature control center into it. The moment the central control was embedded, the entire bunker shuddered violently. Su Wanwan's feet left the ground, and the little snow leopard was also thrown out, but it flipped in mid-air and landed steadily. After the tremors stopped, a deep hum still emanated from the ground. The concentric circles on the spirit-patterned rocks suddenly burst into a white-gold light, the light spreading along the cracks in the stone wall and penetrating into the ground. Su Wanwan looked down and saw that the rock strata beneath her feet were cracked with countless regular lines, like an unfolded blueprint. She didn't move from her spot, but the surrounding rock strata continued to extend downwards and outwards. The vanished rocks did not disappear. Instead, they reassembled deeper within, forming walls, floors, and supporting pillars. An underground structure was growing at an astonishing rate. The first level remained in place, but expanded from a narrow bunker into a circular hall with a diameter of 60 meters. The dome was flat and regular, with a warm yellow artificial sun hanging in the center, casting even light, just like a sunny morning. The second level is located 16 meters underground and has a diameter of 100 meters. The source of the spiritual spring is introduced into a circular river channel, with a blue spring water flowing through 12 irrigation inlets, and large areas of spiritual soil spread out around it. The plantable area is over 4,000 square meters. The third level is more spacious, with 12 independent stone chambers arranged in a circle, along with a bathroom, kitchen, and medical room. The stone walls are smooth, the floor is at a constant temperature, and air circulates continuously through pipes in the rock. A system prompt then appeared. God-tiered dungeon. Initial form complete. Total number of floors, 5. Total area, approximately 52,000 square meters. The first floor houses the central hall and command area, equipped with a holographic map. The second floor contains the agricultural area and grain storage. The third floor is the residential area, and the fourth floor comprises the storage and forging areas. As for the fifth floor, it is the core restricted area where the temperature control center is located and only the city lord can enter. Upon seeing the words City Lord, Su Wanwan's lips twitched slightly. This 50,000 square meter underground city now only had her and a little snow leopard as its residents. The little snow leopard jumped down the stone steps to the edge of the farmland, stared at its reflection in the Linquan River for a few seconds, then raised its paw and slapped the water, instantly getting splashed with water all over its face. It let out a howl and immediately ran back to Su-Ruan-Ruan's side, hugging her shoes. Su-Ruan-Ruan tucked it under her arm and carried it as she explored the new underground city, floor by floor. The lighting in the hall adjusted automatically as she moved, and the irrigation system in the farmland area had been connected to the old planting room. The 200 wheat plants were automatically transplanted into the new field. After being replaced with spiritual soil, they grew even more vigorously, and the ears of wheat were so heavy that they almost bent the stalks. Upon entering the residential area, she pushed open the door to a stone chamber. Old animal hide mats, bedding, and a wooden tub filled with ice spring water had all been moved in by the system and neatly arranged next to the new stone bed. The stone chamber was about 25 square meters, with wall lamps emitting a warm orange glow, and the room temperature remained stable at 23 degrees Celsius. The little snow leopard rolled around on its new bed 3 times before finally settling down peacefully. The live stream room was completely buzzing with excitement. What used to be a cave has now become an underground city. 50,000 square meters, plus farmland, waterways, and forging platforms. She built a nation underground all by herself. The most terrifying area is the agricultural zone. What can grow might actually feed countless people. Su-Ruan-Ruan ignored the comments. She took out the 4-in-1 survival watch she had seized from Jack and used the underground city's signal to read the outside temperature. 47 degrees. After the drought demon died, the temperature in the wilderness dropped by 24 degrees compared to yesterday. At this rate, it won't be long before it becomes habitable again. She put the watch away and walked alone to the planting area. The golden wheat field swayed gently under the simulated sunlight, silver veins dancing among the plump ears of wheat. Su-Ruan-Ruan nudged the nearest stalk. The grains were heavy, and the entire stalk swayed with it. 6 hours later, harvest the wheat. Inside the underground city, the waters of the Spirit Spring River flowed slowly. Following her scent, the little snow leopard searched down from the 3rd floor, rubbed against her legs, and quietly lay down beside her. A man and a leopard sat by the wheat field, with simulated sunlight overhead, spiritual soil beneath their feet, and golden ears of wheat about to ripen in front of them. The last comment in the live chat was just one sentence. The grain in China will be ripe soon. Chapter 62 Foreign experts attempt to reverse analyze the structure. Pay attention. What's there to care about for a bunch of ants barely surviving in the apocalypse? They can't even find a bunker. So even if they pay attention from behind a screen, they'll only feel powerless jealousy and anger. Su-Ruan-Ruan didn't care about the reactions from others at all. More than those people, she wanted to know how good the fully automatic kitchen appliances in her new home were. Just because she doesn't care doesn't mean others can sit still. In the real world, the core of power in the United States has retreated to its final fortress 500 meters underground. Inside the command center, everyone stares at the eerie, pulsating energy signal on the giant projection screen. The air is thick with tension. The technicians reported in a trembling voice that, after comparing the energy with that of the Divine Land Barrier and the 7-colored dew, the signal source could be confirmed to be the territory of Su-Ruan-Ruan, a contestant from China. It was her again. The 5-star general's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fear and resentment. He sternly ordered that the structural diagrams and energy models of Su-Ruan-Ruan's underground structure must be analyzed. The Western camp immediately assembled more than 300 top scientists to form a miracle reverse analysis team and launched the most powerful quantum supercomputer, Prometheus. Scientists connected the brain to a supercomputer, capturing blurry clips from the live stream of Su-Ruan-Ruan's renovation of the underground city, attempting to deduce the structure of the building. Millions of frames were analyzed, with energy models and material analysis conducted simultaneously. Less than 10 seconds into the calculation, the command center suddenly sounded an alarm. The professor in charge of operations turned pale, saying that the load-bearing structure of that wall simultaneously violated both macroscopic mechanics and quantum mechanics, and its energy transfer method was completely unknown, as if it possessed a life of its own. The general refused to accept it and ordered the calculations to continue. The material scientists, however, were also devastated. The The molecular structure of that crystal bridge simply could not exist stably in a three-dimensional universe. Each atom was like a miniature Dyson sphere, undergoing an incomprehensible energy cycle. Immediately afterwards, the supercomputer's core overheated, the quantum entanglement collapsed, and a large area of the logic units burned out. With a loud bang, the multi-billion-dollar Prometheus was completely destroyed amidst sparks and thick smoke. Upon seeing the final molecular model, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Before collapsing, he uttered only a desperate murmur. This technology is at least 500 years ahead of them. A deathly silence enveloped the command center. The five-star general slumped in his chair, finally realizing that this was not a game, nor a war, but a complete and utter defeat, a dimensional assault that transcended both brute force and intellect. Inside the Eternal Sky City, Su Wanruan was completely unaware of this. When a system notification that Prometheus had been destroyed by the burning of his territory appeared, she simply swiped it away, muttering dismissively, "What kind of junk is this, trying to spy on my home?" She hummed a little tune as she toured her new home. Reaching the fully automated luxury living area, she nodded in satisfaction. With complete buildings and functional zones, and the city upgraded, it was time to treat herself. Su Wanruan looked at the SSS-grade, top-quality spiritual spring source in the storage space, which was still emitting pure water vapor, and a pleasant smile appeared on her lips. Perfect for a relaxing bath. I just don't know where to put it. Chapter 63 introduces the excavation of a bathing pool using a top-grade spiritual spring. Su Wanruan stood in the center of the Sky City living area, seriously considering where to take a bath. For her, the bathhouse couldn't just be any old pit. The environment, atmosphere, and privacy were all essential. She immediately instructed the system to filter for the quietest, most scenic, and purest locations on the new map. After the 3D map unfolded, she quickly located a circular valley at the deepest part of the dungeon. The area is undeveloped and surrounded by natural crystal veins, where the most abundant life and water elemental energy in the entire underground city converges. Is the core dragon vein of the Sky City. Su Wanruan nodded in satisfaction, and her figure instantly appeared in Crystal Valley. The rock walls were covered with colorful crystal clusters, their soft light illuminating all directions, and the air carried the sweet scent of grass after rain. The environment is perfect. She walked to the center of the valley and raised her hand to run it across the entire obsidian surface. The power of her ice and fire holy body activated, and the hard obsidian instantly sank and shaped like wax. In just a few minutes, a lotus-shaped bath with a diameter of over 50 meters was completed. The bottom and edges of the pool were engraved with runes for gathering spiritual energy and maintaining a constant temperature, and each lotus petal had a groove at its tip for placing fruit and drinks. Then, Su Wanruan took out the top-grade spiritual spring essence that beat like a blue heart and placed this SSS-level creation artifact into the groove at the bottom of the pool. The moment the spiritual spring came into contact with the runes, a vast source of water erupted. Clear, warm spring water, carrying a faint lotus fragrance, continuously gushed forth from countless runes. The spring water temperature remained constant at a comfortable 42 degrees Celsius, and in less than a minute, the enormous lotus pond was filled. The mist contained a rich life energy, and the water was 100 times purer than the primordial mystic ice spring. Perfect. Su Wanruan removed her black-scaled battle armor and slowly stepped into the misty pool. The warm spiritual spring enveloped her entire body, completely washing away the fatigue and killing intent accumulated from days of battle. She leaned against the smooth pool wall, her long hair floating gently in the sapphire blue water. The little snow leopard ran to the edge of the pool, curiously poking its head out, and she smiled and gently pinched the little guy's nose. "You greedy cat, this isn't for you to drink." With a thought, a crystal glass appeared in the petal groove beside him, filled with chilled watermelon juice. It was juice made from freshly ripened grade A frost watermelons from the automated farm. Su Wanruan took a small sip, the cool, sweet juice sliding down her throat, perfectly dispelling the warmth from the hot spring. A sip of hot spring water, a sip of chilled melon juice. It was simply heavenly. She squinted, gazing at the dazzling starry sky simulated by the temperature control center. This was the post-apocalyptic life she wanted keeping danger out of the way and enjoying everything in the absolute safety of her home. The viewers in the live stream were completely taken aback. While some were still eating moldy bread in a cellar, she was already soaking in the spiritual spring in Crystal Valley and drinking chilled watermelon juice, a scene more luxurious than any top-tier resort hotel. Su Wan was completely unconcerned about the wailing outside. Just as she was about to get another glass of juice, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the host is using an SSS-level Genesis-grade resource, the Supreme Spirit Spring Source. The Shinong Myriad Things critical strike system has triggered a 10-000X return mechanism. This critical strike will combine the eternal spring-like Shenzhou barrier with the divine blessing of the seven-colored sweet rain, causing an irreversible, rule-level reshaping of the real-world hydrological ecology. Chapter 64, The Spiritual Spring Manifests in the Mother River of China. A system notification rang in Su Wanwan's mind. She simply raised her eyes lazily and poured herself another glass of chilled watermelon juice. She was already used to this kind of return policy. Anyway, the benefits would all end up in China, and she just wanted to continue enjoying her leisurely bath time. But in reality, China witnessed an unprecedented miracle. The Kunlun Mountains are the source of two mother rivers. After the apocalyptic catastrophe, glaciers melted, the ecosystem collapsed, and the rivers that had nourished China for thousands of years long ago dried up. The riverbeds cracked, and the land was desolate. At that very moment, the Kunlun Ice Lake suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Boom! Under the lens of countless satellites and drones, two enormous water dragons, formed from pure spring water, soared into the sky from the frozen lake. They circled in the air, emitting deafening roars, before plunging down and precisely pouring into the source of the two mother rivers. This is not ordinary water. It is divine water containing the essence of a top-grade spiritual spring and possessing endless vitality. The clear river water rushes down the ancient channel, its surface shimmering with spiritual light. Wherever it passes, the parched land quickly becomes moist and fertile. The roots of plants that have long since withered revive the moment they touch the spiritual spring. Tender shoots broke through the soil and grew wildly. Some grew to more than a person's height in an instant, blooming with colorful lotus-shaped flowers. Others bore red agate-like fruits, their fragrance refreshing and delightful. The Huaxia Command Center was in complete uproar. Unknown high-energy life reaction detected. Is it the nine-colored deer carrying a fungus from ancient books? The life energy contained in these fruits is enough to extend the lifespan of an ordinary person by 30 years. Satellite images show that both banks of the river were instantly covered with rare and precious plants that only exist in mythology. The once barren riverbed was transformed in the blink of an eye into a blessed land stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The spring continues downward, passing through plateaus and plains, and finally flows into the sea. The once murky and polluted nearshore waters were rapidly purified after the arrival of the spiritual spring. The seawater regained its azure and clear blue color, and countless endangered marine creatures regained their vitality. At this moment, the ecology of China has completely broken free from the post-apocalyptic wasteland, as if returning to a mythical era full of spiritual energy and rare treasures. Global announcement. Thanks to the groundbreaking contribution of Chinese contestant Su Wanwan, the entire ecological environment of China has achieved a final leap forward. The territory of China has been designated a God-level, extraordinary safe zone. Warning: any life form not of Chinese bloodline that enters this area without permission will be suppressed and rejected by the laws of the world. The announcement plunged countless foreigners who wanted to illegally enter China into utter despair. In the aftermath of the initial shock, the 1.4 billion people of China embarked on a nationwide treasure hunt. People flocked to the banks of the revitalized Mother River to gather rare and exotic herbs. Although the authorities issued an emergency notice for protection and development, the freely accessible spring water in the river was already considered the greatest blessing bestowed upon all Chinese people. Inside the Eternal Sky City, Su Wanwan finally finished her bath and walked out of the lotus bath pool with satisfaction. She felt every cell in her body brimming with power, so energetic that she couldn't sleep. So she changed into light combat gear and began to wander around the vast underground city, like a king surveying his territory. She stopped when she reached an undeveloped wasteland on the first basement level. In the corner lay a massive iron pickaxe. It was a trophy seized from the backpacks of the 3 assassins, crafted from the skeleton of an A-grade mutated creature and rare metals, specifically designed for quarrying and chiseling rocks. Su Wan looked at the obsidian load-bearing wall in front of her, which was tens of meters thick, and her eyes flashed with curiosity. These new walls looked pretty sturdy. She lifted the iron pickaxe, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, with one hand, and weighed it in her hand. It felt as light as a toy. I wonder if I still have the strength to swing this pickaxe once. What will happen? Chapter 65. A forest of glowing mushrooms appears. So Rwandan smiled mischievously. After obtaining the immense strength of 100,000 gene, she hadn't truly tested its power yet. Previously, when facing the Bull King and the Drought Demon, it was a life-or-death struggle, with the sole aim of killing them with a single blow. The obsidian load-bearing wall in front of her, tens of meters thick and formed by the underground city, is far stronger than any known alloy on Earth, making it a perfect test of her strength. She gripped the giant iron pickaxe tightly, initially using only 1/10 of her pure physical strength, without even activating her ice and fire holy body, and swung the pickaxe fiercely against the wall. Clang! The deafening roar shook the underground space, sending sparks flying. Yet the obsidian wall trembled only slightly, leaving only a faint white mark where the pickaxe struck. Su Wan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the wall was so sturdy. She had underestimated the strength of the underground city walls and overestimated the destructive power of 1/10 of her strength. This is interesting. Looks like I need to get serious. She took 2 steps back, channeling all her immense strength into her arms. Her slender arms showed no visible change, but the surrounding air crackled and popped from a force. Open it for me. The pickaxe shot through the air, its tip violently rubbing against the air, igniting a raging inferno. The next instant, a devastating cracking sound echoed throughout the cave. The obsidian wall cracked open from the point of impact, unfathomable fissures spreading outwards. Then, with a deafening roar, the entire wall collapsed, sending debris raining down into the...
Rain last night, it's sunny and now. Said my joke made you giggle, think it's funny how instead of taking my time, feel like I'm asking for yours with nothing concrete in mind, just letting life run its course. And if you put me on pause, girl, I don't blame you, 'cause part of me was trying to do the same too. Either way, I'm happy that you came through. Either way, I'm only here because I like hearing you talk. I like holding your hand. I know finding each other was never part of the plan. I've been thinking too much, I've been thinking of you, trying to fight how I'm feeling like I got something to prove. I like holding your hand. I like holding your hand. And I like taking my time, I like taking it slow. I like not really knowing exactly where this will go. I know feelings are hard, maybe you need a break. I know it's complicated in ways that I can't relate. I like holding your hand. So I like holding your hand.
to bring this back up again. I wish that I was feeling different. I can't pretend I might need more medicine. It's getting worse for the poison sitting in. Out of my mind, cause you told me you love me, I'm waiting to prove. You tipped the scales when you didn't wanna lose it. Thought you knew cause you thought I was guarded. Planting the seeds, but I'm water the garden. I don't wanna believe we said goodbye. At least I gave it a try. Cause I notice I'm afraid to be on my own. I know that it's better than pretending that you're still home. You become a stranger. Don't need to stay for nothing. That's me being honest. You got a taste of my loving, and I got it back. And I remember, yeah, I remember. How could you defend it? Make me a contender, yeah. Even worse is I know that I know better. It's crazy how I lost my way, yeah. Ain't call on a page, start a different chapter. Write out my happy ever after. I'm more than, but more than yeah, yeah. Though I can't believe we said goodbye. I know that I tried. I'm no longer afraid to be on my own. Cause I know that it's better. It's better than pretending that you're still home. You become a stranger. I'm no longer afraid. Oh, better than pretending that you're still home. You become a stranger. Don't need to stay for nothing. That's me being honest. You got a taste of my loving, and I got it back. I'm more than enough. I'm more than, but more than enough. Yeah, yeah. I'm more than, but more than enough. You're more than enough.
Malenga wa kubadilisha unia. Kama una masikio sikia, usije basi ukapuliza gunia. Na wenye roho nyepesi watasengenya, hawatatuombea. Nami nishakupenda wewe, kwa wazazi nikupeleke. Mimi nishakupenda wewe.
parruok na Anyway uru monda sunge jabata Opong tomola toti unanimalisa Niisi na wewe milele mpaka kufa Unisalie watoto mama Na kuahidi utokosa Aye idogode monda ketie kone mesa Aseko ye inkora teri mosanyola mama na yeah. Muziki sentiment Muziki bila jasho Usiniache nitakufa Kilo naponipigia simu lazima nitakuja Ukisema nikuje jioni nitanunua chupa mama Lolo tupendane mpaka kufa Oh sheri mapenzi ya leo naogopa Kwanza warembo wangolopa Wameweka mitego kwenye mabaha Ulo ila ukinitega sitakata Nitakopa Nitalima mama Nitachanga Nitaiba Oh Tupendane mpaka kufa Muziki ya pesa Muziki bila presha Nishaachana na mapombo za Ashura be Hata nafula namba yake nimefuta Na kuashua Usiku silali naona sura yako mrembo Daily natamani kwako ningekuwa visible Nateswa na rada kila nikikuona na huyu jamaa Kweli mama unanifaa waniwa How do I live without you baby Nenya ube manje nipeleke eregi Kwa mama nimweleze na baba Girl I need you in my life Now we When I see you holding hands Kama mwezi usiku Baby you know you're the one
Ona wamefanikiwa kututenganisha mimi na wewe Yote ulioambiwa yamekupotosha mpaka sasa unipendi Jua langu limepotea naona kisa ingawa mchana. Ukiwa mbali sijazoea, my sweet Stella ma, nataka rudi home. Mapenzi ya kole kolela, nimechorea, nipe chance nirudi kwako. Tukiwatch telenovela, zinanichocha, natamani rudi home. Mwani wako mikononi mwako mwani wako nifungulie roho. Mwani wako mikononi mwako mwani wako nifungulie roho. Mwani wako nifungulie roho. Kila ulipewa ulisema ni kidogo. Well, I gave you all I had. Jamana sielewi mbona you were leaving me alone. Nimejaribu kukuelezea, ila unasema tu uongo. Aloniroga naomba tuongee sasa, my sweet Stella ma, nataka rudi home. Mapenzi ya kole kolela, nimechorea, nipe chance nirudi kwako. Tukiwatch telenovela, zinanichocha, natamani rudi home. Mwani wako mikononi mwako mwani wako nifungulie roho. Mwani wako mikononi mwako mwani wako nifungulie roho. Mwani wako nifungulie roho. Mwani wako mikononi mwako mwani wako nifungulie roho.
Nitajaribu kile mindaweza, ndio nikuone ukitabasamu. Niko na wivu kwa wale wenye pesa, maisha yao lazima iwe tamu. Na akisisi tunanyeshewa na inanisumbua. Sipendi kuona ukitembea kwa baridi na mvua. Ndo maana ndajaribu kile mindaweza. Hizi mashida situzisahau. Njoo vile nilikupenda hapo mwanzoni, mpaka saizi ni zaidi. Mashida ni kawaida, haziwezi tuzika, hazitatushinda. Ndio maana mpenzi sibagui, nitakupenda kwa mabaya na kwa mazuri. Ukweli mpenzi sibagui, nitakupenda kwa mabaya na kwa mazuri.
ni kujitambua ndio ilifanya nikakuchagua, na nikoshua shida zikija ndazitatua mama. Woyo ukitaka maziwa ama halua ndazinunua, na kuletea kasi na fea nitatembea mama. No. Kila kitu ndio upate, hata kama ni machache, ni lazima nijikaze. Nasema tena, kila kitu ndio upate, hata kama ni machache, ni lazima nijikaze. Juu vile nilikupenda hapo mwanzoni, mpaka saizi ni zaidi. Mashida ni kawaida, haziezi tuzika, haziezi tushinda. Ndio maana mpenzi sibagui, nitakupenda kwa mabaya na kwa mazuri. Ukweli mpenzi sibagui, nitakupenda kwa mabaya na kwa mazuri. Nasema mpenzi sibagui, no, nitakupenda kwa mabaya na kwa mazuri. No, mpenzi sitabui, nitakupenda kwa mabaya na kwa mazuri. Ndajaribu kile mi ndaweza, ndio nikuone ukitaba samu.
Gonna today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you only.
Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba.
Let me be your service provider. I give you the cable, show you my talent, baby, and you be the label. You be the goddess, and I be the temple. Give you the king like you never knew that I was able. Hourglass body, can I get a minute of your time? Can I really show you how a minute? You maximize my nini when you're in a mini. Bad girl, kana denge anakuva nini? Ona kuvese wendo na die. Ekana na tuvese, so you know that I'm the guy. Mina mpango za kifiji wakibonga Dubai. Peter best though, fanya mabazua Zubai. Aye. Look at the way she deep, so she rocks so. When she whiny pale kwa disco. Who got the fire with the body kama ne pistol. Ona vilo na maliza mandem. Finito, finito. Tell her do. Ndabye kana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you only.
Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba.
Yeah. Now that you aware, kakaseka na kulike. Nipe kiza box, wingi and on the lock. I can tell you're a performer by the way you hold the mic. You been really bad, let me cuff you, no cops. Kiss you on your neck, tell you everything is great. Nikonja and you're a full course meal on a plate. African time, I guarantee I come late. Love you heavier to a chani, walking goja what the weight. Get it? And I can take care of you, no advantage. Put you in a yes, you can have it and some fashion. Love the way you classy and you bougie, you're a savage. See how you want it like a gypsy with a talent. I see where ukianzenya aki yao. Unanikunywa sana utadhani ni happy yao. Kisha shauri moyo sini shauri yao. Mini shauri yangu so sini show ni how. Tell her do. Ndabye kana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you only.
Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, saba.
Hiyo day tulipopatana baby, and I said utaja kuwa my lady someday or not today, na celebrate singing a love song. Wewe na mimi hapa na sasa, ana kivuli cha mwezi tukitazama the stars. Wewe na mimi hapa na sasa, ana kivuli cha mwezi tukitazama the stars. Baby, akiwewe baby, no, no, akiwa, no, no, akiwa. Ushawahi pendana na msichana mzuri, urembo, tabia za furahishana, ukikumbuka hiyo yake sura huwa unakosa subira, ukijiuliza lini tena utamwona. Si nimeelewa, nimeelewa, nimejua ukishapendaga hakuna kuchoka, ukishapendaga hakuna mipaka. Pendaga hakuna mipaka, no, no, baby, baby, si utani baby, no, no, akiwa, no, no, akiwa. Message love, nikimassage your heart, nakupenda juu, umekuwa nami through thick and thin, sasa nina everything, you and me. See, kwa Mola nilini down on one knee, nikakupisha ring, si siri, baby, si siri baby. Aki
back again. Yeah.
And caress my baby. Yeah.
Oh, we've been together for a while now. Una meremeta inside and out. Feeling so good and there is no doubt. I love you, baby.
Baby, baby, nimeshakuvisha taji. Pale chumbani nimekuvulia shati. Bedi, bedi, umeniweka hewani. I'm high on your love.
I love you, I love you, I love you. Oh, yeah. Nobody loves you like I do. I love you. Oh, yeah. Nobody loves you like I do. I got you, I got you, I got you. Nobody's got you like I do. I got you. Nobody's got you like I do. Like I do, like I do. You give me good vibes every time. Nikiwa nawe siwezangi bonda. Me I feel wonder if I'm losing my mind. Napenda vile unavyodondosa.
Baby, baby, nimeshakuvisha taji. Pale chumbani nimekuvulia shati. Pedi, pedi, umeniweka hewani. You got me high all day. I love you.
I love you, I love you, I love
baby
you. Girl. Nobody loves you like I do.
I love you.
I love you. Yeah. Nobody loves you like I do. Baby. I got you, I got you, I got you. Nobody's got you like I do. I got you. Nobody's got you like I do. Like I do. Like I do.
I say a prayer for you every day. I wrote this song for you, baby. I think of you on the daily. Your beauty lights up my way, babe. My baby, baby, nimeshakuvisha taji. Pale chumbani nimekuvulia shati. My pedi pedi umeniweka hewani. You got me high all day. I love you.
I love you, I love you, I love you. Nobody loves you like I do. I love you. Nobody loves you like I do. I got you, I got you, I got you. Nobody's got you like I do. I got you. Nobody's got you like I do. Like I do. Like I do.
The doctor said I cannot find love. I'll be praying to Lord up above. Cause it's all for you. I did it all for you. So stop being so petty, little baby, you're a diva. Yes, I know the shawty wanna text me, little baby. Throw it down if it's sexy, little baby. Post it up for a selfie. I hate when all your friends try to test me, little baby. You know I'm down, so let's do it, little baby. You know I'm tryna get through it for you. Cause dog, girl, you know you got me hooked. I go shot that in my dog, cause girl, you know you done me. My little señorita, spend time, but I really wanna meet ya anytime. So I get your mother blessing anytime for a body like yours. My little señorita, spend time, but I really wanna meet ya anytime. So I get your mother blessing anytime for a body like yours. That's what I call life. That's why, baby girl, that's why I need. All the energy you bring to me, all the energy you give to me, baby. 10 toes down, she amazing. That body give me anesthesia, seizures. Fuck what your nigga think, I need my little diva. I know I get your pussy wetter, and you always fuck me sweeter. Hell yeah, yeah. And if the song is about you, I would never need a feature. Hell yeah. Baby, give me time till I get your mama blessing. Oh yeah. And if I hear your nigga give you problems, let him see me for a lesson. My little señorita, I spend time, but I really wanna meet ya anytime. So I get your mother blessing anytime for a body like yours. My little señorita, I spend time, but I really wanna meet ya anytime. So I get your mother blessing anytime for a body like yours. That's my girl I need. Oh, the energy you bring to me. Oh, the energy you give to me. And that's why, baby girl, that's why girl I need. Oh, the energy you bring to me. Oh, the energy you give to me, baby.
Baby, nipe love. I just wanna see you take it over. Nimeshindwa kukuhepa mimi, hutasema mimi cheesy. Basi sasa tufanye nini? Ooh, can I go out with you tonight? Go out with you tonight. Go out with you tonight. Can I go out with you tonight? Go out with you tonight. Go out with you tonight. Kuna vile unanipendeza, kuna vile boy umeweza, kuna vile uko fly, drip so fine, I won't lie. Why do I have to fight your love? Boy, you make me look so shy. Won't you say you want me, boy, you say you love me. Won't you tell me what is wrong, you're acting funny. Niko hapa wewe ndio kusema. Niko hapa wewe ndio kusema. Sema.
Nikiwa around you, naogopa kubleki. Naogopa kuamka na kwanza kumedi. Kujipinu tadhani mini pedi. Before to kick it, jua hii vibe misipendi. Tabia za watu walipi madeni. Ndio maana na chill na kina Jenny. Siku hizi nyinyi ndio urushangeli. Usikiwe na worry kesho weekendi. Leo unanipenda kesho pretending. Wejua kama ni lazima mimi siendi. Labda kani form ya senti. Down payment inarushwa kwenye benki. And that's how it's ending.
Kumeshika sana hapa hivi. Kwanza kunazo mafini. Wacha kunitesa hivi. Ninasonga tuna flow. Tena umewasha moto. Ninaketi kwenye joto. Maji nibebe kidogo, kidogo. Won't you say you want me, boy, you say you love me. Won't you tell me what is wrong, you're acting funny. Niko hapa wewe ndio kusema. Niko hapa wewe ndio kusema. Sema. Can I go out with you tonight? Go out with you tonight. Go out with you tonight. Can I go out with you tonight? Go out with you tonight. Go out with you tonight. Wewe ndio kusema.
Ushasema.
Wewe ndio kusema.
Ushasema.
Some days you feel like the world is on fire. Some days you feel like you're swimming and flying. Some days you wake up and
you don't feel like you wanna chase what you don't see. But some days you feel like you're floating up high. So how about you try this time? Lifting up your head and sing out. What will then I see? There's more inside of me. Just lift up your voice and say, nitajaribu tena kesho, nitaamka upya na nisonge, hata wakipenda kunivunja, mambo yakizidi unga, sitashindwa kujivuta, kesho naamka upya. Some days I know that you think of surviving, but you sleep and wake up and don't feel like fighting. But there's space in your soul to keep wanting more, to desire to soar. But some days you know that their words, they mean nothing. So how about you try this time? Lifting up your head and say, what will then I see? There's more inside of me. Just lift up your voice and say, nitajaribu tena kesho, nitaamka upya na nisonge, hata wakipenda kunivunja, mambo yakizidi unga, sitashindwa kujivuta, kesho naamka upya.
So fresh is on the beat.
What a waste. Ooh, Lord. A storyteller. What a waste. Baby, tumejiseti, we on the highway. Tukafunga breki, tukaanza bishana, asking who is Diana, vipi mnajuana. I swear tumejibetray, baby tumejiseti, cause love isn't here right now. I guess we'll never know mali hii story ingeenda. Tulichoanza kuja tumalize, kinachokwaza baby ziandike, punguza drama baby zitushike, washa kishada.
I don't wanna argue, kako sawa miko sawa, kako sawa miko sawa. Akizile vitu tulipanga, ukanishukisha namba, najua misi hiki tanda, vile visa na visanga. Akizile vitu tulifanya, kamlo badilishe namba. Bado wonsemanga mini psycho, bado mupiganga simu yako. Nilideletingi namba yako, lakini naikumbukanga kwa moyo. and I just can't explain. Thoughts of you and me keep going up and down in my brain. And you were looking for some love, didn't care for the fame. I was looking for a good time playing the game, yeah. And now you're stuck on my lane. Moving in together, baby, it was never the same. Oh, it's such a shame, kila saa tunagombana. Lini tutaelewana, yeah.
Kuja tumalize kinachokwaza, baby siandike. Punguza drama, baby zitushike. Washa kishada.
I don't wanna argue, kanko sawa, minko sawa. Kanko sawa, minko sawa. Akizile vitu tulipanga, ukanishukisha namba. Najona misi hiki tanda, vile visa na visanga. Akizile vitu tulifanya, kabla ubadilishe namba. Kako sawa, akizile vitu tulipanga, ukanishukisha namba. Najuna misi hiki tanda, vile visa na visanga. Akizile vitu tulifanya, kabla ubadilishe namba.
Navutishwa, oh navutishwa, moshi pia napuliziwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa, naishi kama paka nalishwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa, haya mapenzi sitalipishwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa mama. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa mama. Sosi delivery, pombe kemikali, mapenzi halali, mapenzi legend. Nilikuanga silali, hapo awali, Kanairo hakuna amani. Hakuchi on fire, can't deny. Miguu zake unzunguka kama taya. Akibend over, ni game over. Mwanga na sosi mpaka naitisha sosa. Na kulishwa
matamu ya roho.
Naogeshwa ngoza mbichi na valishwa kidogo tu ninyonyeshwe. Dredi zangu zisokotwe, shingo ni masajiwe. Nasanifiwa, naroliwa, kisha navutishwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa, moshi pia napuliziwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa, naishi kama paka nalishwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa, haya mapenzi sitalipishwa. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa mama. Navutishwa,
navutishwa mama. Kuamka kung'ara na kukaa tu, kula mahaba ya kistaarabu, na tabasamu bila sababu. Kitandani nafunzwa adabu, kukaa kukaliwa, kulala kulaliana na kulaliwa. Maisha ya gorofa, nikitoka kitandani naruka kwa sofa. Wifi imelipiwa nadekezwa upara na papaswa nabembelezwa natulizwa uso nakaliwa nasanifiwa naroliwa kisha navutishwa. Mama, navutishwa, oh navutishwa. Moshi pia napuliziwa, navutishwa, oh navutishwa. Neshi kama paka nalishwa, navutishwa, oh navutishwa. Haya mapenzi sijalipishwa, navutishwa, oh navutishwa mama. Navutishwa, oh navutishwa mama.
This is Hendrix sound.
So fresh is on the beat.
Bakitap gani kona piga rivers katika mpaka dijapula pivas chachisha kutoka Ngware hadi Giza wakisha nare light zikizimwa piga puff puff alafu pass pass zikishika sana mamidunga gas mask cheki ras ras akona cash cash kwa the basha ni changamuke chap chap. Kuna msichana flani hapa msawa sana nikamuuliza kama naona tukiwa ya chana. Ai hapana juvenye wagomeni mada figa namba 8 lavi tukichora 7. Yeesh. And that's just a half of it. Cause if I ever tell them all I know we split na singetaka jukiwe Lagos sama Kampala. Anywhere we go bado ntade ule mjanja. Bakitap gani kona piga rivers katika mpaka dijapula pivas chachisha kutoka Ngware hadi Giza wakisha nare light zikizimwa piga puff puff alafu pass pass zikishika sana mamidunga gas mask cheki ras ras akona cash cash kwa the basha ni changamuke chap chap. Karas na need galarial kama Madrid na nanipa the love I need data tukikasirikiana good girl gone bad na nakarihana ni madam class pia ni hustler redo die kwa mabati ama ndani ya manjo tupenda na juu ya blaki ama ndani ya Jagwa anafanya na filaki ka 100,000. Bakitap gani kona piga rivers katika mpaka dijapula pivas chachisha kutoka Ngware hadi Giza wakisha nare light zikizimwa piga puff puff alafu pass pass zikishika sana mamidunga gas mask cheki ras ras akona cash cash kwa the basha ni changamuke chap chap. Bakitap gani kona piga rivers katika mpaka dijapula pivas chachisha kutoka Ngware hadi Giza wakisha nare light zikizimwa piga puff puff alafu pass pass zikishika sana mamidunga gas mask cheki ras ras akona cash cash kwa the basha ni changamuke chap chap.
Why you say like that? You know just how to hurt me and just stand me back. You don't ever see the truth when I admit it could be you. Cause I'm really trying to figure out why all these efforts die in vain. Why you say like that? Cause you know just how to hurt me and just stand me back. You don't ever see the truth when I admit it could be you. Cause I'm really trying to figure out what I can do to make this right. What I could do to make this right. Tell me you, tell me you. Yeah, what I could do to make this right. Trying to emancipate myself from the bin. No amount of faith could justify the suffering. I'm not the strongest. I'll throw the towel in. Not trying to test my limits anymore. No more benefit of doubt, I can't be sure. I've decided that it's better on my own. I'll do it for me and my truth. I'm choosing to see the real you. If the tables were turned, I know you do it too. I'm trying to save myself before I'm doomed. This hold on me must be broken, yeah. I'd rather be by my lonesome than to give my heart away and have to deal with the repercussion. I've been here before, trust me, it's not an option. Don't care how the narrative is spun. I saw our end as we begun. You think this fountain overflows? Well, here's something you didn't know. The more I keep on giving love, the less that I am sure. I'll do it for me and my truth. I'm choosing to see the real you. If the tables were turned, I know you do it too. I'm trying to save myself before I'm doomed. It's time I gave myself protection too. And if you choose to hate me, then it's cool.
because I never ever wanted to be typical. And every moment now is critical. Can't promise I'll always be rational when the world all around me going crazy now. I learned to fly high on a broken wing, spit much stronger than the strongest wind. My house is hotter than it's ever been. Chop some trees for some profits, now we count losses. I hope in a lifetime we get some peace. Peace in Africa and the Middle East. I wanna wake up to an awesome breeze. What does it take to be the ones we need?
Girl, I think you look so good in my oversized t-shirt. Is it pink or is it blue? Ukitaka we t-shirt. All your life misunderstood. Iyo yote ni maisha. Now they wishing they were you, dancing in my t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt.
Move your body, get closer. Morning baby looking sexy in my boxer. Sijana siku tulikesha. Iso beshi na room ya mwenye taosha. Bounce that bam 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 bam. Have you ever danced with a dancer? Don't worry, any chance umepata. Bust down, don't stop, show off. Washa kimoja basi baby ndo to take off.
Don't take it off, I like how you moving, showing me that body. Say what you want, I'll give it to you, yeah. You don't feel like talking. Ooh, you take it down low, bring that back, I wanna see some more, yeah. You know you look so fine, so fine. I wanna see you when you whine. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt.
I like it how you move this ass inside my Gucci shirt. Mina jua ukidunga utarudisha. Baby girl you moving fast, ni movie. Nguo zako ziko kete ulisha moving. Na mimi sijui ushakuwa rumi. Unakuwa ngaro juu. French kisses, I'm only telling you bonjour.
I like the way you move too fast. Come baby come, we can take it slower. If you like it, don't make it fast. If I don't, baby come, I don't want this over. Your body on me, come baby come, show me how you play. We can go down night in today. You don't wanna leave, baby, that's okay. Like
ready or not, here we go. Baby, please don't you leave me. Tell me you're not, tell me you go. I don't wanna live like this, no.
Move your body, move your body. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt, baby. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized t-shirt. In my oversized t-shirt. In my oversized t-shirt, baby. Oh. In my plain white tee, baby. Move your body, move your body. In my oversized
kubiri alinaida weka ile tuwe moyo kera gishika, yeah. And my love for you, it runs deeper. So I write this birthday song for you. Kaide together, beautiful, beautiful. Beta watama mirito. Takupa $1 na euro. Tomaisha toda ka simple. Just for you, love. Kaide to be beautiful, beautiful. Beta watama mirito. Takupa $1 na euro. Tomaisha toda ka simple. Just for you, love. Kaide to really get all that right. Get all that right. Get all that right. Baby, baby. Get all that right. Get all that right. Get all that right. Baby, baby, get all that right. Baby, get all that right. Yare kana kure dioha. Yeah, ni kweda doka gena kaja. Nalero lalera, lalera. Oh, dudera, dudera. Na doka lalera, lalera. Oko hangera. Get it together, ka beautiful, beautiful. Make it do what I do it my pen's tell for you, love, you love. Girl, you are 1 in a trillion. A gazillion, get it to it beautiful, beautiful. Make it do what I do it my pen's tell for you, love, you love. Girl, you are 1 in a trillion. A gazillion, get it to it.
Mtamwambiaje eti kuwa mie nampenda? Mtamwelezaje eti bila yeye naugua? Mtamwilishaje kuwa roho yangu yaumia? Mtamwambiaje kuwa mimi najuta kukosana naye, kutengana naye, kuachana naye? Oh, mimi najuta kukosana naye, kutengana naye, kuachana naye. Oh, mimi najuta. Nilitega sikio mtaani kasikiza za wasengenyaji eti yeye na yule wana uchumbaji, bila hata kujali au kuuliza maswali. Niliyaamini maneno nikamwaga kwa heri. Miezi nikazaa, nami nalia, ningemrudia, lakini matatizo. Mtamwambiaje eti kuwa mie nampenda? Mtamwelezaje eti bila yeye naugua? Mtamwilishaje kuwa roho yangu yaumia? kutengana naye, kuachana naye, oh mimi najuta, kukosana naye, kutengana naye, kuachana naye, oh mimi najuta. Nilifunga virago vyangu vyote kuamua sitorudi kamwe, kwani yeye na yule walinifadhaisha, lakini kila wasaa napata nikimwaza, ningeyapuuza maneno tungeishi kwa raha. Miezi ni kadhaa nami nalia, ningemrudia lakini na tatizo mtamwelezaje eti bila yeye naugua, mtamwilishaje kuwa roho yangu yaumia, mtamwambiaje kuwa mimi najuta, kukosana naye, kutengana naye, kuachana naye, oh mimi najuta, kukosana naye, kutengana naye, kuachana naye,